for the Hankook 24-Hour Series 2023, and we'll head to Spa on the 6th and 7th of May for the 12 hours there. Then it's Monza, the Cathedral of Speed, on the 10th and 11th of June, an alternative to the Le Mans 24 hours for our racers here. 12 hours of Estoril, a new circuit on the Portuguese coast, new circuit for the series, and that's in early July. We've got a 6-hour qualifying race which will have points attached to it as well. And then we finish off the European season in style, as tradition dictates, with the Circuit de Catalunya visit for a full straight-through 24-hour race, 15th to 17th of September. Always one to look forward to. Start planning for that one now. It's a nice drive down to that part of the world. Plenty of lovely places to stay. Right, that's enough for me for the moment. Let's find out what's going on the grid now, and more importantly, what ramifications there were from last evening. Who's been touching the cars, who's been doing things they can't do, and that includes, of course, our very own Prince of Fun on the grid. It is Nick Damon. Morning, Nick.
Well, first of all, the cars are still arriving. They've been rolling around their warm-up lap. A lot of them are just still... First of all, let's point out something very important. This track has the correct safety car because it's a Maserati. That is the correct car for any event. A little bit overcast, as you said, John. It is looking like that's going to kind of fade away. So I think we're going to have a pleasant day. Bit chillier than yesterday. Okay, the cars are slowly arriving. They're rolling up to the grid. And the first two cars, well, it's the 21 Santalok, 21 Haas and the 26 Santalok car, not getting out of the car. They're both the Audis. So... Go a quick word with who's that guy? No, he's got back in again. The important thing to remember is these two cars on the front row. I think it's interesting actually in that they're not really allowing, if Seb can see, not really allowing the team members even across onto the look at the cars. It could be because they're still arriving and they're trying to be a bit careful and safe. But doesn't mean I haven't got many people to talk to at the moment. Now, so this front row, Audi, as you can see. Now, the gap here, which you can see is, 4 meters? No, it's not 4 meters, it's 2 laps. There's 2 laps between these two cars and this car here, the 34. Now, if you were a keen follower of the result, you wouldn't have expected this very attractive Hoffa grey and pink car to be in 4th. That should have been the 55, the camouflage-coloured land car, the Chris Mees and Tim Muller run car. Well, that was taken off Outer Park Ferme yesterday evening because they discovered a water leak. And they had to fix the water leak, and they have done that. I've had a chat with them in the garage. That will be rejoined the fray, but with that 10-lap penalty for breaking kind of nighttime curfew. So they are effectively out of the chance for the win when they're absolutely fighting for it with their other Audi brethren. But they will be back into the race as well. Door open here from someone in the car, so that means that they'll end up being spoken to. Not sure who it is. So, who's in the car? It's Alex Prince. Alex. Surprisingly, you're up in 4th. That's a very good performance on the first day from you guys.
Yes, it's quite surprising for us also. It was really decent. The car feels perfect, so I can really push, and now we see how the second part of the race is going for us.
You seem to, whenever I was looking at the car, you seemed to be in it. Did you do a lot of hours yesterday driving, or just an impression I got?
Quite a few. I felt quite comfortable, so the team decided to put me in a little bit more. Now we see how it's going today, so all the other drivers will also drive for sure. So maybe a little bit less for me, so yeah. But I will enjoy the start.
Great, thank you guys. Now one thing I would say that I think it's really nice is this side exhaust beautifully warmed my leg up when I did that, so I now feel a lot warmer. Now, it's a slightly different grid because only the driver and one member of the team, officially the driver assistant, is allowed onto the grid. This is to prevent dodgy touching of the...
This is not my style.
Not mine either. Well, let's go, we are live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second part of this weekend's race. We have another 6 hours today. We have our car over there. David is starting, same like yesterday, and soon we are going to the grid.
Tak ještě česky, já vás taky vítám u dnešního druhé části živého vysílání 12-hodinového závodu v Mugellu. Tady máme Davida Vršeckého, který dneska bude rozjíždět tu druhou část. Jak vidíte, je v boxech, protože týmová strategie byla, že se bude startovat z boxu, aby se mohli rovnou vyměnit gumy a využít tak času pro lepší start bez trafiku a vlastně upevnit ten náskok, který kluci včera v závěru té první části získali. A samozřejmě, tak jako včera, budeme vám nabízet pohled do zákulisí, rozhovory s jezdci, po dojetí a veškeré informace, které neuvidíte v klasickém streamu od pořadatele. Anything else, Jai?
Sure. Out here is a little bit of an interesting weather. Hopefully it's not going to rain during the race. Otherwise the strategy is going to be very, very interesting. But for now it looks pretty okay, and yeah, hopefully we're going to have a good start to the race with any kind of weather issues.
Je to pravda, počasí včera vypadalo sice zamračeně, ale nakonec to bylo krásně sluneční počasí. Dneska se ty mrky tady honí trochu víc, takže samozřejmě větší obava z toho, aby nepršelo, ale budeme věřit, že ne. A i kdyby, tak se s tím nezbývá nic jiného než poprat. Já tady vidím Adama, tak zkusím... Adiku, můžeme? Pojď nám něco říct.
Co bys chtěl vědět?
Jsme na začátku druhé části. David rozjíždí, ty koukám už nachystaný, připravený. Jaká je dnešní strategie?
Jsme zase u toho, tak jako včera. Plán je, že David teď to rozjíždí, potom teoreticky bych měl do toho sednout já a potom Alia. Ale jak jsme viděli včera, během vteřiny se může všechno změnit, takže musíme být stále ve střehu, pořád připravení a čekat, co se bude dít.
Můžeš nám trochu objasnit tu strategii start teďka z boxu? V čem je ta výhoda?
No to vám určitě říkat nebudu, protože pak byste to mohli opisovat na dalších závodech. To je tajná strategie.
Jo? Dobře.
Teď jsem tě dostal.
Já ji znám, ale myslel jsem, že nám ji trošku jako lajkům přiblížíš trochu líp.
Ne, touto strategii bychom rádi ušetřili čas. Vlastně...
A o tom to je, o tom čase tady?
O tom čase, aby jsme nestráceli čas při tom, když se bude najíždět. A většinou po startu to první kolo je extrémně pomalé, protože se tam hodně předjíždí, je tam hodně myšmaš, jakože ty auta se navzájem brzdí, než se to roztáhne do nějakého vláčku. Takže tímhle oni nejedou to rychlé tempo, takže tím získáváme čas, že my tady vyměníme pneumatiky. A David se tam zapojí vlastně a budeme před sebou prázdno. Takže hned budeme moct jet vlastně maximum atak a získat tím zase zpátky ten čas, co třeba my tady ztratíme na té výměně pneumatik. A když se to posčítá, takže teoreticky bychom měli na to minimálně půl kola vydělat, než kdybychom udělali klasickou zastávku.
Víš už, jak je to, jak přesně včera naši soupeři, který vlastně ten z vedoucí pozice nedokončil, 2 kola před cílem vlastně vystoupil z auta, jak je to s penalizacemi?
Padlo mu kolo.
Jak je to s penalizacemi, nebo máš nějakou přehled o tom?
Teď jsme první, startujeme vlastně z prvního a máme zisk 1 kola, náskok 1 kola nad tím, co včera mu padlo kolo.
Takže to bude pořád
je to hodně natěsno, že máme před sebou dalších 6 hodin a viděli jsme, že během těch 6 hodin se to může spousta změnit. Z prvního jsme byli na 3., z 3. jsme se zase dostali na 1., takže je to hodně, jak se říká, barevné a můžeme čekat zase spoustu akce.
Takže rozhodně není nic jistého a dnešní 6hodinovka určitě nebude žádný láže pláže. Jo?
Tak jak jsem říkal včera, zajíci se počítají až po honu a i včera jsme to viděli, že vlastně ten konkurent s tím stříbrným Mercedesem vedli o 4 kola a najednou zdalo se to nemožné, najednou 2 kola před cílem bum a všechno bylo jinak.
Dobroš, tak dík a budeme stále s tebou a sledujeme závody.
My taky.
Managed to stay close, but then they got downforce and in corners, like they leave you behind. Plus, there have been probably some GT3s with some problems, or the driver had problems, who were slower than the 992, and we found ourselves in the middle of the pack at a certain moment.
So yeah, when you start the race, or when your teammate starts the race, there's about 17 cars ahead of you, but you're actually faster than half of them.
That's actually correct. We were thinking about it. This fact that the categories get packed up together is going to be a problem to overtake right now with everybody. We don't know. We will talk with Creventic. Who knows? Maybe there are it's always possible to improve. So we will see.
Thank you, Fabrizio. Yes, because they said before they are lining them up in class order, but we found the classes are very different speed. For example, these incredibly quick 955s have got the SPXs, which are 2 or 3 seconds behind them. So next to them is the Neuhoff car, the Rennsport machine. This car's going particularly well as well. This is the 985 machine. Just trying to see who. So that's Berkner, Neuhofer, and Neuhofer. So let's have a quick word. I'm not sure which particular Neuhofer is. Sorry, sir, which of the drivers are you?
I'm Michael Birkner.
Ah, Michael. So, a great day for you yesterday.
A great day, yeah. We are on a very good position. And let's see what's happening today. Hopefully it's not raining.
We all hope that. Lots of cars ahead of you who are actually slower, though.
Sorry, again?
Lots of cars ahead of you at this start that are slower, so a busy first few laps for you.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is we have no fuel. So it's about, I think, 2 or 3 rounds, and then I have to go on the gas station.
That's true, he's got fuel level 13 there, so that's a bit of a spy. And that's a very good point, actually, there, that Michael makes, is, of course, that the cars starting this morning are starting with the fuel and tyres they ended yesterday with. So it's not like yesterday when they started the race overall. They started on new tyres and full tanks. There's cars at the front that came into the pits 10, 15 minutes before the end. There's cars in this pack who didn't come in for the last hour. And it's going to be in between that as to where they stop. They'll be stopping regularly. You won't get that quiet first half hour in the pits. I won't get a half hour off to have a cup of coffee with Seb, because there'll be people coming in, probably, as he said, almost immediately. He's 2 or 3 laps in, he's going to be coming round. A bit further down, we have the Red Camels team. Hello, we have a wave. If the door's not open, I'm not coming in. There's just a phalanx of Porsches. This is a little bit more like Porsche Reading showroom than an actual racing car. Look, Porsche. It's just non-stop. Some of these cars have got a little bit of damage, so Stuttgart's spares department will be quite pleased on Monday. Weissach, I've got the wrong one. I've been corrected very accurately, but I must get the correct location of the spares department. And then we come back out of Porsche land, and it's back into some of the TCE class, where there was a number of issues during the day. So very few had a clean run. Now, look at the 403. This is the Korean GT4. This had a big rip out the side on the door there, but that's now been patched up with a little bit of tape. So I'm not sure whether that was done during race time or not. I'm not sure who's in the car, but let's see if we have a quick word with them. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Which of the drivers are you?
I'm JK, Kim, yeah.
JK, a great effort by the team. It was quite an eventful day yesterday, wasn't it? We saw you had that big rip in the door. How did that get caused? You taught there's a damage to that door. How did that happen?
I don't know. Stephen's driving while maybe GT3 car hit our door, right side. Yeah, and I don't know.
And how are you finding Mugello? Is this your first time at Mugello? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm first time in Mugello. A very exciting and fun track. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Well, it's a great and exciting track. I must admit, I should have read my my running order. John, are we due to do the track presentation this time as well?
Yeah, we can do that.
Well, it's a great... Hang on, let me give the link. It's a great and exciting lap, says JK. John, what do you think?
I think it's a great and exciting lap, to be honest. Just over 3 miles, 5 kilometres around this circuit built in the mid-1970s. One Formula One Grand Prix to its name, outright lap record to Lewis Hamilton, and 15 corners, characterised by a 3/4 of a kilometre front straight that has a couple of rises and falls, head up over the start-finish line into a dip, and then a slight rise, breaking it just before the 100-metre marker, down into second gear for a double apex right-hander that then immediately climbs uphill into third for turns 2 and 3, the first chicane, still climbing up. Fourth gear, hold fourth gear for the second chicane on the far side of the circuit from us, left, then right, then cresting a brow to Casanova, turn 6, right-hand turn, stay to the right-hand side, plunging downhill to turn 7, easy to go wide there and into the gravel, then Arrabbiata 1 is 8, balance the car through there, and then again you can get on the power nice and early through 9, Arrabbiata 2. The first of the backs, or the return chicanes, 10 and 11, caught a few people out yesterday, which rather surprised me, because I think as you go into the hairpin at turn 12 and then head back towards the back of the pits, 13 and 14, very quick. I think that's a harder chicane, actually, because you're going much, much quicker. And then finally you come to Tau, the double apex, possibly even triple pressure, 15th and final left-hand corner. A lot of people diamonding off that corner so they can get on the power early and make the most of that 0.76 of a kilometre front straight. Entry to the pit lane, right-hand side, very, very close off the final corner, down to your pit lane speed limiter, and the importantly for Creventic Racing, the entry to the fuel zone is at the pit in end of things, so you get your fuel before you head back to the pit lane. No fueling in the pit lane, which is why you'll see the teams don't wear any of the fireproofs.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Nice quiet Sunday morning for Nick Damon. Imagine what it's like getting up in his house. He's like that all the time. Right, let's clear the grid. Ben Constantiouris with me, John Hindhaugh. Slightly threatening clouds, much cooler than it has been on any of the mornings. Just creeping into double figures Celsius as we left the hotel just after 7 o'clock local time this morning. Everybody's here pretty much. I wonder if Land Motorsport forgot to put their clocks forward. Here's how they will line up. The Antigua and Barbuda entered SRT, number 21, Audi on the same lap as Santalok Junior team in second place. Then a couple of laps back is Land Motorsport, Hoffa Racing. That's 3 Audis in the top 4, and the Hoffa number 11, the first of the AMGs. Harter Racing and Akudis ASP, that's another AMG row 3. Porsche and Audi on row 4 for E2P Racing and Juta Racing. First of our Lithuanian flagged entries. There are legion, in fact. Kessel recovering in that Ferrari on row 5 with RD signs and the Huracan Super Trofeo. That's the GTX leader. Juta Racing in GT3 is another Evo 1 Audi R8 LMS, and sharing row 12 is the Vortex, second in GTX, third in GTX, the second of the Vortexes, so 701 and 702, sitting one grid position behind, and will share the 7th row with 9 und 11 Racing in GTX. That's the old 991 Gen 2 GT3 Cup car with the Manthey Racing pack on it. Land Motorsport are supposed to be in 15th position with their Evo 2 Audi. They are not on parade in the pit lane. Well, on the grid rather. We'll check the pit lane for them. Also taking a penalty for working on the car overnight, the 85 CP Racing, but they are going to try and get some points for the European Championship. They are defending champions, remember. Veely Motorsport are the best of the 992 Cup cars, racing Neuhofer Rennsport. That's position 17 and 18 for 955 and 985. And we're in a Porsche Cup land here with Enrico Fulgenzi Racing and Red Ant Racing on row 10. Red Camel Jordans a little further back. They were pipped by a 10th of a second, but are on the same laps as the cars around them. That's EB Motors on the outside of row 11, the 973. Tracy Krohn leading the 992 AM class with Nick Jonsson and Philipp Hamprecht in position 23 for the bright green 907. 912 Porsche Centre Ticino, the number 912 in 24th position. Up Suisse, as I am contractually obliged to say. 930 HRT Performance and NKPP by HRT, the 9.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
FYI at the lap. Oh,
go on, Nick.
I was FYI. The Sim and the cars are all on the apron, so they will all be joining there. But just waiting to get nice warm tyres to come in, rather than. And of course, they are new tyres they're allowed to put on.
Good point.
They are Nottingham Park Firme. So I don't think they'll have been able to refuel actually, but they can put new tyres on. 10 laps, so.
Not allowed to refuel in your garage area, so they've got the fuel they finished with last night, but they, as Nick said, will start at the back, but they will have the advantage of new and unmolested and Hankook rubber. Ben, good morning.
Morning. Simpson Motorsport was the team that caused our last Code 60, if you remember. They were parked up going onto the circuit, having come out the pits. They had a technical issue, so that is the reason why they effectively didn't finish part one of the race and therefore had a free pass to be fettling the car overnight and working on the car overnight. Land was pulled, as Nick said.
What leak?
It did take the flag, but then the water leak was discovered afterwards, so they pulled that. There was it not the 403 which also didn't take the checkered flag because it lost a wheel? Weirdly,
Correct.
They've decided to start on the grid. Otherwise, we would have had no GT4 cars starting on the grid. But they are the only GT4 car that will take the start conventionally, because the other one, the BUGGYRA car, presumably also pulled out of the out of Parc Fermé. So all three GT4 cars would have taken a 10-lap penalty, leaving them all in a similar situation to where they were yesterday, despite only one of them actually taking the flag yesterday evening.
So that leaves the BUGGYRA ZM Racing machine, the 416, starting in the pit lane, actually the leader in that category. All right, if you weren't with us yesterday, the results from yesterday formed the first part of the race. We red flagged the race at the end. It was parc fermé overnight. Nobody's been able to touch the cars, not even on the grid, other than to get them started and get their drivers in. I noticed there's a little bit of a gap being left by the 992 class at the back of the GT3 field. That's very interesting. The laps that were completed stand. Any gaps between the laps? So first and second were 38 seconds or whatever it was. That 38 seconds has disappeared. So there.
Sector 1, double the pace of the rest of the field. So either really having to nurse that car with fuel vapor issues or had a spin. We've also got our leader in the pits.
Leader peels into the pits at the end of the... no, it was the Santalock team. It was Erwin Bastard who started second.
Who didn't pit yesterday to keep himself on that lead lap.
Correct, exactly so. Now let's see who comes through in GT2. Vili Mortazar back into the lead of that category. So what was the Porsche that came rattling through? Was it the Red Ant racing car? I think they've made up... No, well, Red Camel have made up some time there. They're the first of the 992s off the lead lap, and Rick Breukers has carved his way through into third in 992 and has pulled out 2.6 seconds on Yannick Redant in that battle for third and fourth. Kiko Galbiati for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing dropping down behind those two cars to fifth in the 992 class.
Yesterday we were patting the backs of those drivers, keeping themselves on the lead lap, and now they look less clever. Erwin Bastard from second position in the pits already, refueling that car, getting a full service. It's going to put him 5 minutes back from where he was. That's a good 3 laps under green flag conditions. The other driver who should be coming to the pits any moment, I would have thought, is the Neuhofer Rennsport 985, second in 992, but an incredibly slow lap this time. We know he didn't have much fuel on, but surely more of a problem for the 985, and that's going to drop way back. In fact, though, he's gone through. So not coming to the pits, but going very, very slowly.
That's Michael Berkshire who talked to Nick on the grid for Neuhofer Racing. Started second, still second, but some 50 seconds now between himself and the 955, which restarted on pole for 992 category. That's the Vili Motorsport.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
And allowing them to get some time in the car and Crevendy to get some data on that car did something like, how many laps did they do yesterday? They did a decent amount of running, didn't they? So Vervees leads from Tim Vogler will go through this time around, I think, as Erwin Bastard for the Sonderlock Junior team is out of the fuel in about 10 minutes, but presumably Nick is going to put some new handcooks on.
Yeah, they're getting new boots. He absolutely battered the pit marker board. The car has come in, stopped, it's now got full fuel, tyres as well, and yeah, I'm still not sure that any of the teams played this intervention properly. Because if he'd done this last night, he would have gained and stayed within like a minute and 50 of the other lap. He could have gained back, you know, like a minute and a half less loss. I think he only came over the line 20 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah.
I think though, what he's thinking here is they're already thinking about 5 hours and 54 minutes down the road. Those cars easily do over an hour, and the leader will have to stop in we reckon about half an hour's time at the absolute outside, so that'll rebalance itself. He'll be into his stint by that point, and as David Coleman in the Athletics and the much missed Ron Pickering as well used to say, the stagger hasn't unwound yet. We have to wait for the stagger to unwind to see who's got if it does, yeah, to see who's got the strategy right, Ben.
It doesn't till the very end. You have to kind of keep an eye on watching brief for 5 hours and 45 minutes, and eventually all the answers are given at the very, very end of the race. Owen Bastard, full Santalot Junior team, sharing that car with Paul Everard, just the two drivers in that car getting experience before they move from GT4 to GT3. Bastard with a good choice of pizza last night, was sharing the restaurant with us, and his father. There wasn't a lot of chat going on, and he didn't look that happy, but usually...
Hopefully no pineapple on pizzas last night.
Absolutely never.
Excellent, well done, well done.
No chance.
Yeah.
But I agree with Nick that, remember, they did do a splash and dash last night to keep them on the lead lap, but and therefore that pit stop this morning wasn't a full pit stop. 3 minutes and 48 seconds, the stationary time, both in fuel and in the tyres. Has it kept them in second place? I don't think so. I think they are going to end up in the same lap as the others, but I'm not sure
it's kept them in second. Right. I think they're still in second place, but they are on the same lap as Vogler for Land Motorsport, the Hoffa Racing Alexander Prince 11 car, and Ian James. I reckon they are all within about 10 seconds. No, Vogler's gone through. You're right.
Oh, it's going to be a good one to watch. So Vogler in the 34 is now up to second. Prince third. Bastard, who's the faster of the three, in fourth position. And Ian James fifth. And there was only 4.5 seconds separating those four cars.
Good restart from Veely Motors by EB Motors. Now, hang on a second. But where has...
they're the only car now on
the lead lap.
On that lap, yeah.
Yeah, because Michael Berkner has come in for Neuhofer Racing. Neuhofer Rennsport, excuse me. The 985 restarted in second, so they've done the same tactic effectively as Santalok Junior team did, trying to stay close to their leader in case the leader had a problem early on. Here comes the 904 in the pit lane, the very, very attractive Porsche from Red Ant. That's their second car. Goes into the area for fueling. There are 8 pistol grip fuel pumps there, and it's first come first serve. I mean, it does mean that you're going to miss any worries. You don't have any worries about having to queue up when everybody gets in for an hour.
We did see a couple of people queuing yesterday when there was a big rush.
4 cars in fueling at the moment, and into the pit lane. Another Porsche.
Neuhofer.
This is Neuhofer for a new set of tyres as well, Nick Damon.
Well, interestingly, also a driver change. So Michael Berkner got to do like 3 laps And now I think it's Felix Neuhofer who's got in the car. New tyres all round. So that's a bit of driving. I'll do 3 laps then, shall I? Car about to come out. Quite a lot of activity bits. The 911, the GTX Porsche, that did just stay in for about 4 minutes, John. So they knew there was a problem overnight. But as we said, there wasn't a 20-lap problem. Just going past me, I'm taking fuel is the 72. That's one of the Lithuanian Audis.
Utah.
The Utah team. And we've got the NKPP Porsche. That's also the pits. That, of course, was helped off the track. I can't remember who helped off the track now, but someone helped off the track and caused one of our Code 6s, didn't it? Someone got a 20-second penalty for punting that, didn't they? The great Porsche.
That was the 26th, I think.
Sandlock.
Yeah.
Sandlock car. That's Arimars Jablonskis in the Utah racing car. Side-by-side action last time round at turn 1. Almost a little touch Porsche on Porsche action down at turn 1. This is the battle for 10th and 11th. Matt Busnelli for Century Positano and the EB Motors Paolo Venerosi in the 973. Also close there, 967 Stefano Monaco for HRT Performance.
The other curious thing about that 985 was not only is it needed to go into the pits and do a stop, remember the first sector of the first lap was 1 minute and 9 long when it should be about 26 seconds.
I think that was the cause of the turn 3 yellow flag, so he's had a little spin.
So he's had a little spin, has that freaked him out, and he's decided, right, get me out the car after 3 laps, because then the pace was never there after a recovery. It's a very odd thing to do 3 laps and then change the driver.
And you don't have to start this morning with the driver that you finished yesterday.
Exactly.
This is, and your drive time starts again. So if you do start this morning with the driver who finished yesterday, and he'd done exactly 2 hours, he can do it again. A little mistake there from the 903, just going a little bit wide, letting the faster cars go through. That's Yannick Redant. And now who was close enough there? That was, I think, one of the cars coming back. Nick Damon?
Michael, that's very strange. You did 3 laps and then got out the car.
What? 4 laps?
Well, you got out the car at the start of the race.
Yeah, because we have no fuel. We have no fuel.
Yeah, but you didn't stay in the car. You just did a couple of laps. That was it.
Yeah, because now our fastest driver is going. We take some gasoline, and then our fast driver is going ahead.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Thanks a lot. So there was a case of drive time. He seemed a bit, interesting. Just beneath me, the 904, the secondary of the red ant cars in the blue and white, that's gone out as well, John.
Tom van Rampre behind that, the wheel of the red ant car.
The other challenge that Michael also had was, of course, he's got very worn, very cold tyres. So he had a real challenge there in his 3-lap stint to get the car working at all. And you know, we look at the fuel, and we knew that it was very empty. But when you then talk about cold track temperatures, cold air temperatures, cold drivers, and the needs to go racing straight away on tyres that don't warm up as well because they're worn as a new set, I still think it's curious that he only did 3 laps.
I can't believe that was planned.
He seemed confused that Nick was asking the question.
So it was obviously planned by them. Maybe they didn't realise you don't have to start the driver that finished last night.
Did he finish last night? Luke?
Yeah, I think he did. From memory. Seems like
doesn't say
many hours ago.
Yeah.
Vervees through and completing another lap. The Neuhofer Rennsport machine back on track now. It's Felix Neuhofer behind the wheel. He's dropped down to 7th in class and 3 laps away now behind the 907. That is a battle for position behind the green Tracy Krohn RPM racing car, the green and blue machine. That's Krohn Racing. 416 on the circuit as well. He's one of the GT4 AMGs, and that is now our leader in class. Having started from the pit lane, he's 18.5 seconds ahead of the Kim Jong-Kim car, but actually behind him on the track, I think.
Remember what we said. The Simpson car didn't take the flag, therefore got penalty. The Atlas BX Mercedes didn't take the flag, so got not a penalty, but yes, you get 10 lap penalty for not completing the first part of the race.
Yeah.
BUGGYRA then brought their car into the pits. They actually did leave Parc Fermé and then went round. So they did get a driver registered and then came into the pit lane and started. So I don't know whether they are still owed a penalty and whether because they wouldn't have taken it because they didn't take the car out of Parc Fermé, but they did decide to start from pit lane.
So they didn't form up on the grid. They did the formation lap and went back in the pits.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be on the penalty screen.
Yeah.
So you can have a look at that. Big news. Huge news in TC. Max Partl's gone ahead of Herman Bock in the battle of the Hoffa Racing by Bank Motorsport M2s. 3:31 now, back in front of 3:32 as Ian James is in the pit lane to say good morning to Nick Damon, and a problem with the left front coming off.
Yeah, they got that. Oh, that's no, that's not sitting nice. Finally got it. It wasn't sitting very nicely actually in the socket. Looks like it's quite heavily worn. The nuts are an integral part of the wheels, and if you look at the damage on that probably isn't going to get used very often again. That may be a nut that needs to go to nut heaven in the sky and be replaced by a new nut. But that certainly was looking like a right struggle for the socket and the air wrench to get off. But 4 new boots for Ian, and it's very busy, isn't it? Just in the 85 car, by the CP Racing car, that's taken fuel as well after its repair. BUGGYRA, just to put, they did pull the car off, as you say, on the formation lap. They actually didn't get going for about a lap and a half of the race.
Yeah.
So they didn't take it off, let's split out again. They were working on the car for a good 7 or 8, 5 or 6 minutes after the race start, plus of course the warm-up lap. So they were doing a bit of work to it. Shall I go and find out what it was?
That's a good idea. So they are now on the same lap as Atlas BX in that number 403 AMG GT4. They've pulled out a 20-second lead though. It had dropped down below that as the number 26 Urban Bastard Sontalok Junior team 3 seconds from Tim Vogler. Second, third and fourth separated by 3.5 seconds. 34 Land Motorsport, the blue and white Audi from the 11 Alexander Prince driven Hoffa Racing, that's the dark grey and red car, and then Urban Bastard for the mostly blue, that's the number 26. They're all on the front straight together now, picking their way through traffic.
So a few things of note. I think we covered most of them. Those cars that applied to work on their car during the intervention break, they had written approval, only got 5 lap penalties. So most of them, it really doesn't kind of count towards the overall result. Atlas BX Motorsport, for instance, was one of those cars, so they got reduced only 5 laps rather than 10 laps if you didn't ask for approval.
Correct.
Land Motorsport did not ask for approval. That's why the 55 was given a 10-lap penalty rather than a 5-lap penalty. Those are all last night's penalties. We're yet to see if there might be a penalty coming in for BUGGYRA that didn't follow the procedure at the start of the race. But the other car that entered the pit lane before crossing the line to restart the race,
you got to do 1 lap,
was the 9 on Elf. So effectively, they came into the pits before the race had restarted.
Correct.
And have been given a 6-minute penalty for doing that.
Yeah.
Had they gone and done 1 more lap and then come in, there would be no penalty. But presumably, you know, from a timing point of view, they didn't actually restart the race.
Correct. So from a... So effectively, they were working on the car still in Parc Fermé.
Effectively, yeah.
Yeah, because you weren't allowed to touch them on the grid. Only the driver and the maillot jaune was allowed to be there, the driver assistant.
But the BUGGYRA did the same thing, but they before the starting procedure.
Correct.
But we haven't yet seen if race control are investigating that, or there will be a penalty, or there isn't.
Well, presumably Simpson did the same as well, didn't they?
Well, Simpson didn't finish last night.
They didn't finish last night.
Yeah,
exactly so. So still that battle going on out on the field, out on the track. As into the pit lane comes Alexander Prince. So this is another one of the early stoppers who pushed the fuel window last night. 20 minutes, 19 minutes into this race. So Urban Bastard, the Sonderlock Junior team, having made their full pit stop after just a couple or 3 laps, is slowly climbing back. Now 4 seconds behind Tim Vogler in the 2nd position. As Prince and Hoffer Racing come in, that promotes Sabino De Castro back into the top 4 for the 955 Porsche Cup car. They've been in position 4 before. That's as high as they have been in that car, and are only 20, let's call it 29 seconds away from 2nd. Our leader, Frederick Vervisch for Haas RT.
And we do know that Frederick Vervisch did a proper, legitimate, long, full service last night.
Yeah.
And so shouldn't be needing to come into the pits anything like what we're seeing right now from everyone else.
40 minutes before the end?
40 minutes before the end and a 4.5 minute stop.
Yeah.
So full tank, full tyres. He's in the pound seat right now. He's got 2 laps on the rest of the field, and he's got a better car than most of the guys behind him.
I reckon he's halfway through his fuel, probably. He's probably got another 20, possibly even 25 minutes to go. Just
in a very similar car.
oh yes, 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 yes.
Last year, Bastard was in a Mercedes GT4, so a very different kind of balance to that machine.
Benjamin Ricci goes through for Akodis. Of course, the Now here's an interesting part of the Porsche race is Max Busnelli.
There's contact there.
That was the leader in so they've gone past the Tracy Crone car and pulled out a little bit, and just taking a lap back from the overall Porsche Cup leader. So that, I think, puts them just a lap back now.
Yes, but what damage has that put on our leader? Because there was definite nose to rear left wheel contact.
That was the car that got the really good restart, actually. That was the orange and black car.
So here's part one. Oh, the kiss.
That was very tight going into turn one. The multicoloured car is Vili, that's the class leader. Through turn one, go out wide. Well, that was a bit of defence. Throw it up the inside here. That's a touring car move. That's actually quite substantial contact there. Really looking in the 912 for Max Busnelli that he hasn't done any steering arm damage. The wheels are quite heavily cambered at the front of these 992 Carrera Cup cars. Double wishbone front suspension, so they are quite robust. But when we talk about the camber, that's the difference between how far the bottom of the wheel and tyre is sticking out of the wheel arch as opposed to the top.
I'd be more concerned about a puncture potentially for the rear left of our leaders rather than the nose, because I think it was more nose than
tyre.
Than tyre,
right,
yeah.
Okay. Across the line for the Vili car.
But it's that difficult situation that we're in this morning, and we saw them last night. We watched for a couple of laps the 34 machine desperately trying to keep himself one lap ahead of, at that point, our leader in the Hassar team, Mathieu Detrey. And they were fighting like it was for position, but actually it wasn't for position. But it was important to keep on the lead lap or not keep on the lead lap. As our producer pointed out last night, actually that car should have been getting blue flags because he was being lapped. But he didn't want to be lapped because he needed to stay on that lead lap because it was so important.
Yeah.
And in endurance racing with the cars, sometimes with drivers more performant than others, you have this situation where that's our leader in class being unlapped by another.
Fred Vervees did not have the amount of fuel that we thought, and the Haas, or if you did, they've decided tactically to come in, and the leader is in the pit lane and in fuel now. They've had 2 minutes of fuel. Quite a few people struggling for grip out there at the moment. I noticed the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, Sabina De Castro driven 955 Porsche, the multicoloured machine, was struggling. Now, is that worn tyres? Is that we've got a little bit of humidity, a little bit of still early morning dew on the track? Remember, the clocks went forward, so this yesterday would have only been 8:30 in the morning. Or are we getting a little bit of precipitation? Or is it just the fact that the track is cold and greasy? Or all of the above?
There is a humidity in the air, isn't there?
Yes, there was this morning. I noticed that. Definitely. There was
it's also an hour earlier.
Yes, that's what I just said.
But like the world doesn't know that. But nature doesn't know it's an hour earlier.
The tyres do.
Yeah.
The tyres are fit. When I went out to the Alfa Romeo this morning, there had been a very heavy dew overnight. We're only, as the crow flies, probably 5 kilometres from the circuit, although over the top of a couple of hills and some very WRC rally roads. But there'd been a very heavy dew overnight. So leader out of the fuel zone. Fred Vervees has come to say good morning to Nick Damon.
Hello, Fred. Yeah, but he's staying on board, getting a new set of boots. It's going to be interesting to see how this compares the team to the Santalog. It was a very quick, very, very efficient tyre change. They give themselves a round of applause for that one, but we need to see where they come out. Talking about the weather, there is no precipitation at all in this part of the track. As you say, it's a bit humid. The clouds are settling on the hills towards the past turn one. So I think, there's a lot of humidity, but I think the basic thing, John, is the tarmac's really cold.
Yeah, and greasy from you.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Veely Motorsport, I'm not happy with their pace at the moment.
Well, they're not happy with Krone.
Krone pulled into the pits right in front, having just passed them. That's is Tracy Krone. That car is third in AM now. What is the time? 55.6 for Sabina De Castro. That's all right in the context of 992s. That is actually pretty decent lap time. Rick Breukers did a 53.2 last time around, but that's the Rick factor. Nick?
Problem for the 147, that is the TCR that's been struggling the whole weekend. Now, it came in, and I just gone to have a look at what's going on. There's a bit of a whiff of fuel. I thought, oh, that's unpleasant. And I noticed that the fuel breather hose, the filling hose, which is a big flexible hose which goes from the input all the way down to the tank, has broken. So they actually have a broken hose, which I'm going to have to replace. Obviously, you can't fill it up. So that's just, obviously you actually fill them up with ordinary pistol grips. It's actually got a fit for a vacuum feed. But yeah, so they're going to have to replace that. That's why it's not the fuel, because the fuel line has broken.
5 drivers. 5 drivers listed, okay, including, I think, Nestor Girolami's in that car.
Franco,
sorry.
Younger brother.
Yeah.
So has had a few appearances in the WTCR before it got kaput, but is the European champion, second runner-up last year. Well, no, I suppose 2 years ago now, and then winner last year, and actually a lot younger than Nestor and with less experience, but came over from Argentina a couple of years ago, barely spoke a word of English, let alone Italian, although spent lots of time living in Italy, so his Italian probably a lot better. Was part of the Honda family, so it's interesting that now we don't have WTCR any longer as a concept. There is the TCR World Tour, which is kind of a replacement, but it's racing on weekends which already have TCR races. Looks like Franco may be out of that association with Honda, as he is in an Audi for this weekend. Probably the first time he's driven a non-Honda TCR, yeah.
The Vish then, 25 seconds to the goods. Lost 4 seconds last time around to Aaron Bastard, so that's cold tyres, probably traffic as well. He's just gone across the line in front, the leader then down towards turn 1. Porsche battles all the way through the field with the 903 of Yannick Redant in, let's see, 11th position at the moment. He's trying to get through past the, that's the Porsche Balding, number 992, that's right ahead of him. He's laps down, Robertus Kupkias. And he's a couple of laps back from that battle. But of course, everybody restarted this morning. So the field, everybody who restarted this morning rather jumbled up.
Yeah, they had the GTX cars ahead of the 992s, which I think was the main bone of contention, because obviously the GTX cars, as we can see from the results, quite a lot less performant than the 992s, with RD Sainz leading that, Vortex the other 2 cars in that category.
And Philip Bonnell, actually, one of the men behind the Vortex project in the 701, has just done that car's fastest lap of the race. Now, what I forgot to ask our timing
of the morning.
I suspect that's this part of the race. Yeah. Yes, exactly so. That was my understanding. But, I did want to seek clarification.
They had no real issues yesterday, the Vortex. They just got caught out
couple of spins.
Well, yeah, that was 902 though.
Yeah.
702, not the 701 that's been for the first part of the race before we had Code 60s leading, legitimately leading the Lamborghini. But as we got into Code 60s, they didn't seem to play it as well.
Lost a couple of laps.
They did lose a couple of laps. So how many? They're 2 laps down now on the Lamborghini, aren't they? Or 1.5?
Yeah, 1 and a bit.
Yeah.
almost 2. Nick Johnson has taken over the Krone Racing, the RPM Porsche 907, the green and blue car, and is out on the circuit, currently still sitting 3rd in AM. Don't forget as well the slight difference between the GT3 AM runners, in that there are 3 cars that have all AM drivers, and they're allowed to fill, the only cars that are allowed to fill to 100% of their allowance during Code 60. Not sure that it gave them a huge amount of advantage yesterday, because the Code 60s came rather thick and fast
in the second half.
In the second half of the race, but it did mean, of course, they made slightly fewer trips down pit lane, because at the first of those multiple Code 60s, they put 100% of their fuel load in, and then didn't have to come back in to get the second half, as it were.
Yeah, it makes their strategy a lot more simple to understand, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because they don't have to. Yes, you still want to go and pit under Code 60 because it is much more efficient, but you don't have to worry about the half fills and stuff like that.
Correct.
So we can kind of read a bit better into what they're up to.
Alexander Prince, fastest time of that car's morning so far, 3.5 seconds behind Benjamin Ricci for the number 88 Acodis. They're battling for 6th and 7th, and that's 2nd and 3rd in GT3 AM, and 3 seconds taken out of Benjamin's lead for.
Well, actually, he'll be being French. He'll be a Benjamin.
I will be Benjamin. Yeah.
But I wonder if he's a Benji or a Ben, or if he's a legitimate Benjamin. I'll have to find that one out.
You're a legitimate Benjamin, aren't you?
I'm a legitimate Benjamin, yeah,
yes.
but never really a Benjamin, unless I'm very naughty.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have a middle name as well?
I've got 2.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
And do you get that when you've been?
No, it's too.
Benjamin Arbuthnot.
It's ridiculous
Arthur.
to say. It's been constant endurance at the end.
Yeah.
Wasting your time. No. But
and you've never been Benji, have you?
I've been known, a little bit as Benji.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit as Jamin. Jamin. Yeah. Benji to special.
Really? Well, never me then, obviously.
Benny.
Oh, I think you could well become Benny from now on.
Iterations.
Benny C. Yeah. See, that would be more like your DJ name.
It's Kenny G then, that's all I can think of.
It's Benny C on the wheels of steel. The Vish leading by just under 30 seconds. Nick says that Benny C would be your Love Island name.
I don't think I'd be very good at Love Island. You don't want to see me with a top off, that's for sure.
Oh, it's too early.
Good morning.
On Sunday morning. Hello, welcome if you're just joining us. It is coming up to 20 minutes before 10, Central European Summertime, and for the first time this morning, we have a hint of sunshine here at Mugello through the slightly ominous clouds that have gathered around us. And wind actually picking up. It wasn't too bad this morning. Blowing still straight behind the cars as they come down the front straight. Good morning to those of you who've joined us here at the circuit, spending your Sunday morning. I hope you have a pleasant domingo here with us. And still well over 5 hours of racing to go. HRT in the pits with Stefano Monaco in the 992. Aronas Gesiaukas for Utah Racing. Also in the pits from 6th in GT3 AM, 8th in GT.
That's another great name, Stefano Monaco.
Stefano Monaco. It sounds like one of those early racing games where you weren't allowed to, they hadn't licensed real racing drivers' names.
Yes.
And so Stefano Monaco would have been, one of those early Formula 3 games like Revs or something like that.
There was, in the Formula 1 games, wasn't it Jacques Villeneuve wasn't licensed, but everybody else was?
Yeah.
So he had a funky name.
Some of the early console soccer games, football games, didn't have every player, or sometimes didn't even have the management games, didn't have the proper teams. They just made up the teams. Right, let's get back to football, away from football and back to, well, a little bit of a problem on the left rear of the number 71 Audi. Arunas Geiklaukas, who's in the pit lane, Nick.
Well, he's just leaving without what we thought was just a standard stop. Certainly wasn't, because the left was completely detached from the left from its carcass. He did a good job though. He hasn't managed to damage any bodywork, but another failure on the left. I think it was Joe who said that all the failures have been rear left. That's another one. I do remember just talking about, I think it's Pro Evolution Soccer that only paid for 2 teams.
Yes.
So I think they had Juventus and let's say Barcelona, and all the others were made up.
Yeah. Sanford United, Sanford Police Club.
Yeah, they had. I think they probably had Salford before Salford was a team.
Yeah. RAF Luton Sports Club. Always a photograph from a Canberra, of course. Across the pit line, I think, exiting.
You think?
For Arunas in the Jutta racing car. Gesiauskas.
He paid no attention to the line whatsoever. Maybe you don't need to, but there was definitely... He might have been in the car, still on the right side of the line, but the rest of the car was not.
Indeed. No, he was left-hand drive, so he was on the front straight. The rest of the car was not. So just thinking about that. Place made up there during that pit stop by another great name, David Fulminelli, for Kessel Racing in the Ferrari. That's had a somewhat difficult. That team have had a somewhat difficult week, babe.
Yeah, it wasn't just race day, was it? Friday morning, in free practice, their blue and white machine was in the gravel trap. It didn't look that badly damaged, to be honest, but they decided to qualify the other car that they had here, which is the one that the red and white machine, and then left the blue and white car that's on our spotter's guide in the garage. But now that car is being morphed into, well, they've morphed into each other, haven't they? After the red and white car was slapped into a barrier, quite a bit of damage to the left-hand side of it. They dropped a good 10 laps, probably more, and bits of the Vesta blue and white machine found themselves on the race chassis, let's say. But interestingly, the blue, one of the bits of damage on the blue and white machine was the front left splitter.
Yeah.
And the splitter had actually split in two, it peeled apart. And so that damaged part was then put on the car because that's all they had.
Yeah, they've got a bit of racer tape over the top of it. Paulius Pasavicius for RD Signs just made up a position last time around. That's because of the stop for HRT Stefano Monaco. That's the RD Signs Lamborghini Huracan. It's a single make championship car. And that leads GTX by the better part of 2 laps from Philippe Bonnell in the Vortex V8.
I'm going to put it's early in the morning, but I'm going to fly that flag that we really should be going to Lithuania and going racing there. We're now 3 teams.
I think 4.
Did we say 4 teams?
4 teams started and 3 were pretty much line astern at the finishing order last night.
So that's nearly 15. Into the gravel, didn't he? At turn 10, I think it was, or maybe 7. Maybe helped by that Lamborghini. End of last year, we were talking about where we should go racing at the end of the year, because there was some talk that there was going to be a new race. It ended up obviously being in Q8, but with 3 Thai teams at that time, BBR, Billionaire Boys Racing, I was desperate to go back to the Chang circuit, go racing in Thailand. It would have been a lovely place in November, a bit sweaty, but either way, Qatar was, Q8 was the track chosen.
Oh, that was a great race and a great racetrack.
912. has just been given a penalty, 20 seconds for behaviour on circuit. That's the Centro Porsche Ticino. So that was the contact that he made with Willy Motorsport. 20-second penalty for that one. And we've already got track limits infringements penalties coming in as well. The Willy Motorsport being the car that has a 10-second penalty.
Oh, really?
So our leader at 992.
That can come back to bite you later, can't it? You've got 2 hours to serve that penalty. The difference in Creventic is that you can actually do that on your way out from having your service, because it is penalty box here at pit out. Tends to be normally be at the opposite end from where you take your fuel.
And what we saw yesterday is everybody tries to serve them under code 60, because the average lap around here is faster than 120 kilometers an hour. And so effectively a penalty taken under code 60, where everyone is driving at 60 kilometers an hour, is less effective than taking it under green flag conditions, where you are stationary for 10 seconds, but everybody else is going a lot faster. So you try and save them up, and you've got to do it within 2 hours. But within that 2 hours, you're banking on there being a code 60. But for the first 2.5 hours yesterday,
Seemed like it, yes.
We had maybe one code 60, but it was very quiet the first half of the race. It was only the second half where they came thick and fast. Yellows breed yellows.
Purples breed purples here.
Although you don't bunch them together, so it's not quite the same, but it is, I think, from a temperature point of view, brakes, tyres and stuff like that, it's harder to get back up to speed.
It was the Krohn car that the Lamborghini hit. I just scrolled back through the Twitter to see Alan's screen grab Lanzarote Camel. At RSL_studio, good morning if you are tuned in from around the world. Just getting back into the rhythm after the usual tuppenny mix-up that goes on at the end of the first part of the race and the start of the second, where things are still sorting themselves out, and we get back into the feel of the race. The cars beginning to spread themselves around the circuit again. 45 minutes or thereabouts completed. Here are your leaders. Filippo Barberi for Icor Racing in the 147 Audi. Should be an Alfa, that really, shouldn't it, with the number 147. Leads TCR in TC. There has been a change in the lead since the restart. The 331 Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW Club Sport M2 has got ahead of the similar 332 of Herman Bock. They started literally one row apart, but on the same lap this morning. Primus still lead TCX, only car in the class. Peter Larson, the 251, that's the 450 horsepower version of that car. In GT4 BUGGYRA, ZM Racing ahead by just under a lap now. Or is it just over a lap?
No, it's about 10 seconds.
Yeah, okay. It is in 10.6 seconds, Ben. Well remembered. David Vasecki for BUGGYRA, ZM, and the Atlas car took some pain overnight, and now we've got a problem at the sharp end of the field for the 34. This is the Land Motorsport Audi, third position. The blue and white, light blue and white car. Tim Vogler has not got all 10 cylinders and 5.2 litres of Audi V8 engine firing, and has there been a come together, because the 14th placed Antonio Senora E2P racing car, 5th in arm, this is the number 90 machine, has a left rear puncture.
I'm going to say these are completely unrelated.
Yeah, I think so. Too far round for E2P. Unless it was just a side-by-side contact going through turn 2 now. That's a long way to come back. That's not the first time we've seen a car going down into turn 1, and the 34 is in the pit lane entrance and hasn't been able to get in. Tim Vogler.
Number 1, Tim Vogler, 50 minutes into his stint.
Yeah.
We don't know how much he did yesterday, but could that be a run out of fuel?
Could be. That's the leading GT3 AM car. Hoffer Racing are just a lap behind, so they will benefit here. And what bad luck for the number 90.
Well, E2P is in the same situation. didn't pit yet in this sector of the race. We don't know how much those tyres were asked of yesterday, and it could just be asked of too much because that left rear is the tyre that has been the most used around here, and maybe, especially on a Porsche that has to slide around a bit, they asked a bit too much of it.
The Kirchhoff Group Land Motorsport team staring at the screens. Oh, and Tim's got it going again. He's gone straight into fuel, which is that's standard operational procedure when you come to the pit.
If he's got a problem and he's nervous about restarting the car, you just go straight back to the garage.
I wonder if he's just switched to reserve there to get that car in. Might even be trying to do it on the starter motor, actually, to get the car in. And then hopefully there'll be enough in the battery to get him there. This is a pretty good job, by the way, by Antonio Señero for E2P. Not the first time we've seen a car going into and through turn one with a puncture, and you would say to yourself, well, if that had happened at the end of the lap, then clearly they would have dived straight into the pit lane. Got to stay off the racing line as gaggles of cars are going through.
It's interesting, isn't it, that it does happen quite a lot on the start-finishing straight.
The 912, just as a side point, which is the Century Porsche team, which picked up that penalty. I don't know if it's trying to make an excuse, because they're actually doing a brake pad change, which is very early. It's the first one we've seen, just 7 hours in, effectively, the race. They're doing a front brake pad change. The Land team, it's interesting that Ingo Vogler for the Land 34 was suited and booted, so it may well be it was a fuel shortage. A surprise with the quarter. I was the last team when he gets out, but they're now getting ready to go. But yeah, I'm interested to see someone changing brake pads so early.
We did have a brake pad change in the first half of the race yesterday, didn't we?
First hour of the race.
Yeah, it was the first hour as both... Was that BUGGYRA?
It was BUGGYRA, yeah.
No, that was from Nick, not my memory not picking that one up. So Tim Vogler now almost 2 minutes in the fuel station.
Thing about running out of fuel in these cars is it's pretty clear how much you've got. It's a digital readout, which in theory should be working. So it's difficult to ignore that kind of, those big fat numbers and the big red lights.
Your engineer is, well, you can set where your fuel lamp, fuel warning comes on. But your engineer in these races will be calling out maybe every couple of laps as Antonio gets to the pit lane. By the way, really good job that he's done that. Now he'll go into pit lane and into fuel. So even though he's got a puncture, he'll still go and get the fuel first. Again, same point that Ben made, because if he is anywhere near crucial, you don't want to have to do another 5.3 kilometres. Your engineer will be asking you, no car to pit telemetry here, so your engineer will be asking you every couple of laps, sometimes every 5 laps during the first part of your stint, to have your fuel readout on as you go across the line. Generally speaking, the start-finish line of any racetrack is pretty quiet for a driver. You don't want to be talking to them when they're going through all the twisties. So
that's a decent time to look down on.
It is.
You know, it's not as short as start-finish straight, is it?
So you'll, as you're coming through the final corner, accelerate now. And also the radio's more likely to work there, even on bigger circuits. So fuel, and you read at 37.4. Right, yeah, good, thank you. I'll talk to you in 5 laps, or I'll talk to you in 2 laps. So let's find out if that was the issue for the number 34 blue and white Land Motorsport Kirchhoff car.
Well, here's the car in for its service element. It's going to get, I'm sure, a set time. Out gets Tim Vogler, in gets Ingo Vogler. No indication of any problem with the car, so it's obviously... Well, I did notice that the couple of Audi Sport customer racing engineers who were in the Land pit did meander out with a laptop thinking about programming it in, but didn't actually do it in the end, so perhaps they're happy that they know what the problem was. But there was a man wielding a laptop with intent to plug it in.
A little bit slow on the belts, but eventually gets it all, the driver bolted in.
We'll try and get a word with the outgoing driver there. Hello to Mike Widdowson, who's tweeted in at RSL_studio. Talking Lithuania there has made me think about other circuits Creventic could go to, possibly should go to. How about Donington Park? great circuit if they were going to come back to the UK.
Be a bit more creative than that. What about Georgia? Great racetrack in Georgia. Croatia. Places where we don't go to, places that are not famous in the world of motorsport.
Yeah, but you've got to think it's got to be places that the gentleman driver would want to go
yes, exactly.
and race.
And I'm not sure Nottingham is probably high on the list.
Donington Park has good history. It makes a change from Silverstone, and as Mike says, you could fuel through the scrutineering bay on pit exit. Now the paddock hard standing's been relayed. I like the Donington National Circuit. I think it's one of the more challenging circuits in the UK.
One of the things I think I don't know if this is a legitimate thought process, but one of the things that's clear from the Creventic choices is that they go to places that the families and the girlfriends and the teams generally are going to enjoy outside of the racetrack. So
all I'm going to say is Alton Towers, right next to Donington Park. What a day out that is.
You're getting showered by East Midlands Airport.
You fly straight into East Midlands and you can go to Loughborough. That's the Midlands capital of culture.
Yeah, so I think Portimao is probably a nicer choice. Or even, as we're now going to Estoril.
Cascais for the fish restaurants, you can't argue with that.
No,
Nick Damon has a three-legged Porsche with him.
On the done a good job though, very little damage on the side of it.
E2P.
The E2P, the 90 car, of course, this car is the GT3 Spanish team. Just actually grabbing Tim right now for a quick word.
Tim Vogler.
Tim Vogler, yeah. I've lost Seb. Oh, Seb's with the car around the corner. Tim, dramatic last couple of laps. What happened?
Yeah, maybe we had a bit problems with our fuel pressure. Don't know what the problem is. But yeah. We get into the fuel station and now the race is on for us.
Now, so you didn't get a fuel warning, it spluttered and stopped. You had no fuel warning that you're running out of fuel.
Yeah, I had no fuel warning. I don't know what the problem is, but yeah, the car was laying down on the track and push main reset and then go.
How was the track this morning? It seemed that quite a few of the drivers were having problems. Is it cold, greasy? How is it?
Yeah, the first lap was warm-up lap for the tires. But the track was very good, weather was good, we did some fast laps out there, better than yesterday, so I think the first stint was quite well.
Great stuff, thank you Tim.
That car now third in GT3 and fifth in GT3. That pit stop has allowed the leading Porsche Cup car, the Vini Motorsport by EB Motors multicoloured 955 with Sabino De Castro at the wheel for the first time in either part of the race to be in the top three overall. They've been fourth twice and now top three and are just on 2 laps away from the lead. That is quite extraordinary, isn't it, the pace of that car?
Although does owe us a pit stop.
Does owe us a pit stop,
Both the EB Motors cars are the two that haven't pitted at all in this sector of the race. You've got to go all the way down to the Porsche Baltic team in 21st position to find the next car that hasn't pitted. And consider Frederick Vervisch back in the fuel station, interestingly. And so he's already taking his second stop for our leaders, the 21. So Vervisch did 25 minutes at the start, then came into the pits, and he's done another 25 minutes, so another 15-lap stint.
That's odd.
30 laps in total is more like a full stint. So he's done 2 halves. That's one for Nick to decipher, because I'm pretty sure decipher.
I like decipher.
I'm pretty sure Frederick's going to be getting out here.
I wonder if that was more tyre related this morning, because I thought there was a bit more in the tank for him. This will be a shorter stop because they did do full fuel last time,
well,
and he hasn't used a full tank, has he?
Oh no, I mean they couldn't have done. They did 3 minutes 40 in their pit stop last time, so they were stationary in the fuel bay for 3 minutes of that. So they had a decent fill, and they were already 2 minutes into this one.
So Santalok with their early pit stop this morning, some 55 minutes ago, as we go through the first hour. They're back into the lead, and now the Vini Motorsports by EB Motors Porsche is 90 seconds away from the lead of the motor race as Fred Vervisch comes down to his pits for Haas RT, the overnight leader. Joe Bradley watching the stop. Did Fred get out there?
Yes, he did. We've got a driver change going on there. A fresh set of tyres as well. So
another fresh set of tyres?
Yeah, we've just got... Well, I wasn't close enough to see if they were scrubbed or brand new.
Wow.
But I would imagine they're brand new. There's no restriction on tyres in this one.
No, well, he did 15 laps this morning, and then on the yesterday's tyres, put on a new set of Hankooks. So those tyres are only 15 laps old that came off.
I'll ask Chris to make sure that they were brand new. Chris, brand new tyres? Are they brand new tyres that went on? Yeah, brand new tyres.
Why did they come in so early?
I've got to ask.
Manchester Trade's taken over.
Stand by. Just drag Fred back out the garage. Hey Fred, could you come with me to the garage door so we can talk to Seb as well? I'll start asking Fred Vervisch those questions. John, we think that was a little early, Fred, for a pit stop. Is that correct?
Yes. Unfortunately, yes. That's something on the car, so we prefer to be safe and to come in to a service a bit earlier, but I think it can be still okay. I mean, still 6 hours, so let's see, maybe a code 60 falls into our lap, so but for the rest the car is running fine, so hopefully it's solved now.
Can you tell us what that little thing on the car is?
No.
Oh, sneaky, okay, Fred. I'll let you get warm, actually. What Nick didn't tell us is just how cold it is out there. Is that affecting the track?
Yeah, I have to say the track is very fast. It feels a lot better than yesterday when we started. So it's nice to drive. It's also cool, so it's cool in the car, so it's perfect for us.
Okay, thank you, Fred. So early pit stop for the Haas team, and two early stops for the Haas team. 15 laps, did you say, guys?
Yeah, 15 laps. Those tyres that have just come off, and they did look in pretty good condition. Hi to Moni Elysium. Just back from the Depeche Mode concert in San Jose, California. Now chilling out with the soothing sounds of race cars, sound and vision of race cars. Hello, Billy. Hello, Moni. Sunday morning here in Europe, and we've restored our time difference to the States, who changed their clocks a couple of 3 weekends ago. Clocks going forward here this morning. A little bit of sunshine, a little bit of overcast here. So Santalop Junior team lead after just on an hour's worth of racing this morning. Vili Motorsport by EB Motors Porsche Cup car in second place, some 90 seconds off the lead. They've been out there for an hour this morning, since the start in fact, and have not yet made a pit stop.
I think that's going to be pretty legit, because I think
it is.
Bastar is going to have to pit pretty soon, and Castro's going to pit for his first stop, so yeah.
I think they've played it brilliantly well. In third, second of the GT3s, Mathieu Dutré took over the Haas RT Audi, the number 21 car, 42 seconds away from the leading Porsche. Then it's a battle for the GT3 AM lead, with Alexander Prinzenhofer Racing having that at the moment on 201 laps. Half a minute, just over, ahead of Ian James and Harter Racing SPS. What a tactical race they've played in the gravel early on, but no drama, no panic for the Harter Racing by SPS AMG number 27. That's the blue car, and they're only 33.5 seconds away from the lead. Ingo Vogler in the blue Land Audi, the lead Land Audi in fact, the Kehrhofer car, number 34, is a lap back on Ian, yes, in third in GT3R.
Because they had to stop at the entrance to pit lane.
Oh yes, with the fuel pressure problem.
Fuel pressure problem rather than lacking of fuel.
Well, same thing really, isn't it?
It could also be, couldn't it? We were just actually monitoring a nice little battle between Felix Neuhofer and Kiko Galbiati, side by side into turn one. Galbiati is trying to go around the outside, a previous Lamborghini Europe Super Trofeo champion. Did a couple of years pre-COVID, right at the very head of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo field as the pro to many an AM, and really looked like he was going to become a Lamborghini Works driver. Then COVID hit, and the career of Kiko has just not had the same kind of rhythm. He's been with Attempto Racing, but that's an Audi car. He's raced in Porsches as well, and he's still trying to find a way past here.
It's the battle for 5th in the Porsche class.
Yeah, but Galbiati's incredibly fast, and it really felt like pre-COVID he would have been a Lamborghini Works driver, which would have been a really good place to be come 2023-24. Down the inside, and he gets it done through Arrabbiata.
Yeah, the mustard and black car, then going up into 10th overall and 5th in class. It's not all over and done with. Felix Neuhofer still on the tailpipes of that car. So all changing out in from the lead of the Porsche 992 class and second place after just over an hour's worth of running there, Ben. Sabino De Castro. So that was genuine pace from that Porsche, and therefore a car running in second position. They've done really well with their strategy. We will have to pick our spirit of the race, of course, for later on. Mathieu Dutré goes back to second.
Red Ant, they're only separated by 7 seconds. They are 3rd and 4th in that 992 category car, because the AM Heavy Motors machine is second in class at the moment, but very much owes us a pit stop as well. So that will drop behind.
Yes, because they have not yet stopped this morning either, have they?
Exactly. So they're the last one, really.
So EB were pretty smart, and they used the same tactics for both of their cars. One leading in 992 and the second leading the AM part of 992. Oh, off for a Porsche Cup car. No, that's the GT. No, that is a Cup car, excuse me. Now, that's right at the top of the hill.
Well, that's going to be a code 60. So
Turn 9.
This is the time to get in and get your pit stops done.
Oh.
Yeah.
Code 60. Code 60. To je dobře, my můžeme dotankovat.
A my můžeme dotankovat ještě těch 90, jo.
The Prince dived for the pit lane straight away from the lead of GT3 AM.
Oh, he's moving.
Oh, now.
Great work. It's not going to be a very long code 60.
Right, well, it can go. This is the joy of code.
So that's the second time he's visited a gravel trap in our 12 hours.
True.
Oh, it's playing out so badly for Santalok now.
How long will it take for race control to say, right, okay, we can go? Yannick Redant came into the pits in that battle for second and third in... Only the full AMs in GT3. Right. Yeah, the 3 cars that had full AM entries rather than 2 AMs and a Pro AM. did take, that's half a tank of fuel, isn't it?
The issue there is that that car has done an hour on those tyres already. So that's going to be a tricky car to drive. He's going to have to come in pretty soon to get the rest of that service done. Yeah.
Take care. It's under refueling. It's coming the fuel. Yeah. So it's like the from nothing. Where is the first? Yeah. Very. But it's like the next stop, it's okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's like nothing bad, only like this.
Before Code 60 was called, you could get full fuel. Now, it's if you have the fuel hose on before Code 60 is called. Otherwise, half tank.
Absolutely spectacular for those guys.
Yeah.
They've got a...
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
I don't know why you want to push me. But not bad. And now I look at my driver. It's very good. Yesterday a very good race. I hope to finish well, but now push, and hope.
And is the car is okay after that little hit?
Yes. No, it's no stupid push. It's no sprint race, but no problem.
So thank you, Sabine.
Yes.
Car was already in the pit lane before we went purple, so that was a decision already made.
Well, they had no choice, Joe. They were running on the dregs of the fuel from yesterday. They'd not yet stopped today. So that was the carryover from yesterday's strategy. They were committed to come in at the pit lane when they did. Whilst they were in getting fuel, with the incident with the Harry Hilder's car brought out Code 60, so that really helped them. Conversely, their second car, Ben, were on absolutely the other end of that strategy.
Yeah, the AM car is still in the fuel area, actually, so this is really hurting them. And it was even better for the Willie Motorsport car because they had a penalty to soak up, as Sabino said, and they soaked that up too.
Oh, June.
So they got a full tank of fuel, then the Code 60 came out, so they were able to change the tyres under Code 60 regulations and serve their penalty.
Well, they got half of that fuel under Code 60 as well. That was the thing. Yeah. So I mean, that is about as perfect as you can get. You cannot plan for that. Sometimes it just falls into your lap. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us here, another quarter of an hour of racing has gone as the EB Motors AM car is in the pit lane. They'll hold on to the AM lead. It is Valerio Prezesi for Centri Porsche Ticino, who is the second place car, and they have not long, so about 20 minutes ago, made their first stop of the day. So that effectively is the equivalency stop for the EB Motors number 973. Paolo Venerosi is out of the car and got a big slap and high fives from the team as he was making his way back, and it's Paolo Guinemi who has taken over the very pretty GT silver, which is the colour that all the cars are supplied in nowadays. It used to be Porsche Carrera white, didn't it? It's now GT silver with red and black livery panels on it. Looks very good indeed. So that's been interesting, Ben, hasn't it? That first hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, lovely.
Hour and 15 minutes, excuse me.
Owen Bastard leads. It's got a 1 minute and 18 second advantage over Mathieu Detré, but we know that the 21 car, the Haas RT team, have an issue with that car. Frederick Pavish has not told us what the issue is, but it forced him to do an early pit stop just 2 15-lap stints for Vervish, an extra pit stop really in the end. And then Fabrizio Broghi is legitimately third position in the first of the 992s.
That's brilliant, isn't it? That is absolutely brilliant. Stu G at RSL_Studio says, after your discussion of made-up names in computer games, I remember the Amstrad CPC version, at least, of Nigel Mansell's World Championship had Ukyo Katayama as one of the drivers, but inexplicably gave him the first name of Eric Katayama. You see, that is brilliant. That's top made-up nameism, isn't it? Porsche action out on the circuit once again. The EB Motors 973 with the bright orange and black Porsche ahead. That's the 912 car of Valerio Prezzi. Now that is the second place car in the class. So this is to put a full lap on that orange and black car as they come to the line. Prezzi will go on to the lead lap here. Or is that the battle for the lead, actually? No, that was the battle for the lead.
Still is. Still side by side.
And so they were only 0.22 of a second at the line. 0.022. So that battle will continue through turn 2 up to the top of the hill. And so Valerio Prezzi, who having done that earlier pit stop, 25 minutes ago?
Yeah, and served a penalty as well, remember. They had a 20-second penalty for their driving.
Who had the 6-minute penalty this morning?
That was 9 and Elf.
Oh, yeah, okay. So that'll drop that one. Yeah, they've served that, yeah.
We did have a nice little battle in GT4, actually, because the two Mercedes are not separated by much. It was 10 seconds last time we checked in. They've both since pitted, and just waiting to see the Sector 1 time for Stephen Chu, who's just taken over the Atlas BX Mercedes, but they are second position once more to BUGGYRA. The BMW Simpson GT4 is out on circuit, but a few laps back after their tyre issues. And there doesn't seem to be any penalty for BUGGYRA, and they're starting from the pit lane.
Indeed not. Indeed not. So Mathieu Dutré coming round now the second half of the lap. What do we reckon the gap is between first and second here? Last lap around for Erwin Bastard, a 151.8, a 49.7 for Mathieu Dutré.
Yeah, so about
he's in a huge amount of traffic though. That looks like the Bologna ring road on a Monday morning as he comes onto the front straight. Across the line now with the red camel car right in amongst that, and it's 1:15. Spot on, mate. 1:15.518. He's slipping there.
Still waiting for the GT4 battle to give me a gap, but they are pretty close to each other, I think. Within 15 seconds of each other.
EB Motors' Paolo Gnemni has gone back ahead of Valerio Prezzi and has pulled out 3 seconds in the battle for 992 AM. It's the 973 and 912. EB Motors and Sergio Ticino cars, the Cup cars, 11th and 12th overall for those two. And still we have 6 of the top 12 and 7 of the top 13 being 992 Cup cars. In fact, I think all the 992 Cup cars are still running. Yes, they are. Red Ant Racing's 904, the blue and white Tom van Rempey driven machine, is 13th at the moment, but still running, albeit some 15 laps or so down on the leader.
So that is credit to the 992 Porsche, but the only retirement out of GT3
was the 991 Porsche. Yeah, good point. Is that the only GT3 retirement, the 91 Herbie? They're semi-retired.
We haven't had many like legitimate retirements.
No.
PB Racing in their little low 6E had a catastrophic oil leak, which meant that they were not able to get a car out on track.
How unusual is that in a Toyota V6, by the way?
They claimed that it was contact from another car, but
yes, that's right.
We couldn't really work out how that was possible. And by the time we had a chance to go and have a look at their garage, they had basically packed up and headed home. So they aren't even at the circuit. Neither are Herbert after their gearbox issue. Those are the two cars that are fully retired. Everybody else, all 37, are actually out on track and running.
147 Ecoa Racing Audi had its problems, but that's been put back together. Who's running in 37th then? Is that the SK Racing Leisure? Yes, it is. Right, okay. They had an alternator problem yesterday that was, I think they eventually had to replace the alternator, which clearly wasn't the work of a moment in that car, designed not for pit lane.
Tak, Dave, dnešní první stint máš za sebou, jaký to bylo?
Ale super, my jsme udělali trošku rozdílnou strategii, nešli jsme na start, nestartovali jsme normálně jako všichni ostatní. Startovali jsme z pitu, vyměnili jsme si ještě v podstatě po odstartování závodu, jsme si teprve mohli vyměnit gumy, takže přišlo nám to, že to je lepší strategie. Vrátil jsem se v podstatě do středu startovního pole, kde mě nikdo nebrzdil, takže na začátku jsem mohl tam sekat poměrně rychlý časy, že jsem si zlepšil i svoje osobní maximum nebo minimum. Takže na začátku mě se bylo skvěle, samozřejmě byly tam chvíle, kdy tam prostě výjíždějí auta, které jsou plně natankovaný, prostě teče z nich benzín, začne to třeba na chvíli docela dost klouzat, jo, takže to je jenom nestratit nervy a nestratit důvěru v to, že další kolo už to bude zase grip normální, bez klouzání. Myslím super, ke konci nám ještě trošku pomohlo, že já jsem měl na výměnu na střídání jezdce a dotankovat a v tu chvíli, když jsme zajeli, padlo kód 60, což všichni musí jet 60. Takže i na této výměně jsme trošku vydělali, takže ten náskok na to druhé místo se nám trošičku zvýšil, což prostě se vždycky hodí.
Ty jsi tam měl, koukali jsme na onboardu i pár takových krušných momentů, že ty jsi předjížděl, do toho někdo předjížděl tebe.
No jako mazec, ještě tam i kolega na mě bliká na rovince, že jo, no to, já jsem se musel kolo z toho uklidňovat, protože to jsou fakt belháci, no, některý. Takže ty mají co dělat sami ze sebou a ve chvíli, kde někdo předjíždí, tak prostě oni vůbec netuší, že by se tohle mohlo stát a na poslední chvíli se leknou, uhnou někam, kde předjíždí z druhé strany další a pak jsou tady ty crashe, no. Takže je to prostě vždycky ten moment toho předjetí je takovej krušný, že vždycky mám poměrně velkou radost, když mě předjede nějaká GT3, kde sedí opravdu jezdec a je to jenom a je pryč, že jo, nemusím tam čekat, tak prosím tě už mě předjeď. Teď mi mávají těma modrejma, že jo, abych nechal předjet. Tím se do toho nechce, jo, je to takový prostě, takový koledování o průser, no.
Nicméně teďka aktuálně jsme stále ve vedení, i po té výměně, i po téhle ztrátě, teď je za volantem Adam, ale pořád si myslím, že to je teda jako... Ale není rozhodně vyhráno, víš?
Ale jsme na začátku, jo, prostě budeme bojovat do posledního kola, může se stát cokoliv v posledním kole, říkám, stačí jedno blbý předjetí, jo, někdo zapomene se podívat, udělá tam nějaký blbý manévr, já jsem měl v podstatě máme 2 kontakty, jo, takže hele, je to ještě dlouhý boj, myslím si, že to je dobře rozjetý a budeme doufat, že to takhle bude pokračovat.
Díky, David.
Really good entry for our next round at Spa-Francorchamps start.
Why wouldn't it? See, there you go. We've been there plenty of times, but people want to race at that circuit, Ben.
And if you take what we've already got here, which is an amazing 992 and GT3 entry, and then add a little bit more TCX, TCR into the mix, which I believe is what will happen.
Yes, and also GT4s as well,
and GT4s, because GT4 will go to Spa as part of the Spa 24-hour package in early July, and so it would be relevant for them to join.
That's a good point.
Another 12 hours of
testing,
running. Even if it's a different tyre, of course. Why not?
But if you've got a driver who hasn't had a lot of experience in Spa. You come into a lovely, welcoming paddock with great catering. 4 cars going through turn 1 together, including the number 8 Kessel Ferrari, David Fuminelli, 7th in GT3. A lovely, welcoming paddock, relaxed atmosphere. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. GT4, I think that's a class that I'm always surprised not to see more there. Joe Bradley is in the pits for this part of Sunday morning. Where are you, Joseph?
So good morning, everybody. I've made some inquiries. I've done some door-to-door, and I went straight to the door of Simpson Motorsport to find out what that inquiry was. Carl Cavers here is one of the drivers who will be driving the 438 BMW. Carl, your day ended, or the first segment of your race ended, with a bit of drama, didn't it? And it's put you guys right back.
Yeah, it did. I was out in the car for the last stint, and we were doing okay. We come back to second, and the car was feeling great. All of a sudden, lost the rear a little bit. I thought we got a puncture. Something happened in the rear. So we came in, thought we'd do a splash and dash near the end, ready for this morning. Came into the box, and we found out it was a bit more than a puncture. So the rear subframe had gone. So the guys have worked really hard overnight, replaced the rear subframe, and got us out this morning. I mean, we're what, 13 laps down now, so not much chance of fighting for first place, but at least we're back out in the car.
What exactly happened? We saw the car leave the pit garage and then stop at pit exit.
No, that was earlier in the day. We had another bit of drama we had. We just got a loose rear wheel. So rather than try and force it around the circuit, which would have been a bit dangerous, we just parked it.
So the not, having the car in the garage overnight, that's immediately giving you guys a 10-lap penalty. So where do you get the motivation to keep going round and round?
It's a long race, and anything can happen, just like it did to us yesterday. So you know, you never wish ill luck on anybody, but you don't know what luck the other guy's going to have. And at the end of the day, what a beautiful circuit to be racing around.
It's your first time here?
It is, yeah, I love it. Fantastic.
It's a bit better than Snetterton on a Sunday morning, isn't it?
Oh, funnily enough, I'll be at Snetterton next Monday, I'll let you know. It's certainly warmer. Yeah, the facilities are great, the event's great, and it's just great to be part of the whole thing.
I'm just in my ear, you're only 13 laps off the lead, and that's only 30 minutes of time, so, you know, if I've looked before, do you sit there with, like, sort of effigies and dolls, sticking pins in it of your competitors?
About to tell it. No, just don't wish ill luck on anybody, like I said. You know, things can happen. It happened to the BUGGYRA car yesterday morning. They had a bit of a problem, lost 4 laps. We were leading the race when we came in after my first stint, and then we had a few issues. You know, we slipped back, we come back to second, now we're back in third. So still a few hours left, so let's see what happens the rest of today.
So it's first time here in Mugello for you, Carl. Is it the first time with preventing, or have you raced with before?
I did the Dubai 24 with Century, did the Abu Dhabi 6 with Simpson, and then here for this.
Are you in for the rest of the year? Are you thinking about Europe?
Well, I'm doing British GT and Ferrari Challenge, so there's a few classes with calendar, but as many as I can get to, I'll be here.
Well, you know we'd like to see you here.
Fantastic, really loved it. Yeah, great event.
Well, go back to sticking pins in little dolls, voodoo dolls, and best of luck, see you at the end. Thanks for joining us, Carl.
Yeah, half an hour, as we said, between those two. Carl Cavers giving us the lowdown. Some broken rear subframe, so no choice really but to take the pain of the 10 laps overnight there, because you wouldn't fix that in 20 minutes.
But, you know, it's the GT4 class. There were 3 cars. BUGGYRA had a brake issue very early on in the race, as Carl said. 5 laps lost doing a brake change on that car. Atlas BX then had a hub issue at the end of the first 6 hours and lost a wheel. That could have actually been a lot more painful had it not happened right at the end of the race. So each of the drivers, each of those cars have had their issues, and that was before half distance. We are obviously now into the second half of the race. For the moment, none of them seem to have had too many problems. BUGGYRA with a puncture coming out of Parc Fermé, but things can still happen. Interestingly, he talked about the 10 lap penalty. It does seem as though if you declared
you only got
working
5
on the car, you only got 5.
Yeah. Height A110 GE, or A11 or GE, possibly. Loving the coverage of the race, missing being able to cheer on Colin White and CWS. A big miss. Wish Colin all the best. Had that horrible accident that put him in the hospital for a wee while. I hear that his rehabilitation continues. Colin, if you're watching and listening, or if anyone who is watching and listening is likely to be in touch with Colin, we wish him all the best from the Creventic paddock. And yes, we do miss his down-to-earth interviews and the smell of bacon coming up being fried. At this time of the morning, particularly, our pit lane reporters would have been being offered a nice proper cup of strong tea, brewed in the correct way, and the potential of a bacon sandwich. All the best, Colin. Known Colin for a long time. One of the absolute characters, but also an absolute gentleman of motor racing. Had a few things to fight back on down through the years. And he's beaten them all. I think by sheer bloody-mindedness sometimes, Colin. But always good to have a chat with, and almost always with a smile on his face. Sometimes with slightly desert engineering.
Yeah, quite often. Especially with a choice of car like the Ginetta, you kind of need that.
I mean, it's a proper racing car. It's that you're not having to start with the compromise of having a road car and turning it into a race car, because it is a tube frame car, the G55s and the G60s. And to be honest, the G55 sprint car that I raced many years ago on the British Touring Car Package at Rockingham, that'll tell you how long ago it was. That car had all the endurance bits on it, so it wasn't really quite as well suited for the 40-minute sprints.
Racing driver excuse number 1.
No, actually, I was very happy because it had it was trialling out the air conditioning. Yeah, and surprisingly, the front engine cars get quite warm in the driver cockpit, and very clever. It only fired the compressor up for the aircon when you were off throttle. So when you were flat out, you weren't sapping 2, 3, 4 horsepower. When you lifted off, started going down the paddle shift, off throttle in the middle of corners, big blast of cold air. Ooh, that's nice. Although I'm not sure it's a good thing to reward drivers for being off throttle, you see.
When we go on board next time, you'll see the screens in the centre of the cars. Many of them have digital readouts which include the temperature inside the cockpit of the car.
Right, who's due to stop again soon?
Well, we've got the Acutis ASP Mercedes. Benjamin Ricci's done a nice, long, chunky stint this morning, and he'll be handing the car over, I presume, to... we haven't seen much of Pénichon the second half of yesterday, or we saw one stint from Jean-Luc Bobulik. So I'm sure he needs to do another one. Oh, 902 facing the wrong direction on circuit.
912. That's Valerio Prezi.
Not in the gravel, though.
Now, he was battling for the lead in 992 AB, and at the moment he's dropping back towards Nicholas Jonsson and the green and blue Krone Racing RPM car. So keep an eye out for that car coming through. Four-way flashes on that car. Gets it turned around, does a bit of daisy cutting. Oh, keep the power on, bit of rally crossing on the Hancocks, nice.
Could have done a little spin turn on the grass there rather than coming across the circuit. But no code 60 needed for that one. And you know, that's the kind of thing that the drivers will be looking at. They'll see a car stationary in the gravel and instantly report that back to the team. Yeah. There's potential, we kind of know now, if a car's in the gravel trap, it's probably going to need to be a code 60 retrieval.
Although it's the two that we've seen off track today have been able to drive away.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That last one, as Ben rightly said, was not in the gravel trap. Where was that, by the way? Was that at At turn 9 again.
Turn 15.
Oh, it was the last corner. Oh, that's unusual. That is unusual.
Is that right? Mark 50. No, sorry, ignore me. The message hasn't come on the come online.
I do wonder if he was helped there.
I think it was that corner we keep seeing out of our window and never looking outside.
Yeah, the one over the walkover
because
bridge.
it's got a penalty, motorbike penalty
loop on it.
Loop on the outside of it.
That's Corin Tao. Turn.
Oh, nice. Here is a battle for not the lead. This is
GT4
the Atlas BX Motorsport team trying to get back onto the lead lap with BUGGYRA, or have just done so actually.
Yeah,
BUGGYRA behind on the circuit, but actually ahead on the results.
Yes. So the key thing is the Chrome Silver car is just under a lap behind.
Which is why I've not been able to see the
that's
gap.
why you haven't been able to see the gap, correct. The BUGGYRA multicoloured car, Adam Lacko at the wheel, and it's Stephen Shaw for Atlas BX Motorsport, who is just ahead of him on the circuit, just behind him on the timing screens. They're actually battling for an overall position as well. That's 28th and 29th, but more crucial for them for the top and second steps on the podium for GT4 at the moment. I do slightly wonder why we don't see more GT4 cars. I know that they are getting more expensive to run now, but with the new iteration, oh, there's the lap going back on again at the final corner.
There are a huge amount of them as well. The French Championship use them as their French GT Championship. Italian GT, I think, do as well now. There are usually 40 to 50 cars in the European Series. And actually, at the end of the European Championship this year, will be a 6-hour race in Vallelunga just for GT4.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd like to do that.
I know, right?
When's that?
Oh, it's my birthday weekend, so 28th, 29th of October, which is your birthday
That's
weekend.
It's our birthday weekend, you mean, Ben?
Yeah.
Don't you?
Oh, there we go. Nice birthday present for you. I would like to do it as well, but I've been told I might have to sit in the commentary box and talk about it instead.
Okay.
So, which would be nice, you know,
I was going to say I'll
weekend
buy
in
you
Vallelunga.
your entry if you buy me mine. You're the 29th, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sure RSL doesn't want to put some stickers on it?
Bad idea. I don't think I'm working that weekend. Is that on site at Vallelunga?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
You drive down?
I think it's a bit further than where we are now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, so legitimately you can't fly from Geneva to Milan or to Florence direct. Yeah, there's no, it's too close. So that's why I have to drive to Monza and to Mugello, because otherwise it's a silly 7-hour round trip via somewhere like Zurich.
Or Frankfurt.
Yeah, yes, exactly, up to Brussels and then back down again. Which I did do to go to WRC Monte Carlo. Up to Brussels and then down to Nice. Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to have a look at that now. That would be one way of using my licence this year. Keep yours up.
Actually, there's and we have our very own fast bronze driver in Peter Snowden as part of our RSL team. He'll be able to tell us that. Mike Chen has got 2 Porsche Cayennes as well. Commentator at WRC for Red Bull TV. Runs those cars in GT Cup.
Do you need an international licence for that though? So.
Oh, you see.
Yeah, well, that's what I keep a C up.
Yeah.
Into the pits for the 147 Audi, and Joe Bradley is down there. What looks to be a fairly...
Well, they're not racing anyone, are they? So they can be as lazy as they like.
Filippo Paperi brought that car in. They're checking tyre pressures and having a look at the back of the car, Joe.
Yeah, sprint story, our TCR class, isn't it? Only one car. And
that's extraordinary, isn't it, from what we've seen in the past?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you know, I remember 20 of these cars forming a major part of our touring car endurance series, and now here we are with only one. And I think there's a few elements that we've already discussed. Well, we discussed yesterday, maybe a fresh discussion over today. But yeah, I mean, this particular car, the Audi RS3, it's not racing anyone. It's basically enjoying the drive and enjoying the challenge. which after all is, you know, hashtag this is endurance. It's all about getting the car to the finish. That's a drinks bottle, by the way, not the urine sample. That's been taken off the roof. And we've had some data download. We had the engineer from his laptop in. There's no sense of urgency here. They may be nursing some sort of problem or just finding some information about running the car elsewhere. But you know what, the TCR cars as a class, they've evolved. They've evolved somewhat and have become quite technical. The components that form the suspension on these new iterations of the RS3, for example, are more sort of bespoke racing components, racing suspension, wishbones and the like. And from that, they have increased a lot in cost to spare parts. But what that doesn't say is, you know, why have we not got a grid of older TCR cars? Because we've proved in the past how robust and how strong those cars are.
I think people,
it's a bit baffling.
Maybe people have just moved on. As Joe says, they've become more specialised. Hello to Wicker Bill, who is having breakfast, because it's 8:41 back in the UK. And believe it or not, and I'll show you what he sent me, Ben, that's his view at the moment. He's sitting on the top of Helm Crag.
Nice.
Tuned into us. I'm not sure whether he's just listening or watching and listening. Audio, if you are bandwidth challenged, is on RS1 via radiolemans.com and listen live. And if you scroll down that front page, you'll see the link to the 24H series page.
Leaders in the pits, by the way.
Okay.
Owen Bastar has come into the pits after just 30 minutes, 17 laps. Now, he did pit under code 60. They also pitted right at the start of the race. But remember, they didn't take tyres under that code 60. And so
correct.
that car has done 1 hour and 40 on tyres. Oh, well, that's worth an interview, Joe Bradley, because Owen Bastar, with limited GT3 experience, must have really struggled at the end of that second stint.
Just to finish off, wait and watch and listen, we do have a new HD service as well on the Creventic YouTube channel, and that's new for this weekend, and also on the Facebook as well for Creventic. So 1080 on those areas, and we're getting a lot of compliments yesterday. 0221 0221, our TV partners here at Creventic for many, many years, and thanks to Fabian, Natasha, Flip and the rest of the team for once again allowing us to see all around the circuit, and for you to be able to see how lovely we are in this dappled sunshine in the early part of spring. I think we can call it now, Ben, can't we? Now that the clocks have gone forward. Just spring forward, fall back.
Wait till tomorrow. It won't feel like spring tomorrow.
No, I've heard the locals saying that tomorrow we might be struggling to get off from the airport, actually.
Still in the fuel station is the Sandlock Junior team. 2 minutes now into their fueling stop. That's why we haven't yet heard from Joe or seen the car. Because it can be there for up to about 3 minutes if it's got a really empty tank before it then goes down, and certainly will need tyres, there's no doubt about that. But that has now promoted Mathieu Detrey and the Haas RT car up into the lead once more. And Detrey has done 22 laps in his stint. So whilst Vavish was only able to do 2:15s, the car obviously either feeling better or the issue has solved itself. And he is continuing, as you would expect, a normal GT3 car to do.
Yes, good point. And let's hope that continues. Here's Detrey now in the leading car, and scored back to the lead after 223 laps, 224 laps now completed, as we have a replacement driver standing next to Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we're ready to change drivers. Owen Bastar is going to be getting out of that car after a very fine restart in this 12-hour race. A great stint. only 2 drivers doing this race in this number 26. And right now, we're seeing brand new tyres going on, like I said earlier. No restriction to the amount of tyres that you can use across the 12 hours. And the better funded teams able to do just that and give their drivers the best chance out of preheated tyres allowed as well. Car back out and back into the chase of that last car. We'll get a word with Erwan when he gets a chance to get his helmet off and see how that one went. Looked good from here.
Of course, they've dropped off the lead lap now with 3 minutes 53 in the pit lane, of which almost 3 minutes was fuel for that blue and black number 26. Going through turn 1 at the moment, Paul Evra has jumped into that. Meantime, pit stop for Yannick Redon for the Red Ant Racing 992. That's the 903 car. That's 3rd position in class at the moment. In that battle for 992 AM that we've been talking to you about, it is still Paolo Gnemi for EB Motors in the 973. And he's got a car between himself now and Valerio Prezi, who's now only 24 seconds ahead of Nick Johnson for RPM. And problem at turn 3, someone's gone off, and this is going to be another code 60. It is a code 60, and that's good news for those who've just popped into the pit lane, including Red Ant Racing. And that's the Red Camel. That's the 909 car that's gone off at turn 3, and that's Luc Broikers, 2nd in 992. So drama, 7th position overall, and Luc Broikers is not even trying to get that car out. I think he knows his fate is sealed. Gives a thumbs up to the marshals who've told him to get out. They're going to lift that car, and they ask the driver to get out before they do that. While that goes on, let's go down to the pit lane and pick up.
You just have to be strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's because of the speed at the first lap. But yeah, it's difficult to say now who's gonna win because of that pit stop strategy thing. But I think.
Máme.
Than he had 12 months ago.
Which is shocking, because he's still got plenty.
He's still got plenty, but you Google it. That's all I can say. It is.
He says, because he's in Wollongong, the Gong, in New South Wales. What's that, about 50 miles south of Sydney? Drink in hand and a bowl of Chinese noodles for dinner. Not sure I'll make the midnight race finish here, but watching and listening. Thanks, Heath. Hope all is well there in our future.
Interestingly, Willie Motorsport have come into the pits under this code 60 and getting themselves a tank of fuel. They were 3rd in overall.
Yeah.
But had only recently pitted. Are they not? 19 laps. Okay, so not massively recent. Last half an hour obviously shot by. But that car could easily do another half a stint.
I was going to say that's about halfway through the stint. But it doesn't hurt them. This will not hurt them. I like this. They did the long stint this morning and were one of the... In fact, the two EB Motors cars were, I think, the two last cars to make their first stop this morning. Went an hour plus into the race, starting on the fuel and tyres with which they finished last night.
Look at the back of the our pit lane or pit box shot.
Fuel stop, yeah.
Because I'm expecting to see the Haas RT Audi arrive there soon. It was obviously completely the wrong part of the track when this Code 60 came out. And he's going to be
How long have they been out?
They've been out 50 minutes. So this will be a good time to get a pit stop in.
Time.
But I think the pit lane, the fuel boxes are going to be full, number one. And two, he might get caught by going back to green.
The reason Fabrizio Baroggi could come in without much problem is because the car that was closest to them in their class is the car that's caused the Code 60.
Yeah.
Breukers has gone off from 7th in class, and the next lap is another. So now 4 laps back to Kobe de Bruyke in the Red Ant Racing Porsche, the 903. So, and then about another half a lap back to his teammate Paolo Gnemi for EB Motors, who's actually the AMF leader as well, isn't he? So this is very interesting, and I like, again, flexible on strategy. There is no hard and fast rule. You can't write a set of rules for this that says every Code 60 come into the pits. You've got to look around you and make a very, very quick decision. Where are you on the track? Where are your nearest competitors? How long might the Code 60 be? And somebody has to make that subjective decision.
Why are they putting that car behind the wall? If it's just spun into the gravel, it shouldn't need to go back to the pits in a low loader. So maybe more issues with that car than simply a trip to the gravel. It is now clear of the circuit, which means we'll go back to green flag racing shortly. Mathieu Dretray is still in the fuel zone and still could take another 1.5 minutes if he wanted to.
So down at Red Camel, Joe Bradley is looking at a slightly disgruntled team.
There's no low loader down there.
I think they're as puzzled as we are, guys, for why that car's gone behind the wall.
Well, Luke's out the car. So once Luke gets out the car, they've got to put it behind the wall because he can't get back in the car if they put the car back on the track. So it's got to go behind the wall. He got out of the car. We're back to green.
2 minutes of fuel for Haas RT.
Perfect.
Now they're in the pit lane, though, aren't they, Joe? And whilst we're going green,
try.
Are they going to be able to change the tyres?
We'll keep an eye.
They've trundled down pit lane. I think they've gone straight past.
They'll have to because we've gone back to green. So
yeah, but then they've already done 50 minutes on those tyres. They're going to be horrible.
Right. No, they're fine. They'll be fine. You can double stint these tyres on certainly do a stint and a half. On these tyres. On a GT4, you can easily double stint them.
Yes.
Joe Bradley.
Yes, the Haas car. The far end to pit out, and that car did go to the pit garage, and I've just seen it pull off the apron.
No, it's gone straight through. It didn't stop. 27 seconds in the pit lane. So we'll find out. Joe will have to go all the way at the end. This is typical. It's our pit reporters always seem to be
in the wrong place.
In the wrong place. No, that's not true. It is the absolute law of motorsport broadcasting that whenever you're standing waiting for an interview or something to happen because one of the leaders has had a problem, one of the class leaders has had a problem, whatever else the commentator is talking about, and we don't do this on purpose, but it just seems to happen like this, is always at diametrically the opposite end of the pit lane.
This is going to get tasty because Dretray he took on about 2 minutes worth of fuel, so
half a tank.
Yeah, half a tank.
Because he was under Code 60. That's all he could do.
That's all he could do.
Yeah.
And then went to the end of pit lane, did not stop for tyres. Those tyres have done 50 minutes already. He isn't that far ahead of the Santelot Junior team.
Right.
That took a full tank of fuel and brand new tyres with Paul Everett aboard. So looking at the tracker, they are almost on the same bit of track now. We're going to confirm that once they come to the end of the lap, which is what they're doing now as the Dutré comes round the final turn. And Dutré's going to come across the line, and I think there's going to be only a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds gap between them. Red Camel's back on track. Luke Breukers has got the 919 back on circuit. Is he coming into pit lane now?
So he had to get in the car behind the wall. There's nothing wrong with the car, but the mere fact that he got out of the car, and he's actually still doing his belts up down the pit.
He's trying to tighten them, isn't he?
Yeah. And the mere fact he got out the car before it was lifted, it had to be lifted, and therefore they're asking drivers to get out the car. And as soon as that happens, they can't then just put him back on the track and leave him in a vulnerable position while he gets himself in and maybe does his belts up. So he's rolling again. What he hasn't done is lost that lap by having to come back on the low loader.
Yeah.
So he's completed the lap on which he had his off and stays in... No, he's just lost second position. As Kobe de Bruyke, spelt slightly differently, with a CK for Kobe and just a K for Luke. Red Ant have gone into second in class, and the gap between them, 7 seconds. So that's a proper race as well.
I think there's a whole lap between Dutré and Everard, because we never saw a gap, so there's an absolutely...
I think Everard's just in front of the Haas, isn't he?
No, Dutré is just ahead of Everard on track.
Okay.
So there's a full lap distance between the two of them.
Copy.
Which would make sense because Dutré did a pit stop that was a minute and a half less than Everard, and Dutré was pitting under code 60.
Hello to Erwin, who has a slice of cake every time we have code 60.
Why is he talking this food? Why are you all talking about food?
Cake 60. As he calls it. And Robert Bonza says, morning all, cracking coverage of this weekend's 24-hour series. I'm dipping in and out due to the usual weekend task list set by others. Little winky face there. What a great and almost certainly underestimated series this is. Well, we're trying to do our best to put that right, taking it to the world with the global TV feed, live and free. Plus an audio only stream as well on RS1 if you're travelling around, don't want you watching the pictures if you're in the car. Also keeping your data down and your bandwidth down if you are travelling around and relying on 3, 4 or 5G wherever you are in the world. Coming down to just 4 hours to go in this race. Ben Constantinos and John Hindhaugh in the booth. Joe Bradley down in the pits. Now, Nick Damon was saying that they might have been able to peel a layer of clothing off when he was thinking of coming out of the pits, but it's clouded over again. The wind's picked up, still behind the cars going into turn 1. Haas RT leads, and it looks a lot chillier when the sun's not out. Adam Lacko for BUGGYRA Racing leads GT4 in the 416 multicoloured Mercedes-AMG GT4 from Atlas. Stephen Joe in second place in the 403. That's the chrome silver Mercedes. There's a lap between them now, isn't it? We saw the actual lap going on that.
I think it's now kind of more like 3/4 of a lap rather than a full one.
Okay.
Because they're no longer sharing the same bit of tarmac.
Copy. Shintari X2 for
traffic here.
Yeah, including the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, Shintaro Akatsu in the 923 car. That is 13th position. 912 Francesco Fenici for the Porsche Center Ticino. 912 is another one of these orange cars with the black striping on. And I think I heard the dulcet tones of Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Is he taking back over from Joe? No, maybe not. So the first 2 hours of this morning's race, 2 hours gone, 4 to go. So we are 2/3 through the race. Here's how it stands. Haas RT, Audi, Mathieu Dutrey on top on 229 laps, a lap ahead of
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
in GTX, that's the leader for the Lamborghini, NKPP by HRT, Porsche Baltic, E2P, Jutta Racing, excuse me, Land Motorsport, the 55 after that 10-lap penalty for infringement of Parc Fermé overnight. The Vortices are running second and third, and together on the timing screen, but split by 4 laps. Second and third in the GTX category. Red Ant 904, the last of the 992 Top Club class cars. BUGGYRA and Atlas having a decent wee battle for GT4. Simpson Motorsport a bit further back, 8 laps further back. 9 and Elf took a 6-minute penalty this morning and sitting in 4th in that GTX category. Racing for points, CP Racing, Charles Putman back in the car this morning in 32nd position. Herbert. To go. We've had an interesting couple of hours this morning. I think just pushed their envelope a little bit far.
Or had a fuel pressure problem.
Fuel pressure problems normally comes when you don't have enough fuel.
Yes, pressure.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Great racing in the Porsche Cup class today. Really has been very good. And at the moment, the 955 is doing a cracking job in third position overall, and knocking out times that are comparable with the GT3 AM drivers. Let's put it that way. Last time around, Fabrizio Brosi did a 55.2. The leader in GT3 AM did a 58.6, 56.3 for Graham Newell, Ingo Vola 56.7, Mauro Ricci 55.3. So a well-driven Carrera Cup car can certainly do the business. 14th position at the moment. Shintaro Akatsu for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. It's the mustard and grey car, the 923. At RSL_studio if you want to get in touch.
Plenty of penalties.
Ah, really?
Well, look at the top end. Mathieu Dutré, our leader, is clean of penalties right now, but the 26th car in second position has 20 seconds of penalty to serve. That is due to track limits, as is the 10 seconds for Willy Motorsport, who are in third position. 10 seconds also for Hofer Racing, who are in fourth position. And Heart of Racing have a 16-second penalty. That's for exceeding the speed limit.
Yeah, I was going to say that's got to be speeding
area.
Yeah.
So all those guys have got penalties, along with Kobe de Broekers in the Red Ant Porsche. They've had that one for a while. And of course, in the battle for second in 992, that's kind of crucial with Luke Broekers now back up to speed and only 11 seconds back from Kobe de Broeker. So take into consideration your 10-second penalty, and there is a 1 second gap between those two, Red Ant versus Red Camel. The only other penalty that is has also been applied, bless them, is poor old Ligier has got 2 penalties for not taking their penalties in the first 2 hours.
Yeah.
So time penalty for not serving before the end of part 1 and within the first 2 hours of part 2. It actually is a penalty that was given to them last night.
Right.
So they may well have just forgotten about it. Where are they? They are...
Had a decent night out, forgot about the penalty.
Yeah, unfortunately they're also off our timing screen 1, so they're outside the top 35.
They are running 37th.
And last runner, yeah. So, but you know, now they're running to honour their gentleman drivers, their pay drivers, make sure that everyone's getting an experience in the car. No point just retiring the car, because they have all paid to be here, and therefore they can be here if the mechanics get those cars fixed. And so that is what is happening with the Ligier. They are a good 25 laps behind their nearest rival in the TCE category, which is the TCR car, which is probably doing a very similar thing. They've got no other cars to race against. E2P into the garage. This is the Spanish-run Javier Morcillo machine. Spoke to Javier the other day, who's a man that came across back in the early 2000s in Britcar. Used to partner a gentleman with an remarkable moustache, a dentist. Javier Morcillo, and I can't remember his name now, but I can picture his face. Well. He had an incredible moustache. Javier being the driver coach to that team. Yes, Joe, you were watching what was happening down there?
Lately,
hello,
a misfire on that car.
Which car?
Looking at the E2P.
All right, thank you.
That Ben just mentioned.
It's unusual, isn't it? Ben now goes to find out the name of the driver with the great moustache. Was it Olaf Mantai-worthy, the moustache? That's the question.
They used to have a Mosler.
All right. I missed the Moslers with the big V8s. The two vortices circulate together in 24th and 26th position. Second and third in GTX, albeit with 4 laps between them now. In fact, 702 their team manager's just been called to race control and asked to bring the green time card with them, so I think they're having some transponder issues on the 702. Something not quite right there. But its team car goes wide on the final corner to allow the pass to be made. Meantime, Kron Racing, the RPM run machine, comes towards the final corner, and Nicholas Johnson's right up behind the Ferrari of Kessel Racing. LMDV behind there, the wheel there. Good run by Nicholas Johnson and Tracy Krohn. The longest running partnerships in endurance racing. That bright highlighter green and indigo blue.
Manuel Cintrano. Fast, one of the many fast dentists in the world.
Not quite the Olaf Mantai style.
No,
whiskers.
I do remember it being more spectacular than that, but it's still, you know, still pretty impressive. I was always amazed that they, despite both being Spaniards, always travelled to do their racing in the UK. But we've seen Manuel's E2P team part of 24H series for a while now. It was Javier who brought that inspiring Porsche into the pits, down in 11th in GT3, so effectively last of the proper runners. Lost a couple of laps now to the Jutta Racing Lithuanian Audis, which sit 10th and 7th in the GT3 class.
Ben Consadjuras, John Hydorf, Joe Bradley, Nick Damon at RSL_studio. Tim Gray getting the audio to the world back in London. Stuart Neal says, can you talk us through the costs of racing in the various categories? Often wonder what it takes to be a gentleman driver. That's difficult. Difficult, but I remember Baz Campton talking to us a few years ago, saying you could do a decent season in TCR. In fact, you could buy a second-hand TCR car for about €80,000, and do a decent series for about the same again. On top of that, even in endurance, you're sharing the costs in these events. That's Stuart. That's the big issue. Teams tend to talk now more about cost per mile or cost per kilometre, and they divide everything up, and the running costs go from, you know, €5 to €50 a kilometre for different racing cars in different racing series. With Creventic, you get a lot of track time for your money. There's always additional practice sessions you can buy. So our leader, Mathieu Detré, had a big slide coming out the final corner there, but he's on very old tyres now, isn't he, Ben?
Oh yes.
Stint and a half at least.
Yeah.
And he's been in for an hour and 11 minutes, so he can only do another 50 minutes. You can do 2 hours in the car without getting out in the pits, but he's still our leader. So Stuart, tough one to talk about, and it's not always, you know, you might think, oh well, TCR will be cheaper than GT4, which will be cheaper than GT3, and 992 somewhere in the middle. Yes, sort of, but not always, because there's sometimes deals to be done, and depending who you're sharing with. For example, if you were in a GT3 car with a team and they'd been loaned a factory driver to be your third driver or your fourth driver, then clearly they're not going to contribute anything with the costs. There could be the opportunity for you to get in as an up-and-coming driver and have a subsidised drive because the team want to get you in the car. So It's not that easy. And frankly, you're talking to the... I mean, Ben, you've got more experience of paying for racing. I've never paid for any of the racing that I've done, so I'm extremely fortunate.
I don't think I've ever paid a full price, that's for sure. But I was always when I seriously wanted to go racing and made a point of making it happen, the first thing I was advised to do was buy the car yourself, don't rent it, because actually the car that I bought, I rented out for 2 or 3 years after using it myself and made a little bit of money on that, which was a good way of going about racing, especially a car that can be used for many, many years.
What was that you bought?
G40.
G40 Ginetta?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Easy to work on.
Yeah. And
relatively
the
reasonable
driver
to
pays
run.
for the damage
that
he causes. So effectively, in theory, you're handing back a car which is brand new at the end of the rental period. Tyres are a big thing, obviously, in endurance racing.
Correct.
And fuel, that can be a major cost. But you know, you can go to a team that's got a plethora of mechanics and engineers and super professional. You really can just go racing. I remember in Spa we had a Swedish McLaren GT4 which only had 4 team drivers and they were their mechanics as well. So when they had a failure, they couldn't fix anything, but they actually ended up finishing second and doing a great run of things. They didn't have to pay loads of mechanics for the weekend. It was just tyres, fuel, and their car.
I know that there's G40, by the way. That was the Ford 4-cylinder engine car with the manual gearbox. Yes.
Sequential, yeah.
Sequential. All right. Yeah. Okay. I know that there's a set of friends from the Nordic countries who do the Nürburgring Langstrecke series in, I think, a TCR Seat, which they keep either at or near the Nürburgring in a locked-up container. They pay somebody to look after it and to bring it out, polish it off, make sure there's air in the tyres for the weekend. They fly in on the Friday, do the practice, and then the qualifying on the Saturday morning, the race into the Saturday afternoon. Put the car back in the container, lock it up again, and jump back on a flight on Saturday night or Sunday morning. The back of their desks on Monday morning.
Oh yeah.
And that you
so
know,
many of these guys will be.
Yeah. So there's many ways, Stuart, to go racing. And of course, if you can't stretch to, I mean, we were talking about licensing before. Because I raced so seldom, it took me. I was stupid. I left my original race license lapse, so I had to start again from the beginning. And it took me the better part of, I think, 3 seasons doing races here and there to get back up to International C. When you could do that in you could do that in about 10 events if you did it properly. But I was spreading them over such a long time. But if you haven't got the time and effort to do that, and also your race equipment is expensive and things age out and stuff like that, well, you can always do...
Turn up to a race meeting and find your helmet
that's
no longer
the worst,
legal.
isn't it? Sim racing team endurance, sim racing bar steward suggesting that. Said our team did a fabulous 6 hours of Suzuka in changeable conditions. So 4 hours of Silverstone and 24 hours of Indy coming up. So for what you'd spend on your race kit, you could get a decent sim rig. And if you've got...
What's the cheapest form of motorsport these days? Sim racing.
Sim racing, yeah. Arrive and drive karting, probably still.
Oh yeah, but there's no pleasure in that. Not arrive and drive karting. Proper karts.
Depends what you're arriving and driving on, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you know...
They're never particularly well kept. RC racing. Nick's going to say RC racing. When you have to spend £400 on a set of dampers for your RC racing car, the first thing that you do is take them apart and re-oil them and re-spring them, which is what I've seen the guys do when I've been covering stuff for you at decent length. I haven't spent £400 on any of my cars for years. Let's get back to what's going on here. Joe Bradley, where are you?
No, I just wanted to mention there that, you mentioned arrive and drive karting, a very cost-effective way and a very good starting point if you want to go motor racing. And I do know that the mechanic at my local track at Karting North East prides himself that his karts is within 0.2 of a second of each other. And they have a league. They have a league that's well subscribed with 40 entries running in this league every month. First weekend of the month at Karting North East.
Do you need any equipment at all there, Joe? Can you turn up literally without even a helmet?
You can turn up, everything supplied, but there are people who bring their own boots and helmets and stuff. And it's quite colourful. All the karts are the same colour, but the suits and the helmets aren't. And there are people who have been doing that for 3 to 5 seasons now.
Yeah, that's the worst thing, because they all got so much great experience when a new boy comes in. I've done that in France. You come in and you're nowhere near them, because they are so good. We've actually had a change just a second ago for 4th position. Art of Race ahead of Hofer Racing now.
And that's the AM lead in GT3 as well.
Looking at the gap, I was thinking it was going to happen in a couple of laps' time, but it happened just like that.
And they're still just 0.2 apart. With 16 seconds further back, Ingo Vogler in 3rd position. So the top 3 in GT3 AM. Gray Newell for Heart of Racing by SBS, despite driving a Mercedes, now that I say the words Heart of Racing and leading. Sarah up in Crewe in the northwest of England, who I'm sure is tuned in this Sunday morning. We'll have a little exclamation of delight. Big follower of Heart of Racing because of their Aston Martin exploits. Sarah Rigby, Martin, good morning. So that's a really cracking battle going on there, with the top 3 in AM in 4th, 5th and 6th overall, separated by 16 seconds.
Detre is increasing his lead at the head of the field, by the way. Him and Paul Everard were sharing the same bit of tarmac at the start of this stint. Now we're half an hour into it, and despite the state of the tyres that they must be in for Detre, and he must be coming due to pit soon, he is able to pull out almost half a lap on the 26 car.
Wow.
He's doing a really, really good job. It's not half a lap, actually. It's probably another kilometre, but he has increased the gap slightly. Last lap was a 53, playing a 52 for Everard, so actually Everard was faster on that last lap. But an hour and 20 into the stint for Detre. Yes, he fueled more recently, but he didn't take tyres, so he'll be wanting to get those old handcuffs off. And he won't get a new set though, because I think he'll be handing that car over to somebody else.
Luke Broikers now 20 seconds behind Kirby de Broiker. That battle for 2nd and 3rd in 992. Martin Raginger in 4th. Just wait for him to come across the line, and I'll tell you how far back he is.
We spoke to Carl Cavers earlier on. He's now in the car, the GT4 Simpson Motorsport BMW, 3rd in class, and just come out the pits. We've just picked him up looking like he was going slowly. That is actually him just getting up to speed. I had a quick look around the car, everything looks good.
30 seconds further back, Martin Raginger for Neuhofer Racing from that battle for 2nd and 3rd.
Stuck in a bit of traffic too. He's got Ligier ahead of him. He's got the TCR breathing down his neck. He seems to be kind of getting boxed in with all kinds of different classes, all squabbling over the same bit of road. It's getting a bit tight too.
Just looking at the other classes. The RD sides, Andreas Bukavicius leads for the Lamborghini RD Signs team. They're on a creditable 19th overall. It's the lead in GTX ahead of the 2 Vortex. Timing getting a little bit bored of having to manually log the 702. Must change transponder immediately. No signal received by timekeeping. I think that means not at your next stop. I think that means come in right now and get your transponder changed. Meantime, also a team in a little bit of trouble at the moment is NKPP by HRT Performance. They are in 20th in the overall, 5th in the app of 992. The team manager is being asked to take the yellow control card to timekeeping. So again, perhaps some discrepancies needing to be ironed out in terms of driver time there.
I think we're going to have a flurry of pit stops soon, the first of which is Hofer Racing's Michael Kroll, who's brought the Mercedes GT3 in from what was 5th position. Kroll has done a 1 hour 13, so 35 lap stint. The previous, he got in under the code 60, which was a good hour and a half ago, and I think they must have got full fuel at that point, because there's no way he would have lasted that long. But an hour and 13 on the tyres, and I'm sure it's going to get a full service.
Well, hang on. Is that number 11 the all-am? Is that an all-am?
Yes, that is all-am, yeah.
Yeah, so yes, so they could
have done anyway, yeah.
Yeah, so that's that advantage we were talking about that Creventic have put into place here for any of the GT3 AM cars that have an all-AM driver lineup. Some of them have one semi-pro, that's what you're allowed. But any with all-AM have been allowed to take full fuel under code 60, and I suspect that's what Hofer's done, and that's kept them, in terms of the fuel window, that's kept them very much in the fight.
It's interesting what Paul Troswell said to us on the grid about that. It's an interesting benefit for the AM teams, but they have no idea how much of a benefit it is.
Correct.
Because they don't know how many times they'll need to pit under code 60.
Or if there'll even be a code 60.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. If the grace goes green all the way through, it's no benefit to you at all.
Yeah.
If you've just come into the pit stops before a code 60, it's no benefit to you at all, and you've come in under green. However, if there's a whole bunch of code 60s that happen close together, and you do the fill on the right one and then don't come down the pit lane, all right, the time lost in fueling and on the pit lane during a code 60 is clearly a lot less than under green. But you've got to know how to use these little advantages that have been handed towards you. Just want to say a quick good morning, whilst it is morning here for the next half hour, to the hardy souls who are wrapped up in the grandstands opposite our commentary booth and the start-finish line. A smattering of spectators.
Buonasera.
Buonasera, everyone. They're sort of huddling together for warmth like rock-hopper penguins.
Hofer Racing into the pits, looking like a full service for them.
This will be Joe Bradley who's down there watching that one, Joe.
Yes, driver change as well. That looks like Michael Kroll getting out.
Oh, Kroll looks a bit stiff.
Yeah, he did look a bit stiff, didn't he? It looks like Carsten Tilke is getting in. And just next door, we've been waiting patiently for the Red Camel pit. And that car is due in as well, the 909. Remember, had a bit of problem car going off, car being recovered, Luke Roig has continued. I'd like to get a bit of background on that. The number 11, we're just bolting the driver in. This is what takes the length of time in these pit stops. The tyres are already done. The tyres are off, brand new tyres are on, and the thing that takes the time is for the team to make sure that the driver is bolted in. And that's what we're doing now.
And that
door shut.
That, Joe, of course, because you don't have the fueling at the pit stop.
That's right, yes.
Normally
yes.
It would be the fuel that was the determining factor.
Yes, but having got that out of the way already,
correct.
Sometimes 2 minutes and 3 minutes sat there while the fuel goes in, that would be the determining factor. However, having got that all out of the way first, it then becomes the determining factor of how quick the stop is getting the driver out and getting the driver in takes a lot longer than changing four wheels.
Important note there was a repatriation of a fuel cone, which has been down the pit lane now. Turn 10, a couple of moments ago, the Red Ant blue and white car, the 904, off, and spectacularly so across the gravel, doing a bit of daisy cutting at the same part of the track now. Has continued, although Steve Bellingham is, well, he isn't, but the car, and particularly on the left-hand side, is slightly more dusty than it was earlier on. That car, I think, is the last running. Oh, no, it's not actually.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is. The last of the running cars.
In its category.
In its category, 904, yeah. Steve Van Bellingham Bellingen, probably, isn't it? Might be a point. So that's 7th in the AMP class, 13th in the 992s, which, without wishing to put the curse of the commentator on them, the 992 Cup class here has been exceptionally reliable. Not everybody's got the same pace, not everybody's been trouble-free in terms of being in the gravel, but all 13 that started, we counted them out yesterday, and we're still counting them going round today, Ben.
Luke Breukers has got the car to the fuel area, been in there for 2 minutes now for Red Camels Jordan at 9:09. That hands the Red Ant 9:03 to 2nd position in that class, and Neuhofer up to 3rd in that class. It's actually amazing how close that field is. Once you see a car in pit lane, Breukers is already down to 7th in class. Such is the closeness between from 2nd down to 8th. It's just that Willie Motorsport have got such a massive advantage in the head.
They have played it very well indeed. Stefan Weininger for Land Motorsports just crossed the line in the 55 car. This is the car that had the water leak that was only discovered when they were in Parc Fermé, and so they removed the car from Parc Fermé.
Didn't declare it.
Didn't declare it, got a 10-lap penalty. Now, without that car would be 1 lap off the lead.
Yeah, which is about right, because remember it was supposed to, it should have started on road 2.
Yeah.
So it should have been in 4th.
It's 11 laps off the lead at the moment when it crossed the timing line last time around. It's still leading the Pro-Am class, but I think it's the only car in that, isn't it? Yes, it is. So 2:33. I'll take that back. They're 3 laps off the lead. If you put 10 onto that.
Yeah, but that would still put them in 3rd.
Yeah,
because there's such a gap from the first 2 down to 3rd position. So Red Camels have managed to make it to their box. May not be able to get a download from Luke Breukers as to what happened earlier on in the day.
Yeah, I've already been asked the question by Ivo Breukers as to, he actually came up to me and said, can you ask Luke why he got out of the car? And I said, oh right, that's saying that I'm going to get to him first. Luke Breukers, who we saw get out of the car whilst it was recovered, and that's cost the team dearly, and that's why Ivo was asking me whether I knew any background to it.
Well, also, Joe, you know what? He's not going to tell his dad anyway, is he? So you might as well ask him.
True. Well, his dad's got no credibility, has he, for a start? Yeah. Hey, very good pit stop there. Driver out, Fabian Dance in. New tyres on the car. Luke Breukers just getting to the back of the garage. We'll get him out to the front and get a word when he gets his helmet off. But that's a good point, actually, John. He's not going to talk to his dad if he can help it.
No. He's certainly not going to tell him the truth, is he? Let's be...
What, is that from your personal experience?
There was no point in me telling lies to my father. He could sniff a lie from 50 metres. You know that as well as I do.
Yeah, absolutely, he could. Luke, let's step to the front of the garage and then we'll get some insight as to that incident. So, Luke, we saw the car go off. Tell us about that first.
Yeah, I think the Neuhofer car was coming, and I was on the outside, he was on the inside, or he was on the outside for the next corner on the inside. And we had a slight touch, and I lost it, and basically it, so quite disappointing to lose so much time, but there's still some hours to go, so we'll see what we can do.
So what happened next in the recovery of the car? We saw you get out of the car.
Yeah, they told me to get out of the car, and I wanted the car obviously as fast as possible back on track. Told them go, but they had to do some special procedure or something, so we had to wait a bit, but I think in 5 minutes or so, maybe no viral
Yeah, what are you going to tell your engineer? Can you let us know first?
I don't know. Didn't think about that yet.
Car's good though, after that?
Yeah, of course. That was good, so still in the race.
I think your dad wants to know everything you've just told me. Go tell your dad. There he is.
You can't get away from that one. Yes. 3.5 hours, 3:25 to go. And that car been turning in good times. Luke Breukers did not come into the pits after that moment in the gravel. Luke, the younger of the two brothers in the car, Luke, Rick and Ivo. There is a third brother, isn't there? Another younger brother, I think, in that family. Remarkably good laps going on at the front of the field by the Santalok Junior team at the moment. 1:53.2. It's over 3 seconds quicker than Mathieu did train. Now, in fairness,
tyres.
I think those tyres now are way past their best. Mathieu's done an hour and a half on those tyres and all the time that he's been in the car. This is great testimony to the Hankook tyres, that he's still getting any kind of performance out of them at all, and being able to hold his 1 lap lead. Nick Johnson coming in out of 3rd place in the AM category has dropped a couple of 992 class spots, but the lime green and blue Krone Racing RPM Porsche has been serviced, and Nick out of that car as it leaves the pit lane, and now off the pit lane speed limits there, and off it goes, and that was Philip Hamprecht who took the car out.
And he's been the most spectacular in that car. Did a mighty stint yesterday afternoon, dragging it from like 11th in class all the way up to the top 3. So with himself and Nick Johnson together with Tracy Krone, it's a car that should be a lot higher than actually it is, but I think Tracy particularly struggled with the characteristics of it in the early part of yesterday.
So Nick Johnson just got out of the 907. Nick, I just noticed the car. Few battle scars, typical GT racing.
Yeah, typical GT racing. You know, you have a lot of slower cars, you know, on the same race, and you have faster cars as well. So we come up on slower cars, and the faster cars come at the same time. There's not much room out there, so sometimes you have to squeeze it in a little small hole there and hope for the best, you know.
You were telling me the other day that you and Tracy have been to Tracy Krone, your teammate. We're together 20 years. You must literally know what each other's thinking.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, this is our 20th anniversary racing together, and it's like always been a blessing to be with Tracy for that long. And yeah, you're right. I mean, we're not just teammates, we're also very good friends that we have established over the years, and that's obviously fantastic. We can gain that out of, you know, a sport that you love, and, you know, travel around the world and also become good friends. That's fantastic.
It's great to see the Krone Aviation bright green back, Nick. Interesting, I spoke to Tracy's wife, and she was telling me how great it was to be somewhere other than the Nürburgring. So I said, yeah, let's have you guys in for the European season. Portugal next. Oh, sorry, Belgium, and then Portugal.
Yeah, I mean, we are committed for the most part. Some of it depending on Tracy's work schedule, because he still runs his company full time back in the States, so it's tough for him to travel sometimes. But we're gonna do the majority of it for sure, and hope for the most of it. But yeah, it's great to be in a different place than Nürburgring. But, you know, we love the Nürburgring. We're gonna go back there in for NLS 3 quali race, and then also for the 24. But then we're gonna carry on in this series as well.
So what are you aiming for, Nick, going into this 4th quarter?
Well, obviously the goal is to win, right? It's always the goal when you go racing, and we have a very good, you know, teammate in Philip Hamprecht that we were able to kind of get on board. A lot of, you know, cup racing and Porsche racing experience. Been a junior driver, factory driver before, so he obviously brought a lot to the table from the experience level, and, you know, being good in the cup car to kind of, you know, teach us a little bit how to drive those German cars, you know. So it's great to have Philip on board as well.
How is the new cup car to drive? Is it a little bit tricky?
Well, it's different. I mean, the front end is very different to the old 911, and it's you have to kind of be a little more kind of patient with this car. The old cup car would attack much more, and we're still learning that process. And on top of that, we're adding a Hankook tire from what we used to running Michelin's, right? So it's a double whammy kind of thing. We tried to learn a new tire as well as a new car, but we get in there. You know, it's, as I said, it's good help with having Philip on board. So we keep working hard, and the team does a fantastic job.
We talk about that a lot, the difference between tyres, and you mentioned Michelin's that you race in the States and Hankook here. Tell our viewers and listeners, exactly what does that mean when you say that?
Well, you know, I've been fortunate enough to do this for a long time, as you know, and I've been doing a lot of tire testing. You know, I think this tire is a much stiffer sidewall, So you have to be a little more careful how hard you push the tire early in the stint, where the Michelin is like have a softer sidewall and more forgiving, if that makes sense. So it's like this has a little smaller setup window to kind of get the longevity out of the tire. So that's also another, aspect that you always have to take into mind. But the Hankook tire does a great job for us so far. Everything is running well, and we just need to kind of keep that in mind. It's a different construction, different type of tire, but still a great tire.
It's so many elements, Nick, isn't it? It's not just about steering and braking. We'll leave you two getting some rest. And thanks for that insight. That was great stuff. Nick John.
Great to hear from Nick Johnson. Plenty of room in the fueling station. This, I think, a unique aspect of Hankook Korentic 24-hour racing. No fueling in the pit lane, either before you get to your pit or after you leave it.
Oh, this could have fallen quite nicely for Akodis ASP. We've got a yellow flag at turn 5. Haven't yet got pictures as to what's happened over there.
The second chicane.
Yeah.
And see if that clears quickly. Mauro Ricci in the pit lane as Benz.
Už jede, dobrý.
Series. So to be honest, I'm a fan. Everyone's in the same very serviceable, reliable and quick machinery for what has become, in between pit stops at least, a very long set of Carrera Cup sprints. Happy with that, he says. More please.
What it's not doing is creating that level of traffic that we've seen from
that's true.
Having 13 TCR cars, which actually makes life a lot more pleasant probably for the GT3 cars. And I think you're right. I think these 992 cars have become so easy to service, so easy to drive, because they always were quite particular to drive, but they've become easier and easier. Meanwhile, the TCR cars have become less easy to maximise, and we've created that gap.
And this version of Porsche Carrera Cup car, the 992, there is an option for ABS, which all of these cars will have. As soon as you get over an hour-long races, you tend to bolt it on. I mean, you can do that with TCR as well, actually, but I'm not sure many people do with TCR. In the US series, the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America, their Cup Series has ABS. I think it's the only one in the world. That was a deliberate decision from Porsche Motorsport North America, because they feel that the drivers who are in that championship at the moment are likely to progress to GT4 or GT3, which of course now are all ABS series.
The thing is, it's not an access point though, is it? TCR is, you could, with very little experience, jump into a TCR car and drive it and get experience in endurance racing. I don't think driver coaches would recommend doing that directly into a 992. You could do it in a GT4 car, and I think that's more of a surprise for me, that there are not as many GT4 cars here as I would expect to see. Price-wise and pace-wise, quite similar to TCR, but with the rear-wheel drive setup and therefore
tending
transferring.
Tending to be either front or mid-engine as well. because even the Porsche Cayman 982 GT4 car is probably one of the most user-friendly racing cars you can drive. The AMG GT4, same, and we've got a few there. Aston Martin, there's plenty of choice of GT4 cars.
And the price isn't that different, especially the national homologation ones. They're probably even cheaper than some of the top-end TCR cars, so why not go there when you've got that rear wheel experience and you can progress from that into GT3.
And what's interesting about the 992 Cup cars about that is they hold their price very, very well, their value very, very well, because there's so many things that they can race in. So buying a lot of teams, I know for example Carrera Cup GB, a lot of teams there buy their race cars on the Porsche options leasing scheme, and they keep them for a year or 2 years, and then they still have a value, and they get that value back out of it, and it's moved on to someone else. But they don't depreciate that much. It's a typical Porsche thing. It's getting into it in the first place. Once you've got into them, then you've got an asset that you can move on, and you just have to do it at the right sort of time. And there's clearly plenty of life left in them when they come into series like this.
And all the guys who own these race cars tend to be very clever entrepreneurs anyway, so they're not going to be buying stuff that's going to lose money.
And the oldest 992s are still only 3 years old. So they've done a year or 2 years in a National Carrera Cup. 5 Championship launched it 3 years ago. It was Super Cup, obviously, Carrera Cup North America, Carrera Cup Asia. What was the other two? I think it was Germany, of course, and the Carrera Cup Belgium and Luxembourg. That was your original 5, I think.
Right, Joe.
Middle East, maybe, sorry.
Get yourself to Haas RT, because Mathieu Detrey, after an hour and a half, 40 minutes, has decided finally he's coming into the pits. I know.
And that was on the same set of tyres, we reckon.
Sorry, so yes, he has done a 50-minute stint and then a 52-minute stint, but it didn't change the tyres in between those 2 stints because it was at the end of a code 60. So he's done an hour and 40 on those tyres, nearly 50 laps, over 50 laps, sorry, 53. So there's a story to tell there as to how they lasted. And maybe you don't need to throw quite as many hand-grip tyres at a car. He has proven. He's held onto the lead, he's held the gap to Paul Evrard, and he will now presumably hand over to Stefan Perrin.
We'll get Joe in a moment, saying good morning, and it is very early in the morning to Jerry Z in Florida. Says, I'm getting a bit of a late start from your point of view. Yeah, our clocks went forward, Jerry, so there's now 6 hours between where you are in Florida and us here in Central Europe, CEST, Central European Summer Time. He said, what did I miss? I'll tell you a little bit after we've heard from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the arrival of the Haas car, the 21 leading car, and remember, the reason he's had to do 50 laps or so on those tyres was purely down to pit strategy and not wanting to lose out, and he came in and took fuel and then did a complete drive-through and didn't bother with those tyres. So we're going to find out from Mathieu Detrey when he comes in,
and the reason was that
just what that car was like on those very worn tyres.
The reason they did that, Joe, was because they were at the wrong point of the track when that code 60 came out, so they had to do a whole lap. By the time they got into the pits, the code 60 was ready to clear, so they managed obviously to get a decent chunk of fuel into it, but they then decided, rather than stopping under green flag conditions, to get back out on the
track position. Track position is what they have taken, Joe.
Yeah, he's just come out of fueling now and heads towards as Chris de Dong holds out the board to indicate exactly where the team are waiting. We've got a team of 4 mechanics who are well choreographed in getting these tyres on as quickly as possible. And it's going to be Fred Verviche who will take over, so they really are plugging in their superstars here. The car comes to a stop up on the jacks. Already got 2 tyres on, and now the remaining 2 going on now.
We haven't seen Stefan Perrin since early yesterday. He's obviously having a very chilled weekend. Well, he might have done a double, yeah.
So we're already off the jacks and off. That was, you know, there's a sense of urgency here, and also a sense of, I'd say, delicate nervousness. I just came out onto the pit apron, and Chris got that look in his eye that he could just smell that checkered flag, and he knows these guys know what they have to do. Let's get a word with Matthew when he gets his helmet off. I'll give you guys a shout when that happens.
Right, so that was a very quick driver change because, it's interesting, isn't it, when you're doing AM driver to AM driver, or whether you're doing pro to pro, or even AM to pro, how quickly the pros plug themselves in without any help. And that was done before the car came down, as Ingo Vogler in the Land Motorsport machine comes into the fuel area.
I spoke to a previous silver graded FIA driver, which he will remain nameless, who has recently become a bronze thanks to his age, and he said the most difficult thing about going back into GT4 racing was not behind the wheel. It wasn't very physical. The most physical thing was getting in and out of the car.
I agree with that, because you're not as flexible as you get older.
You're not.
And there's decent gaps between the door bars. But when I watch the younger drivers, the way they just throw that backside in, and then somehow that left leg gets bent up in and he's on the pedals, I look at that and go, yeah, you see, that wouldn't be the way I would do it. And an older driver told me a much better way of doing it is to actually go in the wrong way around. And turn. Yeah.
What do you mean wrong way around?
So you sort of step in with your left leg first, get that in, and then sort of roll into the car, believe it or not, sort of go in head first. Let's go down to, it worked, honestly, it really did work. Let's go down to Joe, who now has the news from that stunning stint down at Haas RT.
Matthew, a lot of laps on those tyres. The inner edge, I can see, was very worn. What were they like to drive on?
Yeah, it was very long, especially for the front left. During Arabiata corner, it was very difficult to improve, but yeah, I do my best. I was crossing bigger for no puncture, and yeah, that worked. So good strategy.
How much further did you take the tyres than you would have liked? So you did. We estimate you did 50 laps. What would those tyres normally do?
Normally, normal stint, I think it's 27 to 30 laps. So yeah, it was really long. Yeah, almost a double stint. Yeah.
How hard are you guys pushing?
At the beginning, a lot, because we have a gap to close. But after, when we pit just for the fuel during the code 60, the engineer told me to keep cool with the tires to double the stint. So yeah.
Yeah, stint and a half, stint and 3/4.
Stefan Perrin when they were doing TCR Audis before that big crash at Spa. I'll say that was 2 years ago now, and it's been a long road to recovery for Perrin to get back into at GT3, and it's great to see him back in the paddock.
He got knocked around in the paddock when he got knocked over, didn't he, in Barcelona, in the pit lane a few years ago, and that could have been much more serious. Right, 4 minutes to halfway today, 3/4 in the race. Paul Everard for Santalok now heads to the fuel area, and so we'll see the lead change back again. And there goes Vervish, puts that car, the number 21 SRT car, back in the lead. The ominous clouds have not moved, but there's still a little bit of, there's a little patch of blue sky. We're not quite getting any sun through it at the moment, but fingers of darkened, very threatening cumulus nimbus across the circuit.
Tyre, and there's a lot of rubber there, but this inside edge is what defines the tyre wear, and this is how worn this tyre is. Look at that, there's literally no rubber on the inside edge of this tyre, and that's because out on the track the tyre is running, I'm exaggerating this, that's how much camber you're gonna have, so it's effectively running on this bit of the, tread there, and then as you turn into the corner the tyre flattens out, and that's when the whole width of the tread comes into play. So that's the defining factor, Joe, the inside edge.
Joe, should there be a tyre wear indicator right in the middle of that?
No, not really. I mean, as long as you've got outside edge and inside edge, they're the defining factors, really. And that's the one that's going to be where the team govern just how well. And of course, if that's brand new and that's all worn out, then you've got wrong cambers. You need a nice spread. See how the rubber is melted across the face of the tyre. However, that inside edge is always going to do the most work, and that was what we heard the driver say. I was a little bit worried about how worn the tyres were.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Aero parts of that car, but it is hanging off as they come back the Red Ant Racing Porsche. It's one of the streaks on the back of the car, a bit of carbon fibre. Now, that must have just happened, because if that had come into the pits like that, they'd have pulled it off.
Yeah.
Because what you don't want at this point is for race control to say, I need you to come in and take that off, please.
And it won't though. It's a tiny little piece. It eventually will break itself off, I would have thought. Just to expand on what Joe was saying regarding the use of camber on a tyre. Obviously, part of it is the roll through corners and being able to utilise the whole of the tyre. If the tyre was flat and you went into a corner, it would roll onto its outside edge, and therefore not utilise the whole face of the tyre. So that's why you put it on the inside. But there are other things that you can benefit. If you've got lots of camber on the back end of a car, then when you go into braking, the weight goes forward. There's very little tyre in contact with the road on the back end, which helps turning, which helps you turn around the initial part of the corner. They also, down a long straight like this, if you've got less tyre in contact with the road, and obviously with downforce cars it's a little bit different because they do get pushed into the ground, that creates less friction, and therefore in theory your terminal velocity is also higher. So there are lots of different things.
Tak Adam, docela dlouhý stint, ne?
No jako včera 2 hodinky jsem se tam poseděl. Super, že byl jenom jednou Code 60, takže člověk je pořád v tom rytmu. To jsme využili na tankování, protože jsme byli v předposlední zatáčce, takže to krásně do sebe padlo. Teď jsme se na druhém místě. Mercedes, tím mají o zastávku míň a ten jezdec už tam je hodinu. Budou muset taky zajet natankovat, vyměnit gumy, takže v ten moment zase budeme první. Takže velká spokojenost, časy myslím dobrý a můj stint jsem si užil, protože jsem si zase tak s Bavorákem, s tím stříbrným Mercedesem, asi 5 zatáček jsme jeli vedle sebe, já nevím, jestli to tady šlo vidět někde nebo ne, ale my jsme fakt jeli dveře na dveře, jenom jsem si hlídal, ať se nedotknem, kdyby to byly tahače, tak už jel v kačírku, ale tady jsem si říkal, že musím být trošku jako hodný. Takže jsem si to užil, fakt jako mám z toho skvělý pocit a doufejme, že to takhle půjde dál bezproblémově a bude nás čekat ta šachovnice.
No právě, že jsme to sledovali, tady nám to ukazovali taky ty vaše souboje, vy jste se tam i 2krát si vyměnili, ne? Že...
2krát nebo 3krát, no, že jsme se povyměňovali, pak říkám půl kola vedle sebe. Fakt pěkný boj, jelo jim to trošku víc na rovince, myslel jsem, že bych se přikrčil a to nepomůže, jak motokáře, takže jsem byl za ním schovaný, ale stejně mi trošku ujel, ale na brzdách a v zatáčkách jsem ho zase docvakl já.
Auto fungovalo?
Auto fungovalo, samozřejmě ke konci těch posledních 10 kol, to už natahujeme zase kvůli taktiky. Ty gumy už jsou úplně hin, že skoro z toho lezou dráty, ale každé kolo je dobré k tomu, k té taktice, takže myslím si, že je skvělá práce celého týmu.
Super, díky.
Problem with the braking system and the cover of the wheelhouse, but the team is doing a super job and yeah, awesome.
Great, thanks, Glenn. When you talk about the floor, it's actually diffused with the rear John, so it's actually with a couple of them. We had the Leisure did that as well, and it had a problem with the rear diffuser. So they've not really had a very good second half of the race. They've got this 6-minute penalty for coming into the pits without crossing the stripe once
at the start.
Because obviously they really had a problem. It's all been with this, literally the rear right. We were talking about the rear left like the rear right wheel housing causing them issues, and now that's going to cascade onto a problem with the undertrain tyre.
I have a task for you. It's been sent by James Gent. Says, can we have an update on the number 90 E2P Porsche? It's been in the pits for 45 minutes, did one out lap and came straight back in. And hello to fabulous Phil Anson in Dubai, lending us his eyes and his ears. Says, Joe Tech Talk is sublime. From so far this weekend, he could open his own auto electrical and tyre business. Brilliant camera work from Seb too to shift the focus across the wear holes was awesome, and Jerry Z in Florida enjoyed that too. Didn't realise about the tread wear indicator holes on the tyre. Ingenious. There you go. We like to inform as well as entertain. Entertain, inform and educate. That's the 3 principles that I was always taught at the BBC. Lord Reith's 3 cornerstones of a good broadcast.
We've just had a very slow lap, well not a very slow lap, but a slower lap from Fabrizio Broggi in Willie Motorsports Heavy Motors, which has meant that they have dropped out of 3rd position. They're still healthily in the lead of 992, but they are now off the overall podium thanks to Gray Newell, who's putting in a good stint in the heart of racing Mercedes, and he's up to 3rd.
And leading GT, Gray Newell going through turn 1 now, 2nd, 3rd, through the chicane, left then right. Now notice nobody's taking as much curb as they were in qualifying or earlier on in the race. Just up the top of the brow, up to 4th, briefly into 5th in the AMG, down to 4th gear, course through the middle of the left-hander and then through the 2nd chicane on the right-hand side. Traffic ahead of it, one of the Vortex is there, down to Casanova, should get down the inside of the Vortex here, takes a little bit of the MotoGP green, which of course would see him have that lap deleted. So Casanova, downhill. Arrabbiata 1 and 2. And climbing the hill. Again, over the top of the brow. Position yourself for the right-hander. And this is the long, almost 90-degree right into the 90-degree left. That's a really tight chicane there.
That's the one they've been having problems.
Yeah, and I'm surprised about that because you know what's coming there.
I think it's just a bit tighter than everything else.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It doesn't flow like everything else, yeah. Because the next chicane coming into the final corner, that's lovely. It's really, he's still accelerating through there. In the final corner, choice of lines here, and Gray goes early for a sort of semi-first apex, then lets the car breathe and cuts it back super late. So he's straightening the car up as much as he can to get the power on early. And what that's doing is taking pressure off the outside front tyre. In this case, the right-hand front tyre. So he's putting a little bit less steering wheel input into it. He's getting the car straighter earlier so that when he gets on to the throttle, he's not scrubbing the front tyre. EB Motorsport Veely car also coming into turn 1, and that is a battle for position between 1st and 2nd now. As Ben had said, they have lost their full. Oh no, they haven't lost their full lap lead.
No, they haven't lost the lead in 1 and 2. They've lost 3rd. Yeah.
Big time. Let's go down to Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Nick, go ahead.
Hello there. Yeah, well, that's the question with the 90 with Javier Morchillo. Javier, what's happened to the car?
Well, we had a high-speed puncture, 250 Ks. Apart from the scary bit, it broke something in the transmission. Surely the diff or the clutch in the process. So we've tried things, but I think we're out of the race.
That's very bad. Like how is it going prize that problem? Are you having a good run prize the explosion?
Well, the problem with this is it's very easy to get a high-speed puncture, and then all the problems that produces in a car like this, mechanically broken tire, can be many. We've been even lucky; didn't break too much of the bodywork. Will we see the E2PT like other preventive races? Hey, none of them. Yeah, we're here full time. We love this championship. We're in it for a long time, and we're looking forward to be on the top of the game sooner than later. We're learning a lot.
Great stuff. Now, of course, it's the Escuela España de Milito, so it's the Spanish Pilot School, which is their drug school. But actually, they've now got a selection of youngsters coming in and out of the car. Instead of not here, you can see they're going back, they can sit in the car and drive it. So, well, drive it, or have a look and see how the drive position would be. So they're making the most of. They've got a car that unfortunately can't run tonight.
Is that all their school kids from last night in our hotel?
It's not all the school, but there are some youngsters. But it could, all the youngsters who maybe they're 30 these days, but they look like they're sort of late teenagers.
Whilst we're in this consolidation phase, right in the middle of today's race, we're into the second half, as Nick said earlier on. Darren Cook has tweeted at RSL Studio. He said, explain for me the refueling process. How many Bowsers? Is it first in, best dressed, if you will? There are 8 pistol grip pumps, exactly as you would find on a normal garage forecourt. You can choose any one of them that is free when you get in. He says, do the team pit crew refuel or is it done by a dedicated crew? It is team members of each car, and they are the only ones, of course, who are required to wear fireproof overalls. Some of them do in the pit lane as well, and it's not a bad idea to do that. You also have to have a helmet, a fireproof balaclava and goggles, some kind of head protection, fireproof goggles and fireproof balaclava as well. And he says this is very different to the Bathurst 12 hours, but I'm really enjoying it. Erwin says thanks for the explanations. He says where are the spectators? Well, there are spectators here. They don't all sit in the stands. The beauty of a long race like this is people can wander around. And actually, you can have a really good single-venue stage rally on just the access roads in Mugello. There's a little bit over by turn 1 where you go over the top of a brow and you're met by 2 very sturdy-looking trees, which would have to be a caution. And then you can run all the way around side. So, and the other thing is, it's unlimited access to the paddock as well. So there's quite a few people in the paddocks. Fan-friendly, it looks like, says Erwin. You're absolutely right. If you're in Europe and you've got the chance to come to a Creventic race, it's always very good value. Great access. Drivers and the team's happy to talk as well. Plenty of time to wander around tracks. And next up, we are at Spa-Francorchamps, which is one of the great tracks to walk around. And actually, huge improvements to spectator pedestrian access around Spa. It used to be you needed to put your hiking boots on and strap your ankles up if you were going to go and do a walk around, but the footpaths in particular have been improved. I'm not saying you could rollerblade down them, Ben, but they are much better than they used to be.
I think the objective at some point will be that, but with all the build work that they've been doing, not just most notably up the first and second turns around Eau Rouge and Radion.
Well, there's a brand new spectator grandstand, isn't there?
There's a brand new spectator grandstand overlooking Eau Rouge, but now there's another one overlooking the old pits.
Yeah.
But there's also going to be one built around Pouhon, and that is still very much a building site. So that's where you're going to need your Wellington boots. It does get a bit muddy around Spa, and certainly the last time I was there, it was in July, was a right mess around the back of the circuit, but you're right, it's a lovely walk.
Let's pick up the GT3 AM class leader, has been running as high as 3rd, now drops down to 4th. Gray Newell took the car into that GT3 AM leading position.
And he's got out, and whoever got in has got new tyres, but then had to make the short run of shame to the penalty box. Because they're quite a long way up the pit lane. Whether you've got the pit limit speed before you just stop and slow down again. Parked next to the white Hasbro safety car. They have a 16-second penalty. It was what seems to be the fueling area. I have to have a confession to you, Ben. I actually gave you a bum steer on the fueling section. It's 10 barrels, isn't it? I think they added 2 more after Friday.
Oh, really?
Cheeky.
No,
10
pumps.
Yeah.
5 barrels, 5 pumps with 10 pistols.
Yeah.
Pistols.
Nozzles.
Nozzles, yes, all those words.
Yes. Yes.
And why do they do that? Because so Panther Fuels supply the whole thing, and it's a huge amount cheaper for the teams as well to use that simple system than to have a much more complex system of fueling in the paddock, where they also then need all the teams of drivers to have more fireproof gear, and they then also control the fuel rates and the filling rates rather than the teams doing it. And then there's all kinds of tricks you can do to get fuel into the car faster with more technology and therefore of course more cost. So it's a really good cost-effective way. There's a big old fuel truck attached to all these this portable power system, exactly the same as you'd see actually in WRC. They just construct these fuel systems in a car park somewhere, and it works very, very well for Preventive.
It was Roman Andrews who got into the harder racing SPS. Now the car that is battery on track, they're actually nothing to do with the race through the different classes. The EV Motors Porsche Broglie gets out of that 955. They're doing a full service as well.
That's the leader in 992. And third overall.
They'll probably rotate back to fourth overall now with Roman back in the SPS Heart Racing car. That's a pretty quick one, that was, wasn't it? So speedy stop, Fabrizio out. Team again doing particularly well. They must have a big lead now in 992.
They have got just on a lap, yeah, just over a lap. Even after that stop, they'll still have a lap, I reckon. Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon. Roman De Angelis then waiting for him to come around. He's just gone by, actually. So whilst Fabrizio Broglie was getting up to speed, so they'll be going through turns 1 and 2. They must be pretty close together. So 6 seconds between when they went across the line, but of course Fabrizio, excuse me, it was Sergio Nicolai in the Vili Motors car. They were still on the pit lane speed limiter. So has the 27 gone past them? I think he must have, yeah. Gone and away. And has held on. Hunter Racing have held on to the GT3 AM lead by almost, well, just over 50 seconds.
Yeah, it has really stretched out. That second half of...
That was 16 seconds, you remember?
Yeah,
we talking about it?
A really nice little stint.
Yeah, very good, great.
With Carsten in the 11 and Johannes Kirchhoff in the 34, we do have slower gentleman drivers aboard those AM cars at the moment. They've got the AM in the AM cars for the time being.
Down with Ray Neal, straight out of the Harder Racing SPS. Ray, that was a good little stint for you there.
It was a long one. We had a communication error. I was supposed to come in and do a driver change, but I missed that on the radio, so I ended up going out and doing an impromptu double stint and just kept it clean and tried to manage the tires. But I hear we're up in first now, so I guess it was a happy accident.
So, say you get fresh tires that second stint?
No, we didn't stop for the tires. It was just running the same stuff all the time. So managed to keep the times okay and keep the car out of the gravel. It's been good so far, having recovered from my spin yesterday. So just everybody's focusing so hard on putting us where we need to be.
As you say, happy accident. How was the car at the end of the second stint?
You know, the Mercedes does really well as the tire starts to go. The rear end starts to get a little bit loose, so you need to put a little bit of understeer in the car just to keep it stable. But you know, it's been great. I actually really enjoyed having the opportunity to get to drive the car. So
how do you change that? Driving style change? How about the buttons on the wheel or the
well, for me, it's just about the style change. You know, just trying to set the front end and get more angle before I get to power. Just have the car rotated a little bit more so the rear end doesn't move around. I'm new to GT3 racing, so having this much power is a little new to me. So I'm just having to manage all of that and figure it out.
Are you actually adjusting the ABS and the traction controls? Or just about driving lines?
For me, it's just been about the lines. We haven't done a whole lot of TC adjustment. We're kind of really liking where we're at in a slightly lower TC. Just being a naturally aspirated car, the power band's so linear, you know, it doesn't spike like the turbo, so it's pretty easy to be smooth with the throttle. So for me, I've just been changing how I'm driving the car.
Right. Are you going to get in before the end, or is that the end of your country driving?
I'm not sure yet. I think that's the end for me. You know, Roman's out now to go set some qualifying laps for us, and I think Ian will go in after him, but I'll be ready if they need me.
48 laps that was on a set of tyres for an inexperienced driver like Ray Newell. That is stunning. And this idea of changing his driving style
within the stint.
You know, that is something that's way beyond the years that he has in experience. So hats off. You know, we took our hat off to Mathieu Dutré, who has not great experience, but has more experience for sure.
Not much GT experience, but lots more experience. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, so easy to throw a car off that's done 45 laps on the tyre.
We have the benefit of seeing the onboard from the number 27 car. We did notice the difference in lines that he was taking, particularly through the 15th and final corner. And so clear to see, we've been able to see what's been going on, and nicely interrogated there by Nick and explained by Gray Newell. And Roman D'Angelis, by the way, as he was saying, he's been sent to go and do some qualifying laps. He did a 49.9 on, I think, his second flying lap, maybe his third on full tanks in that 27 half a race. Roman's a bit special. Came up through Porsche GT Challenge and Porsche Carrera Cup in Canada and North America. And he has been pretty impressive. Just want to check back in with Nick for a moment. Nick, update on the weather, please. We're seeing clouds moving now, which I haven't seen for quite some time. What I can't see, it's coming from sort of towards the high-level winds, obviously coming from across at turn 15, and I can't see very much further down there. Is that good or bad?
Cold and grey. It's not realistically, as you said, Nick joined the Mugello 12 hours. I was expecting beautiful Tuscany spring sunshine, as we've had the previous 3 times I've been here, rather than having it looking very similar to Northampton to the roads as we were travelling around the last couple of days. It's very high. The grey is very grey. It's really interesting. This is, especially for those who are well aware of the weather in the UK. This sort of grey cloud in the UK would have done great. Definitely. Spitting across, they'd have to bring the teams in the van light, the whole thing. But here it's a little bit higher up. I think it's probably dropping the actual rain on those mountains or high hills over the back of turn 1.
Yeah.
It's not even feeling that feeling of rain. Not even that. I don't think.
Well, you ride a motorcycle like me, so you get that motorcyclist nose for rain, don't you? When you can smell the ozone in the air. There's none of that, is there not?
No, can't see it raining. It's apparently 16 degrees. It's not feeling. This wind now, you have 2 days running up the main straight. Not as strong as yesterday. That doesn't mean it's not there and quite windy.
No.
So yeah, I mean it's there. It's dry and it's pleasant. The driver feels dry, so we shouldn't complain. But personally, a bit of sun, 4 or 5 degrees more, and I've been ticking this one off my head.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Hello to Dead Squirrel, sitting in his car at the side of a race circuit listening to us. Now, where's that? I feel I should recognise that. What do you reckon that is, brothers? I recognise that comms box there. Let us know where you are, Dead Squirrel. It looks like Silverstone to me for the grandstands. Yeah. Green seats. Green seats. I think that's Silverstone.
Do you know where it's Silverstone?
Yeah. Let us know where you are, Dead Squirrel. We think Silverstone.
It looks wet and colder than it is here, though.
RSL_studio. Well, at least my lawn's getting a bit of rainfall. And for a moment, a little bit of sunshine on the front straight.
It's the clouds breaking, and it gives you a bit of a false impression. Nick's quite right down there. It is cold. It's in complete contrast to last weekend for us, where it was 31 degrees across at the Sebring, Super Sebring.
Yeah, still nothing on Portimao last year when it was 42 degrees on the grid at the start of the race.
We had drivers getting out of cars and literally lying in paddling pools.
Yeah, well, Creventic provided pizzas for everybody yesterday to look after the teams. At Portimao, all the teams were given an inflatable small swimming pool.
It was a medical necessity.
It was. I remember
Really
talking to
was.
some of the drivers. Now, this is getting interesting because we've got now this dominant run from Sergio Nicolet from Vili Motorsports by EB Motors at 4th position overall and trying to put more laps on Porsche Cup cars. And the next car that he has just gone by is the 985, and that is the second place car. Felix Neuhofer in second in 992.
So will that be 3 laps of that class leader then?
Sergio will have completed 268 next time around. and Felix would be 266 knots. So that's a full 2 laps now. So that got down to just on a lap, and so Vili have taken another lap out of everybody since the end of their first pit stop today. But their strategy last night today on both of their cars was really good. Gianluigi Piccioli in the 973, that's their AM category 992 car, is also leading their class. They weren't quite so fortunate with how the purple flags in the full course 60s came. They are around about a minute, check that, 30 seconds rather, ahead of Philip Hamprecht for RPM Racing. That's the Krohn car in second in AM, and Ivan Giacomo in the 912, just crossing the line in front of me now for the Porsche Center Ticino machine. He's another 46 seconds back. It's been a good run back for Nick Johnson this morning. He started, the car lost a bit of time this morning. They'd had a good run yesterday, and then Nick started to pull back, and now it's been handed over to Phil Hamprecht to do what he does. Carsten Tilke just starting into the lap now, going through turn 3. And that's the number 11, Hoffa racing the dark grey car with the dark red accoutrement. Carsten Tilke behind the wheel, son of Herman Tilke, and does a bit of doodling himself as far as racetracks are concerned.
Oh, is he in the family business, is he?
Yeah, I can't remember whether it must have been Ben yesterday who told me which circuits he's been credited with, which current circuit he's been credited with.
Was the new Q8 circuit where we were at in December?
That is a Tilke draw, but I don't know whether that was one of Carsten's. I thought that was a stunning service. Really good.
Yeah, very much.
Can't wait to get back there this year.
It's very rare you get a long straight followed by a kink, followed by a long straight,
and then followed by a heavy brake.
Followed by a heavy brake. Really challenging.
Yeah.
And a compromising setup.
Oh, massive
compromising aero setup.
Lots of blind corners as well for a place in the desert.
Gradient changes, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cambers, different cambers,
nuances,
negative, and not necessarily when you look at a track map and you go, oh yeah, I need to be over there to get there. And when you get there, you think, oh no, that's not going to work. It's a bit like, it reminded me a lot of Corner.
Yes.
Where Corner is a really tricky track to get your head around.
NASCAR Cup Series there this weekend with Gunter Steiner in the commentary booth, commentating on 2 Formula 1 world champions. Jenson Button getting some more NASCAR experience before he and the Camaro 56 team go to Le Mans.
There's apparently only 0.3 of a second between him and Kimi Räikkönen.
Yeah.
We're going to be very close on the grid.
And so is it Jordan Taylor or Ricky Taylor who's driving this weekend? It is Jordan, yeah.
Or is it? No, you got me thinking.
No, it's Ricky. He's been anyway. Young Mr. Taylor qualified 4th in his first time in a Cup car ever.
Incredible. Considering how different those cars are.
The more interesting stat for me is that Hendrick Motorsport and the Garage 56, the Camaro 56 team, on Goodyear race tyres, Le Mans style race tyres. It was Jordan, yeah, I thought it was. That car might look like the current NASCAR Cup car, but it's a development. So the next gen, next gen. Paddle shift, different suspension, etc. So how about 8 seconds difference between the car that's going to Le Mans to represent Corvette and NASCAR and the American scene? 8 seconds a lap quicker than the current Cup cars.
It's more towards a GT3 spec, sports car spec, though, isn't it, with regards to aero? And
it's effectively a tube frame GT3 car.
That's exactly how I. And they've kind of brought the performance level into that.
Sounds fantastic. Also this week in sports car news, was it this week or was it last week? No, this week. When did I get back from Sebring?
I have no idea.
Yeah. In the 2 days after Sebring, Multimatic were testing, extensive testing for the first time for the new Ford Mustang GT3 based on the Dark Horse road car, and that sounds absolutely fantastic. The car literally just finished. It was meant to have its public static debut at the Formula 1 12 Hours of Sebring. It wasn't actually ready for that. The guys at Multimatic had a long chat with Larry Holt at Multimatic flying out to Sebring, and he was genuinely unsure whether the car would be ready to do that test. And the Multimatic teams worked very, very hard indeed. And it was out on circuit at the same time as one of the cars that will be its rival, which is the new Corvette C8 GT3 car, the first fully designed GT3 car rather than performance balanced GT3 car. So we'll see those two cars next year, and potential, of course, for them to race in this series.
On the front end. Now, the interesting thing about it is they've taken the nose off the car, and it's got kind of a catchy, a mesh catch, which goes effectively from where the arches are up to the inside. They've taken out from each side. From one side, they've got like a handball-sized amount of rubber marble. The other side is almost a football side that has come off. So only the way that it's designed, really picking up the marble and throwing it into this net that catches them. They've taken out about 3 kilograms worth of rubber. And
well, it's directing air in there. That's the whole point of it. And what else is in the air, if it's being thrown up off the ground, is bound to go the same way, isn't it?
And that's why they've got the catch fencing for it. But, but that isn't their major problem. Having a really good shifty around. Interestingly, I'm sitting there, I can see 2 or 3 large lumps of rubber. They're not bothered with it in other parts of the car. So my feeling is that car is going to obviously get heavier and heavier and heavier until you take the nose off it. Then you get about 3 kilograms off it. And then they are doing some tie wrap work, and I'm quite pleased though. Based on those fences, I think they're perhaps being bashed too much by the rubber balls. But yeah, I think again this is an example of this car which is great when it's running, but isn't quite yet optimised for multi-class 12-hour running.
Yeah, that's the 702.
Here comes second place.
Is that the 702 you're talking about, Nick?
205.
Sorry, 205.
In the 26 car in the pit. Out gets.
Paul Everard getting out of the Sunlock Junior team, yeah.
It's a full service, fresh tyres, brand new tyres, short markings tell you they're new. Quite a slip of wheels, the has stopped.
Hang on a second, Nick. 19th position. That's the leader in GTX. This is turn 1.
We might have oil down.
There might be something down at turn 1. This is the 720. RD Signs, that's the leader. He's gone off, and there's a Porsche off as well, which...
The way those two cars flew off there, John, I would suspect that we've got some
there was contact. There was contact between them.
No, this one hits first, and then ages after, we get a Porsche flying off at unabated speed, not being able to scrub off any speed before he goes into the gravel there. See what I mean? See how
Code
quickly
60.
that car hit.
Code 60, and what is the Porsche that's involved over there?
What is going on
there? The Porsches, one of them's lost, well, they've lost it on the way into the corner. They brake just before the 100-metre marker from 270 kilometres an hour, so they're not hanging about. I'm trying to identify that Porsche just from what I can see. I picked off straight away the Lamborghini. That one's fairly distinctive. It might be the 985 Lamborghini. Yeah, we've already got that one. That's fine. Might be the 985 Porsche, but I'm not betting on that at the moment. This is the second car involved, and
it seemed that both of those cars went off at unabated speed.
They were already spinning before they entered the corner,
and that's why I suspected. And you can see their weight, like sort of just in the braking area.
Yeah, the witness
tyre
marks.
Yeah. But then That's why I suspect that we had maybe
90
oil down or something.
928. Well, they've had a
NKPP.
That's been an eventful weekend for the NKPP by HRT Performance. Harry Hilders again, but no, I would say no blame attached to Harry on that, because he was backwards before he even got to the apex of the corner. Now, in the fueling area, it is absolute chaos. Nick Damon, you'll have cars with you shortly. Heart of Racing have gambled and come in, and they have got onto a pump. The number 8 Kessel Ferrari have not been able to get on a pump. We've got the teleloader there for the Lamborghini. There's also going to be some tyre barrier repair required. How did they race Formula 1 here? I thought it was ridiculous. We've got marshals out on the track with oil dry.
Yeah, they're inspecting that surface.
And having a look there, and there was almost an accident in the pit lane as the Ferrari, in the fuel lane, as the Ferrari number 8 was coming into what it thought was a pump that was already occupied by the 88 Accordis ASP team, Jérôme Policamp in the Mercedes AMG. The Ferrari has been pushed back and is getting fueled, so there are pumps available. This is a public service announcement for those of you. Now the witness marks start from the braking area going into turn 1. So it's not as if these cars, dear viewer and listener, have lost it in the middle of the corner. They were completely out of control. Not as badly damaged as I thought it was going to be, because it's gone in almost exactly sideways. There's some, I think, some damage to the door mirror. There's a dent behind the driver's door. Everybody's soaking up penalties in the penalty box as well. We'll give you some news on the drivers. It was Andreas Butkevicius who was in the 720, Harry Hilders in the Porsche, and pretty much everybody coming in. Nick Damon's been watching to see who's done anything more than fuel. He's down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, I think the easy job to say who hasn't come in. Obviously, the Sandlock team could be upset because they missed out on the chance of getting to. Fred Vervish is actually now just coming through. He is stopping at his box, even though he hasn't been out for a particularly long time, taking the fuel, stopping at the box, and they're going to get fresh tyres in that car as well. So no expense spared for Haas RT. You know, so the new boots going on for Fred. You've got, obviously got half a tank of fuel a second ago. The 34, the Land Kirchhoff car, that came in as well, didn't change drivers. Just seeing the Tracy Cron car has changed drivers. I think it must be Nicholas Jonsson getting back in again. A whole raft of Porsches came in at once, one including the 909 Red Camels team. That did change drivers, but I'm not quite sure who. Right down the other end. As you say, John, also a lot of people taking the opportunity to soak up any penalties they have. So Vervish rejoins. There's the rejoined Land Audi, the car that was doing so well to have the water leak earlier. That's also going into penalty time. So I think effectively the cars that we've not seen are those cars that stopped a few minutes ago, including the EV Motorsports 955 and of course the slightly unlucky 26 Sunlock car, which effectively finished
Twice that's
stopped.
happened.
It finished, it stopped, and I don't think it was 10 seconds out the pit lane before Code 60 was called.
Yeah, twice I think that's happened to that car, Nick. Thank you. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Yeah, bodywork damage to the NKPP car, and I'm not sure that that driver's door is shutting properly, but remarkably straight suspension-wise on that car, but that went in pretty much sideways.
See the damage above the wheel. That wheel has taken the brunt of that damage as well.
Yeah, and it was partially on its side.
Straight through, all that energy transfers straight through into the differential and the gearbox. And yeah, I would be inspecting that with a microscope.
So 2 hours and 19 seconds still to go. The bulk of the clear up has been done. There'll need to be a little bit of repositioning of tyres. Fantastic work by the teleloader drivers. That was very nicely done. And news on the drivers as soon as we get it. The GTX leader then is out for the moment, and that's 7-lap lead is going to disappear. Not sure that car will be coming back. So yeah, that car was on the 720 Lamborghini was on the grass before it got to the corner, and it was pretty much sideways and backwards, and then the Porsche came in at a slightly different angle, but again was completely out of control long before the apex of the... Actually didn't take the apex. Neither of those cars, I reckon, took the apex of the corner on the track. They were already drivers right on the grass.
They were well inside of the apex.
Yeah, absolutely.
The grass. You saw the track tyres. The track
tyre tracks. The witness marks.
Witness marks, I like that term.
Australian. Pick that up from my Australian.
Okay.
I try to incorporate things that I think are good from everybody, but quite happy to give that due credit from Crailsy and his Australian cohorts.
So really unlucky for Sonderlock, I've got to say. That was Juan Bastar, who I spoke to, having just missed out on the Code 60 pit stop the previous, what an hour ago, or an hour and 20 minutes ago. And then exactly the same thing, and that's going to just eke out that gap towards the Haas RT Audi. It's just going to stretch it a little bit more.
Yeah, our best wishes to Andres and Harry, because even if they are okay, they are going to wake up tomorrow and Tuesday with some very, very achy bits of their body. When you have that kind of accident, a sudden stop.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Marks again from the drone.
Yeah, we've just had some great drone footage taking the line that the Lamborghini and the Porsche took, and we really saw
our drone is heading off to do that for us. Meantime, our intrepid marshals are rebuilding the tyre wall and the sort of conveyor belt barrier in front of it, the rubber barrier in front of it. Gives us an opportunity to say thank you very much indeed to all of our volunteer marshals, both here and around the world. I think the Porsche was closer to the right-hand side barrier than it was to the apex, and the marshals are indeed looking at some fluid on the circuit and putting down a drying agent during this Code 60.
All right, I'm going to, it's pure speculation. Has the Lamborghini had an oil issue that's put itself off and the Porsche's followed it in?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Because if that's not the case, there is somebody out there losing fluid or oil.
I'll tell you why. Because where they're putting the oil dry is gone beyond where the skid marks have started. And Porsche is way closer to the barrier, and the oil dry's gone beyond, beyond where the Porsche. So the Porsche skids slightly further up the track. The Lamborghini goes, I tell you what, but was on the brakes super early.
And the oil, where they're putting the oil dressing, still checking the surface.
Yeah.
And they're still finding slippery residue.
Yeah.
All the way past the skid marks, good spot kind of. And that's going towards turn 1 further than we've got the skid marks.
Correct.
So
it's going down to it's spot on the racing line, and in a conventional racing line. Where these guys have lost it, and they're going all the way back to the safety car control line. So that's you start braking just before the 100-meter mark. So I wonder if as they were braking, you come in. There's a slight left kink there, and so you're actually in what is the middle of the road, because the left-hand side curb is further away from you. You don't follow the left kink. You're in the middle of the road coming up from the pit wall side, and you diagonal across into your braking area just before the 100-meter board for the GT3 cars. And the Lamborghini's probably the quickest car in a straight line here, because it's a Super Trofeo car. And I wonder if they've got on the brakes, and as they've got on the brakes, they've then crossed into where that oil is, and that's what's kicked the car off, because that was right on the curb. Another stop for the leading Audi, Fred Vervisch, Nick.
Yeah, well, they'll be backing up the brand new tyres by absolutely fully in the tank as well. So I assume that's going to mean Fred will be able to go through his full 2-hour stint time. That'll be absolutely, don't forget, that'll be above the normal refuel. They'll be probably right up to the 120 litres of the endurance tank, which are in these cars, even though they're only allowed to refuel by 95 or 100 litres, depending on which class they're in. So with 2 extra half tanks of fuel, plus what he had in there anyway, and new tyres, they've probably set Fred in for a long run. And we only have, 2 hours, 12 minutes to go, which is they're probably going to have like an hour or 50 minutes to finish at the end. So they'll then be within one stop of getting to the end.
Ian McCarthy spotting, when he rewound the coverage, that's part of the wall just where the Lamborghini went in, Andreas went in, has actually just been rebuilt, that concrete wall. Good spot, Ian, thank you. I hadn't seen that. Both drivers, by the way, taken to the on-site medical centre. That is absolutely standard procedure as the repair on the tyre bundles continues, and we're reattaching the thick rubber banding that goes in front of the tyres. I had a question the other day actually about are these all old, worn-out tyres? Actually, they're not nowadays. They tend to be rejects.
Rejects, yeah. They're
so they look like they've got. You can think, oh yeah, I'll have 4 of those. They've got more meat on them than I've got on my car.
Yeah, they've been rejected from the tyre factory.
All the major tyre companies that produce in Europe make those rejects available to line. And most circuits, I noticed that this at Sebring actually last weekend, most circuits have pre-bundled stacks ready to go and slot in to areas where perhaps the bundles have been broken up or whatever.
And you can just use a forklift or something, or a tractor with 2 forks at the front. You just lift up a section of,
it's a bit of Tetris.
12 by 4.
Yeah, and you...
It's a bit of Tetris, yeah.
It's a bit of Tetris.
Real life Tetris.
Yeah, those guys are very good indeed. So Code 60 then, if you're not used to what you're seeing here this Sunday afternoon, coming up to 10 minutes before 1 Central European summertime as it was. Clocks went forward last night. Nick reminding us how much time we've lost this weekend, because we came an hour forward from the UK, then it lost another hour of sleep.
It's nice sometimes to go back in time. But then spring forward, didn't we?
Yeah, we sprung forward last night.
Made it through another dark winter.
It's very
Spring
fortunate
is in
now,
the
aren't
air.
we, that we have motor racing all the way through the winter, and it tends to be in places where it's quite sunny.
We have no off-season in
How
endurance
did we
racing.
used to get on where we stopped in September and didn't start until Easter weekend in April?
Well, the UK
I seem to remember I fared rather badly.
We did fare rather badly, you and I. The UK season used to finish in October. Well, it used to finish late October with the Formula Ford Festival.
Yep.
And then restart in mid to late March. Now, globally, certainly the endurance racing season goes from January to December.
Yeah.
You know, we start off in Dubai. We've then got, across to the US for the IMSA series, and then we go all the way through to November, where
December
where we have
Krevetnik
Kuwait.
for Kuwait Motortown. Meantime, plenty of pit stops going on. We had the lead TCX car in. Peter Larson has brought that in. He's got out the Primus Racing BMW number 251. Full service on that one. Stefan Vining for Land Motorsport. Now up to 10th in class for that car that lost 10 laps. Working on that car. There's something on the track that shouldn't be there, Flag.
It's a yellow surface flag.
No, it is something on the track that shouldn't be there. It goes out for debris as well. The official title of that is foreign object or material on the track. Everybody's got. You see it most for slippery surface, but if it's debris, it could be out for debris as well. The marshals that told me about that many years ago, and it stuck with me. And you know how much I love the dedication of our motor racing marshals. Called it the on the track.
Ah, yes.
CR flag.
Right, okay.
Nick Damon has more callers in the pit lane as the telly loader has finished its business at turn 1.
Completely protected. There's no evidence at all that there's been anything apart from, as you say, deceleration injuries to the drivers, because they have absolutely controlled themselves really well. Certainly on this Porsche, also you have very high wing elements to the top of it, so what you wouldn't have seen Harry wouldn't have picked up any sideways whiplash. His head would be well constrained by those wings on the seat. So yeah, it's going to hurt, and I wouldn't have wanted to do it myself, but I think going in sideways like that is often the best way to go in, isn't it, John?
Thank you, Nick. We're going back to green flag in just a moment with just over 2 hours and 6 minutes still to go. Let me give you a quick rundown. Fred Vervies leads on 280 laps as we go back green. That's Haas RT from Santalop on 277, be 278 actually when they come round to complete. 276 is the lead AM car, third overall. That's Roman De Angelis and Hartner Racing by SBS. Then also on 276, the lead 992, Sergio Nicolai for Vili Motorsport. Then the second in AM, Land Motorsport on 275 laps. They've got also on 275 laps Acutis ASP Mercedes number 88 and the 11 Chantal Prince driven Hoffer Racing car on 273. 985 Felix Neuhofer for Porsche. Second in 992, third then behind them by a handful of seconds. Actually, they must be pretty close together. Red Ant Racing and Red Ant the number 903. Also on the same lap, the leader in 992 is Gianluigi Piccoli Piccioli in the 973 EB Motors Porsche. Still on the same lap is the 5th place Red Camel Jordan NL 909. Then Nick Njonson for RPM, 2nd in AM. Then Ivan Giacomo for Porsche Center Ticino, 3rd in AM. That's your top 13 as we get back to green. Back to Nick for some more driver interviews in a wee moment. Nick Damon, what is still the RD Sainz GTX leader in the pit. I should say, by the way, those two cars that went in at turn 1 were separated by 5 seconds on the track when they went in. They were 21st and 22nd and side by side on the timing and scoring. Both drivers have gone for a medical check. I think that's very smart indeed. Nick, what does the Lamborghini number 720 look like?
Much more damage than the Porsche. It's gone in on its right-hand side, and it's gone in mostly on that right-hand rear corner. So rather than taking the impact across a large flat area, the whole side, most of it's going in the back. So the whole of the rear, there's so much broken carbon fibre there, and it's which is not cheap. It's bent the exhaust output. Obviously, completely destroyed the rear suspension mountings. The doors a little bit break. The front right is absolutely fine, as is the front left. The rear left is has just gone off. It's just lost its pressure, so it's kind of been pulled off the rim. But there's a lot of damage on that rear right-hand side, and that car will not be rejoining this race. 2 hours and 3 minutes left to run, and it's a very sobering thought when you sit there, and I don't know how racing teams do this. I just sit there and think, well, that bit on its own is about £1,000, and that bit's about £4,000. No more. That's obviously because I'm not independently wealthy enough to race a Lamborghini, I suppose.
Can't think of it in monetary terms, Nick.
No.
These are life-changing amounts of money.
Let's put those things to one side. Coming down to 2 hours to go. That's one more pit stop, I reckon, for Fred Vervaation Haas RT, and they'll be brimful in that car now. So I think they'll easily make the next 2 hours with one more pit stop. So here, maybe, just maybe now, the stagger is beginning to unwind as we come down to just 2 hours to go. The 928 NKPP car also off the rollback in the pit. Now, is this a bit of drama for our leader in 992? This is another luggage cover drama, I think, because that's rattling around rather more than I'd like to see it in the slow corners.
When you say luggage cover, you mean the bonnet at the front of the car?
Yeah. Well, it's not a bonnet because it doesn't cover an engine.
Yeah, I know that.
It's the luggage cover.
Covers the lugger.
Yeah,
that's
luggage compartment cover.
That's like putting up an umbrella at the front of the car, isn't it? Drag-wise.
Yeah, but remember what happened at Kuwait Motor Town? We saw a one fold completely back
and block the driver's view.
No, just the bottom bit underneath where the clips were. Not the whole thing pop up, just the bottom bit fold up as if it was a piece of
papier-mâché
tin. Yeah, but it's not. It's carbon fibre. Even on the road car, it's carbon fibre reinforced plastic. Even on the road going version, the road going version of the GT3, the GT3 Touring 992 are basically the cars you've got now with slightly nicer upholstery and a stereo. There's very little difference. Oh, and bigger rims. They've got 20-inch rims at the front, 21s at the back, rather than 18s all around, which the race car gets. 6-speed manual gearbox. Same engine, so 507 horsepower, same output. You get slightly more plush interior, but that's about it. The gearbox, of course, on the race cars are a racing paddle shift rather than a racing version of the PDK rather than the standard PDK or the manual that you get in the road cars. Amazing pieces of kit again from Porsche. They also have the turbo body on them, which means they've got those air intakes in front of the rear wheels. Help cool down.
That looks like the Red Camel car about to put a lap on that RPM Racing Nick Johnson car.
Red Camel is Nick Johnson back in that car now. That's interesting.
No, we've just had Nick Johnson
he's
overtake Evo Breukers.
Yes,
that's what we've got.
And what's important about that is he is heading towards the back of Gianluigi Piccioli, and he is 40 seconds behind him at the moment, and that's the battle for AM. That's the battle for GT3 AM.
Yeah, he's one of the quickest 992 cars on the track at the moment.
Right, it's 2 hours to go, and Joe and Ben will take you through the next little time, and we'll start things off with the TCE results going into the last 2 hours. Primus from Hoffa, 331 still ahead of 332, and now that gap, which was nothing at the start of the race, has got out to 6 laps. Then it's the TCR car and the Ligier still out there turning laps. So all of the cars that started are still running there. And in the GT part, it's Haas by 2 laps. Yeah, 2 full laps from Sanderlock. Menhana Racing is the best of the AMs in GT3 with the Mercedes. Then Philly Motorsport is the leading Cup car. Land, Akkodis CSP's GT3 team in 5th overall, and that is the second, check that, the third AM car. 4th AM car, Chantal Prince for Hoffa. Then the Porsche Parade, led by 2nd in Porsche, Neuhoff Rennsport in 8th position. 9th Red Ant. 10th EB Motors, who are the best AM car, ahead of RPM Racing in 11th, second best AM car. Nick Johnson chasing down Gianluigi Piccioli. Red Camel Jordan are 6th in the AM cars. 7th is the 912 Porsche Center Ticino car. Enrico Fulgenzi Racing haven't had the best of luck today. They were up in the top 3 and have dropped down to 8th position. Then Jutta Racing for Audi in 15th position, our 5th in GT3 AM. HRT is another 992 car. Nicolas Sturzinger behind the 967 Porsche in 16th. Kessel 8th in GT3 for Marco Frezza in the hybrid Ferrari. Not that it's got a hybrid engine, it's just got panels from both cars that they've brought this weekend. Bob Herbert is holding down 4th in AM for HRT Performance 930. Then Land, Porsche Baltic, Jutta Racing, and going down to 22nd position, the RD Sainz Lamborghini is one of the cars that caused that most recent Code 60, still showing as leading GTX, but that car is not putting any more laps on, and Harry Hilders right behind, exactly the same. They will not be putting any more laps on, possibly at all, so that's going to allow the Lionel Amarouche to go through, and in fact actually that has just happened as he went past me. So it will be Vortex V8 leading, and Pierre Fontaine in the 702 Vortex will also be going through shortly to go through to 2nd in class. Red Ant, BUGGYRA back in the lead of the GT4 ahead of Atlas Motorsport by a couple of laps now. Then the Simpson Motorsport GT4 is 12 laps further back. CP trying to get some points in their defence of their European Championship they won last year. 9 und 11 Racing is in 31st. 32nd E2P. They've had problems as well, as we heard earlier on. That high-speed puncture caused damage at the back. Herberth Motorsport, that was the 77 laps done for practice and BOPing the new GT3R in concert with Preventic. PB's Exige had oil leak in the engine that they couldn't fix in Herberth Motorsport. Their substantive car went out after just 23 laps yesterday, with gearbox problems. That's how it stands with just an hour and 55 minutes to go here at Mugello. It's all been put back together and we're back to racing with 1:54 to go.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Nick having a jog along to those two respective pit garages and just hopefully get a word with the drivers that were involved. Audrey has put the Vecchius and Harry Hilders were the drivers in that Lamborghini and that Porsche. Separate incidents, but such a coincidence to have those two cars go off in that fashion. We certainly did find that we had residue of some sort down on the track that's been treated. Let's head down to the pits. Nick, is that you that I can hear? Go ahead, Nick.
Hello there, you could hear me. Yes, I'm just trying to quick word with John. But it's about we've got both the cars back. I've also got Seb here, so we're going to take pictures of how awfully damaged they are, if you like. So the drivers, of course, have gone through to the medical centre, and they've not so far reappeared within the garage, which I'm not sure if they will, to be honest. I'm shaking the head when that hurt. But we've got code 60, Joe.
Yeah, do we know why?
I have no idea.
No, neither do I as well. We've just had the warning there, the code 60 flag flying. Yellow flag at turn 9 was the start of that, and turn 9 being the second of the Arrabbiata corners. That sweeping uphill right-hander, the one that should be flat out if you've set your car up right there.
Yeah, it's an acceleration zone, really. Unfortunately, it is one of the places we have little visibility from our trackside cameras, so it'll be difficult to spot, but there is somebody out there, and the outside of the corner is gravel, and so may need extraction, and it is a vortex, and it is the vortex night. Yeah, Pierre Fontaine, unfortunately. So that's the 702, which is the one that's had all the issues, because the 701 actually has been relatively issue-free, leads the class, and actually legitimately led the class early doors. It has now inherited the class lead, and there he is, just on the exit of the turn. He's looped it and put it in the gravel. So it should be a quick snatch, and we can go back to green flag running, and presumably we're not going to see too many people visit the pits because they got everything kind of sorted on the last code.
We had a bit of a reset, didn't we, just recently? Of course, there are top-ups. I mean, the leading car has got plenty of gap there that they can top up, but I'm not sure they need a top-up, to be honest. Maybe we will. I mean, I think that's going to be a pretty relatively short code 60. The vortex just off the track there, backwards into the gravel, and all we need is to tuck that car back onto the track and he can get underway, probably.
What I love about these drone pictures that we see here is it gives you a very different perspective of how tight these circuits are. You know, when we see a circuit on television, guys, always makes them much wider and much wider than usual. But when you see from above, you can see how tight some of the areas are. Let's go down to Nick Damon, who has the BUGGYRA team with him.
Yes, with Dave Fresco. Dave, you've managed to get yourself back in the lead of GT4. It's been a real up and down race so far.
It's like, you know, we had a little problem in the beginning, but it's the 6-hour race. So it's like we must really focus for the finish. So now we are again on the leading the GT4. So it's we have the good gap for second one. So we will keep it really no risk, easy, and I hope we will win.
Because you had a problem right at the start of today. What was that? Was it with the tyre or the wheel at the start?
No problem. It was strategy. We have the different strategy for the start of this stage.
So how are you going to handle the last 2 hours? You've got a decent lead. Is there any strategy or just driving round and round?
So now we're waiting for the last change. So after Alia, I will drive. So and we will see. I think I will finish the race.
Do you expect it to be a close battle the whole time, or you just think it's going to be fine now?
I hope there is no battle. It's like we have the good gap, and it will be like safety and easy go to the finish. But you can see it's like can happen anything. Some oil was in the first braking, so it can happen everything. Many overtaking here, many danger situations. So I hope we will not have some contact with someone, and we like easy going to the finish.
And how has the team enjoyed being here at Mugello?
Yeah, we are the first time here. So in first season with the endurance, we are really enjoying because it's like many possibilities with the strategy, like the changing wheels and the code 60, fuel, no fuel, and it's really we enjoying because it's not the short sprint, and it's even with some mistakes we can move back on the first place.
And will you be at the other Creventic races in Europe?
Yeah, sure.
Great stuff.
Everywhere.
Thanks, David.
Okay, thank you.
And the Vortex is already heading behind the barrier, so we should be able to go back to green flag running very shortly. David sharing the car with Andre, and Ali Kolok is aboard the car, multiple European truck racing champion and other national truck racing championships as well, including France, and most recently truck T3 winner at the Dakar. So much of her experience is actually in much larger vehicles than a GT4, but clearly trying to get some more experience in more conventional vehicles for circuit races.
Adam Lacroix in that car, European Truck Racing Champion
as well,
2017.
Yeah. So they're all truckers together.
They're all truckers together, yeah. Great to see them out there. They were with us at Spa last year, weren't they?
The 11.
Hopefully they'll be back out with us in other races.
And Nick, the Hoffa Racing 11, Chantal Prance just coming out of that car.
Yes, it's a wife-to-husband swap as Alex Prince gets in, Chantal Prince gets out. I was thinking they're used to driving trucks. What they should have got was one of the original Mercedes SLSs, because they just handle like trucks, the ones with the gull wings. But yeah, so this is the AMG is a much bigger car. We've gone to green. I can hear that from the side of the track, and Hoffa Racing done a complete service. Alex Prince back in the car.
So Alex, taking over from his wife, will have had to adjust the seat and the mirrors, and change the radio station, as normally what we do when we. Yeah.
I'm glad I had you faded down there, Nick. That's mirroring exactly what their rivals, the 34, have just done. Tim Vogler for Land Motorsport, also leaving pit lane just a few moments before Alexander Prince. Probably about half a lap between those two once we go back to full speed racing once more. The gap obviously registering as a lot larger when they're driving slower. But it's an interesting little battle, that AM battle. Now Heart of Race with Roman Drandlich doing this last stint have separated themselves from Alcodes, Land and Hoffa. But Alcodes saving Jérôme Poliquin for a big, long, chunky stint now. And they've got through the Ricci's. I actually saw Mauro Ricci leaving the circuit. So he's heading himself back up to Belgium. And presumably with Benjamin also. I'm not quite sure whether he's with them. But it does mean they're left with Jean-Luc Boblique and Jérôme Poliquin to finish off that car. 1 hour 45 remaining.
We're getting towards the part of the event where we have to start considering our Spirit of the Race award.
Oh, yes.
So feel free to tweet in your suggestions.
How does it work now? Does it work like it worked last year? We nominated and
we kind of throw some ideas in, and then we nominate the winner.
Who decides the winner? John,
we do. Yeah, we do. Collectively. But we'd like some suggestions.
Yes.
I'm going to throw in my suggestion of the Spirit of the Race award to the number 34 Land Motorsport Audi team, who yesterday had to pull their car out of Parc Fermé for a water leak.
No, different car.
Ah, right, sorry, not the 34. Where are
55.
we? The 55, sorry.
Yeah.
who is way out of contention. They were actually in contention for a win.
They were, yeah.
There was no question about that. Now they've made their way back up to, all right, they're 9th in class, but 19th overall. And having taken that penalty, they've pushed on. They haven't dropped their heads. The team consisting of Chris Mees, Tim Muller, and their teammate, if I can just, Stefan Weining there, of course, who's BUGGYRA company sponsorship on the car. And you know what? I think that has shown great spirit, because when you are running towards potentially a victory and you're looking towards taking a win, and then you're hit by that, you know, mechanical issue right at that point where you had to pull the car out of Parc Fermé, a water leak was discovered when the car came to a halt. All right, some could say, well, they were quite lucky actually, because if this was a straight through 12-hour race, that water leak would have manifested into an engine failure or something.
Yep.
So because we had that pause button pressed, they were able to see that and rectify and get back out in the race. But I think that shows great spirit, to just keep on pushing and keep on pushing and going round. And, you know, Chris Mees in the car at the moment, 151's arguably, you know, one of the quickest drivers out there, and it hasn't deterred him. He hasn't, the heads haven't dropped. So for me, that's perhaps my consideration of a nomination for this Spirit of the Race award for this 12 Hours of Mugello.
I think I might throw Philly Motorsport out there as well. They've played the 992 race very, very well. Yes, it's always slightly to do with luck when it comes to the Code 60s, but to bridge the gap over the rest of the 992 field so remarkably, it's pretty awesome. And of course, Haas RT haven't really had much experience in racing before. New kind of name, and they have absolutely faultlessly.
The name hasn't.
Yeah, most
Go
of the
and
team
have a look. We sit around that table.
Okay. Yes, Nicholas.
I was going to agree with you on your first vote, which is Willie Motorsport by EV Motors. Not only have they done really well, it's Fabrizio Broghi got married here on Monday. Now he's racing, and they're doing brilliantly, and the team embraced it. What is more spirit of endurance racing than beginning the longest endurance of all, marriage?
Yeah, good point, Nick. So,
and they're colourful.
At the reception, Fabrizio's wife said, "Where are we going for honeymoon?" "Well, I thought we'd go to Tuscany, darling," in an Italian accent, of course. "I thought we'd go to Tuscany." "Oh yeah, I like Tuscany." Yeah. Just happened to be a motor race on at the same time that I'd like to enter a Porsche.
And the team have also been enjoying the hospitality of our local hotel. We're sharing a bar with them in their colourful clothing. Their clothes match very much the livery of the car.
Livery of the race award would be that car, no question.
Livery of the race, yeah.
What did Hindhaugh describe it as? A colour, a splat, something splash, did he say? Or splat?
Splat.
A splat of colour. Which pretty much sums it up.
Keep your suggestions coming. We are also potentially going to have a Vortex, touch wood, on the top step of a podium in the GTX category. I mean, to be fair to them, the 701 doesn't really have a rival any longer, with the Lamborghini out, with the 702 constantly being extracted from various gravel traps, and the 719 having a big issue earlier on, which has given it a massive penalty. They just need to get to their flag, but that isn't particularly easy for them. It hasn't been easy in the past, and the 701 has run not only faultlessly, but it also clearly has become easier to drive because the guys in there haven't been throwing it off the track.
It's a very good point, well made. And if you think back to this race last year, where we had 3 vortices in the race, and I think at no time during the 12 hours did we not have one of those 3 in the pits with issues.
Yeah.
And we've seen very little pit time for both of those cars. And in that process of development and sorting the cars, certainly, you know, it's not just about driver experience, but also about drivability. And there's no question that those cars have become a little bit more drivable, perhaps.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit more less inconsistent handling, more consistent handling, giving the drivers a bit of confidence and just being able to stay out of people's way, or the faster cars I should say, and being able to race. And we've seen them on track several times coming together. Nick, I've got a mission for you. The number 332, the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. Obviously, been in the pits now for 25 minutes.
Hang on, Nick. Hang on. You're not on air, Nick. Wait for me to cue you. Yes, Nick.
Hello, everybody. First of all, Bonk is the other in the pits. Also, not quite spirit of the race because not obviously qualified, but I've just been told by Seb, this is his 65th preventing race, our cameraman extraordinaire. Now, don't forget, it was the 50th race for Alfred Renauer this week, but I don't think he actually ever got in the car in the competitive part of the event, with the gearbox going, and the test session they ran yesterday, I think it was mostly Ralph and Daniel, Ralph Wilding Ellerman. So yeah, so we're counting up, you know, those caps, those Creventic caps, 65 for Seb, amazing.
That's a pretty cool stat. Andrew Marriott always speaks of Seb as the best cameraman I've ever worked with, and that from Andrew Marriott is quite something.
He's had a few cameramen in his time, that's for sure. I thought, oh yes, what about Kessel Racing as well, considering that car is now effectively an amalgamation of two different cars that they brought to the circuit. Their trials and tribulations began way beyond the start of the race with the issues in practice. Entering one car, changing it to another, changing the onboard camera system to the second car, having that ready for qualifying was quite impressive in itself. And then obviously the contact and trials and tribulations of the 12 hours they've had, meaning that now said car looks a bit more like its predecessor, thanks to all the body work changes. And they've actually been relatively fast. They're up in 16th position. They're 8th in the GT3 class overall. They're actually not far off Yevgeny Solokovsky in the 71 Jutta Racing car. Okay, the Jutta Racing Audi's had a lot of trials and tribulations itself, but you know, they're not last. They're still ahead of the Land Motorsport Audi. They're still ahead of the second of the Jutta Racing Audis, and of course CP Racing and EP2. So they're kind of mid GT3, which isn't bad considering all the issues they've had. Yes, Nick.
We are a reverse. We are a good luck charm because I've walked all the way down the pit lane, obviously, thanks Joe, to the Bonk Motorsport pit, and the good news is that the 3.2 is being pushed backwards out of the garage, so it's simply stuck in gear at the moment. At the end of its whatever the damage was, I think I can see Michael there. I think I'm going to ask you what the problem was.
28 minutes in the pits now, Nick.
28 minutes in the pits. What was the problem?
Leak in the oil cooler. So intercode 60 was terrible.
So that's handed the victory to the 331 then.
Yes, looks like, but it's not over still. We have still running.
So that battle's still going on, and there's a new oil cooler, and they've replaced the oil in 22. There's not a lot of goo on the floor, so I don't think it's a massive leak.
Call me a detective, Nicholas. Listen to this.
Go on.
So
hang on. Hold on. I know where you're going with this. Go for it.
The Lamborghini and the Porsche have been in the pits now 31 minutes.
Right.
The Hofer BMW, the Hofer is by Bonk BMW, been in now 29 minutes.
Yeah.
I'd call that a clue in my old job.
Well, no, because if the car's been in the pit, that's when they would deliver back on the low loader after the accident and after the recovery.
Yeah, but we had a car out there that was spewing something.
Yeah, could have been. Good point. It wasn't a major leak. This is the point. You hadn't dropped the oil everywhere, as far as I know.
Purely coincidental evidence that.
But you are the professional detective, so I have to give to you.
Pure coincidence.
I'm going with Joe on that one. There's no coincidence in the fact that two cars went off at the same point of the circuit, and then marshals were laying down something to absorb the fluid.
And then a car comes in with an oil leak.
And then a car comes in with an oil leak. Yeah, exactly.
I think we'll convict on that.
I think we've now solved the mystery. As liveries go, by the way, Bonker's got a pretty cool livery as well. There's certainly some work and some thought gone onto all those stripes, and presumably that's a full-on wrap, a printed wrap, rather than those individual stripes going on.
Yeah, that's not painted, that's not hand painted. That's a great stripe, blue, purple, white streaks. Just keeping out the way of traffic very sensibly.
Well, it has ruined their little race, though, hasn't it? Which is a shame. So the 331 is now the one that looks to be on course to take TC honours, just behind the slightly more powerful version of the same car that will win TCE overall at the moment. Hamper's headed aboard the Primus Racing BMW, and they are about 3 laps up the road from the TC category leader. Both M2 CS Racings, but the TC, but they've got different modes, haven't they, Joe? That you can race those in, and you can literally turn the engine up or turn the engine down depending on how powerful you want your race machine to be.
That's right.
And the TCX version is running a more powerful version than the TC.
I mean, we talk about what cars can we bring to this series, and you know, we've discussed TCR cars dropping out of fashion because of the increase in prices. They're very expensive to run, and I got a lovely message from Stefan Tanner, who was won championships with the Autorama team, and you know, he's confirmed exactly what we were saying about that. And you know, the TC class there with the M2 BMW, which is a very production-based race car. It's got race car bits, but it's fundamentally a production car, to the point where they have to keep the car keys gaffer taped in the car so that they don't fall foul of that. And is that a car back in the car back in the pits, Nick?
It's pits, I'm afraid. Yep, done a lap. Didn't got any fluid, so it may well be that it's got an overheating problem. It's not quite running properly.
They might want to check that repair. If you repair a leak, you've always got to run it and then check it.
Yeah. They have pulled it into the garage rather than take it into the. Just look at on the apron, and they are now undoing some of their flight cases to look for more spare bits.
Which do we prefer, 331 or 332 in terms of livery? Because 331 looks pretty sexy as well.
Which of your children do you prefer? Well, you only got one. That's easy. You know, I've got 2. Joe's got a couple. You can't choose a child, can you? You can't choose a livery between 2 equally competitive, fantastic bomb cars.
Oh no, you can't choose your favourite kid. No question.
Well, I know who yours is.
No, you're not allowed to say though. That's the thing.
Not on air, Jeff. Not on air.
No.
We got about 90 minutes remaining of this race. 6 hours on sunny Saturday, and 6 hours on a slightly more overcast Sunday, but the rain is staying away. Fred Ravish leads, coming into nearly 300 laps now around this Mugello circuit, 3 laps up over the Santalok Junior team. Erwin Bastard back aboard the 26 car. And now with Romain De Angelis putting in the laps in the heart of racing by SPS Mercedes, now they are pretty solidly in that 3rd position overall, best AM in GT3. And then we have on its own the 992 category leader of 955 William Motorsports by Ebby, which has got Sergo Nikolai back aboard, Sir Joe Nikolai back aboard. Then we've got that battle for 2nd in AM honours, which is Akkodis ASP Land and Hofer, the 34 Land. That's still tasty when it all kind of plays out in terms of strategy. Some have got less fuel than others. 2nd in 992 is Felix Neuhofer in the Neuhofer Rennsport machine, ahead of Red Ant. Where is Red Camel? They are down 6th in class right now. 6th in class, behind the first 2 of the AM competitors in that class. 973, which is Ebby Motors, is leading the AM category ahead of Ivan Giacomo in the Sentry Porsche Ticino. Last year in GT4, by the way, they had the most amazingly beautiful white and kind of martini liveried Cayman. the Century Porsche Ticino, and it's a shame not to see that car continuing, but good to see them progressing up classes. And then if we look down, GTX is still the Vortex with a couple of laps, 7, 8 laps to the good over its teammates. GT4 is led by BUGGYRA. Ali Kolok is aboard that car, and they have about a lap and a bit over the Atlas Mercedes, with Simpson still circulating well, but a few laps back, nearly 10 laps back off the next best GT4 due to their issues yesterday. TCX is Primus, and that the overall leader of TCE. Then TC is the 331 of the box. TCR is obviously the only TCR that we have, which is the Akoda Racing Audi, which also seems to be run somehow by Zengo. The Zengo truck is transporting it, even though Zengo was always previously Hyundai and Audi.
The saying is you only need 2 cars to make a race, and the GT4 battle proves that very thing. They've had a right old ding-dong of a battle. They've swapped positions. Each of those GT4 Mercedes have had issues. We had the BUGGYRA car in very, very early on with a long brake pedal, where we saw them having to change the full brake pads and discs.
That was part 1, wasn't it? Start of part 1.
Yeah, very, very start of the race.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've had a little bit of issue with the Atlas car as well. That lost a bit of time.
Lost a wheel.
And right now, and lost a wheel, yeah, absolutely. And wasn't that just before we went to the interval? Didn't that bring out the code 60?
No, it was on the last lap, so it didn't even need to bring out the code 60.
Okay, so that lost a lot of time then.
Lost 5 laps at least, yeah.
And yeah, I mean, to have those cars now just over a lap apart, that can easily change. Still 90 minutes of this race to go. And, you know, again, if we had, what, another half a dozen GT4s, you know, I mean, it's provisional.
That's the category I can see the most possibility for growth in, to be fair.
Well, provisional entry is looking good for Spa. I know that entry is about to be announced, and hopefully we might have some information for you before we go off air today as to what the entry for the Spa race is looking like, which isn't that far away. First weekend in May is where we reconvene at Spa-Francorchamps, another classic motorsport track, steeped in history. And yet GT4s, I think we've got a few more GT4s to announce for that.
Good. Well, you know, they're going there in July for the European Series. The French Championship go to Spa. It's 701. Is it 701?
That's one of the vortices.
No,
one of
that's
the
leading vortex.
Vortex, yeah.
With Lionel Lamarouche, we were talking about how good that car has run. It hadn't had any problems. Lionel Lamarouche is the team boss or co-team owner with Philippe Bonnell, and he is in the gravel. So this is going to be code 60 with 90 minutes remaining. Wheels fallen off. Has he just come out the pits?
Is that the right rear?
Right rear, yeah. How long's he been out? Where are we? An hour. So it's held on for an hour.
Yeah. It's not like it's just come out of the pits, is it?
Nope. No, it's not a bolting on problem.
And just when we were saying how well those cars were doing, maybe it's our fault.
Always our fault. Right, who's going to jump? Heart of Race already in the fuel area. They can take a full tank of fuel, of course. Tim Vogler already.
A recovery. I mean, the recovery teams here at Mugello are really, really hot on doing what they do, but that car will have to be put onto a flatbed. It'll be dragged out of the way, and if we can get it off track and then picked up by the flatbed off track, we'll be able to get this code 60 in. But the good thing is that the car has just ground to a halt in the gravel trap, and rather than that could have been a really nasty one.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about Spa just a few moments ago, and we can now announce the provisional entry list for Spa. Look at that. Do your maths, but there's a lot more GT3s and 992s there than we even have here, so that is going to be a busy one. How many are per column have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So that's 20 per column. So that's 40 cars plus the GTX category, which is 10 cars. Yeah, in the middle there.
8.
So that's 48 on page 1, and we haven't even got to the TCE category.
Yeah,
there's a second page.
We have the Phoenix team returning with their Audi. GT4s, certainly more than 2. 3, 6, 9, 12 GT4s. Newbridge Motorsport, WEC Motorsport coming over from the UK, along with Simpson Motorsport, who are already here. Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, great to see them back. 2 cars from them.
Baz Kooten, Holmgaard, Wolf, those are all names missing out of our TCR grid here, but very familiar to us. It'd be great to have those guys back as well.
2 TC cars with...
No ale ty vole, oni mají čas stejně jako my, ty vole.
CP, of course, who had some rotten luck yesterday with that off. They'll be back in strength. They are now having a bit of a day out here at Mugello. Charles Espinal at the grill of that car.
And VDS Racing bring their Mark
the Mark II V8.
That's kind of a bit like an Australian supercar, isn't it?
It looks the absolute dogs. It is a grid. I wish we had a grid of them things. Oh my goodness. They sound fabulous. They are, I think the Mark II V8 is kind of a Mustang sort of shaped car. And it looks very, very similar to a Mustang. I know that they're not Mustangs, but anything with a V8 engine sounds fabulous.
Great stuff. Looking forward to the Spa 12 hours. I think there's even more news to come from us before the end, so stick with us. We've got 90 odd minutes, less than 90 minutes now remaining of the race. We've had a lot of people down in the pit lane with Nick Damon.
So we go box now.
Drive time yesterday.
This is not good though, because we are back to green flag racing on track, and most of the cars are out on track and racing. So to be stationary in the pit lane now is costly.
But they couldn't run Fred to the end. who've gone over his 2 hours. So they got Mathieu Dutré in there. Most of the refueling was done under code 60. They haven't changed the tyres, notably. So Mathieu's gone out on the tyres that Fred went with for half a session. So my guess is that Mathieu will come in about 40 minutes or perhaps 35 minutes, he's got half tank of fuel, and take a final set of tyres for the last 50 minutes of the race.
Yeah, he's into the flag now, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Dutré.
Yep.
And now comes out onto the track in a little bit of traffic. He'll get himself up to speed. Safely in the lead of this race, but will have lost time doing that.
Yeah, and Nick said, or was it you said, that's not good. It may be not as good for Haas RT, but it's great for us because it brings those two cars together.
Yeah.
They're 2 laps. That lead between the 21 and the 26 Audis, that went out to 3 laps there just before that code 60 or that pit stop phase. That's gone, and that's still at 3 laps. So yeah, that might bring them slightly together.
Did everybody jump there? It's difficult to tell, I suppose. We've got some drivers that have stayed in. AB Motors have kept both their drivers in, but they may have pitted and just not changed the driver.
That's right, there's a lot of that going on. Now that we're inside the final 2 hours, that 1 hour 19, just inside the 1 hour 20, Ali Kolok in the BUGGYRA ZM Racing Mercedes leading GT4.
Už je čas.
chtěl.
Musíš až to zmáčknout, až nastavit.
Take it to the end, and maybe Atlas still therefore owes us a little splash and dash which will bring them back together, but actually, according to the clock, only 33 seconds between the two of them. And BUGGYRA have actually also lost a position to the 702 Vortex. 701 is noted as back out on circuit, so it's been brought back to the pits. They bolted on a new tyre, very easy to do so, because it was the rim that broke rather than the hub or anything like that, and they're back out and running.
Lucky to get away with that, where they did that tyre breaking there. Can you imagine through the Arabiata corners? That would have been a much nastier accident. Certainly.
And how does a rim fail? Just being used for too long.
That's where the load is, isn't it? In the spokes. Yeah. The spokes is where the load takes, and if you've had a bit of damage, if you've hit it, it's started to break, and then eventually it breaks and snaps.
Fracture, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, when you start thinking about rims,
best not to, Ben.
They're a remarkable thing.
Not to, honestly. Best not to think too hard.
Some of them have only got
just
very
get in it and drive, son.
And
I know.
They hold the whole car off the.
A lot of engineering goes into that. A lot of triangulation.
Yeah.
And the like. But best not. You're thinking about it now. Stop it. You'll never get in a race car again in your life.
Yeah. Then if you think about bike wheels and the kind of punishment I put on a mountain bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still use spokes.
Nick's telling me that 701 is not running, but it's also not marked in as pits. So it's not in the pits, but it's
on a flatbed.
Yeah, it's on the flatbed.
Yeah,
okay.
Of course.
But it still actually holds the lead of the race because nobody else has caught up with that advantage. Obviously, the Lamborghini is out, and the 702 has had some maladies. So still, 701 leads.
It's got for the next car in class, which is its sister Vortex. It's on 275 laps. The Vortex that's standing still at the moment on 278. So it's not going to be too long before we see a change of GTX lead and those Vortex swap those positions round. So again, only two cars needed to make a race. The third in the GTX class is the RD Sainz Lamborghini that has gone out after that big off. And that will still appear on the podium though, because the other car running, or it may not, 250 laps for the fourth place GTX 911 900 Elf Racing Porsche is out on track at the moment. 250 laps completed. The Lamborghini 265 laps, so we are going to complete more than 15 laps. So that Lamborghini will probably drop off the podium if the number 719 Porsche can keep going.
And we heard that 911 had lost its floor in a recent interview. What I didn't realise is the floor had also taken the rear bumper with it. So that beautiful green and red livery Porsche is running around the Mugello circuit with absolutely no rear bumper or splitter or
it's one unit, isn't it? The floor,
yeah,
the
exactly.
rear floor and the bumper is what is one piece of kit.
And it's you go over a bump on a piece of grass wrong and it rips the whole thing off. My little Ginetta, that cost me an absolute fortune. I was very furious. I spoke to Jonathan Palmer, the owner of the circuit. If that bump wasn't there, my splitter would still be on my car.
And then did he invoice you for the grass?
Well, yeah, exactly. If you'd actually stayed on the tarmac, then you wouldn't have hit a bump.
Yeah, there's no sympathy from a MSV track.
Park turn 3. Bottom of the hill, left-hander.
Cascades?
But, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Run wide. It's horribly bumpy up there.
Yeah.
Oh, Snetterton turn 1's another one. Don't go off wide on the outside of turn 1 at Snetterton on the exit.
Chris Diamond went airborne by about 10 feet in the air on the outside of Cascades once. All those years ago in Cleo Cup.
Could just do with a roll. the big road rollers.
Good for business in the race car.
Good for business.
We have to repair it, of course.
Yeah.
Which costs. Good for business.
So we now know that E2P have fully retired out the race with an engine issue, wasn't it? Hofer Racing by Bonk with this oil leak back in the pits again. So they're in there another 23 minutes. And then the NKPP and RD Sainz cars that fell foul of the slippiness, which we think came from that Bonk car at turn 1. And they, of course, also retirees in this part.
So I'm about to head back down for the last hour in the pits, and it's in about, what, 40 minutes or so we'll be looking like awarding our Spirit of the Race award.
Yes.
So I'll just remind everybody, my nomination is the 55 Land Audi for keeping their heads up and pushing on. Even, you know, they were in contention for the win. They had that water leak that put them out overnight and took an immediate 10-lap penalty. Were able to repair it. They were out of contention. They haven't dropped their head, so that showed to me great spirit. I know Hindhoff is coming back very shortly, and we'll get his ideas and nomination for that. But keep your thoughts coming in.
Nick and I kind of seem to agree, which is odd, with the 955 Willie Motors by Ebby Motors.
That's a good one, really, considering the circumstances.
Yeah. Even better if they could just find another 30 seconds and get themselves back onto the overall podium. And a quick look at the Vesta/Kessel liveried Ferrari 8 as well, which is another of our suggestions, but I'm not sure it's a particularly serious suggestion in comparison to the others.
What a strange day, weather-wise. It's not, Nick, it's not cold.
You're not in the wind. You're not in the wind. It is cold.
I've just walked down for lunch and walked back in a pair of shorts.
That's what, 2 minutes, not 2 hours. Anyway, more importantly, the Vortex 701 is back in the pits. So hopefully it is just that broken alloy. They should get the wheel back on again. And that car could be out without leading the overall lead of GTX.
Excellent. At RSL_studio, Winger Bill lost us for an hour or so on the tops, but on the way to Grasmere, I think. Very impressive that his Virgin data has kept him connected to us here in Italy.
Virgin being a telephone supplier rather than anything else.
Indeed. Should
for our international listeners.
Good point. Yes, they are a telephone supplier as say AT&T or BT or Vodafone, etc.
Vodafone's a good international one.
Yeah,
that's
most people.
That looks like the wheel is already being fitted on the back of the tow truck, no?
Yes, because they want to roll
Drop
it off
onto
the
wheels.
flatbed. Yeah. So that was, it's just finger tight, but I think that's probably all they need.
It's all they need to do as well. The car didn't make any contact with a wall. It might need a bit of a sweep from the gravel it's collected, but
a few bits of bodywork that appear to be less than pristine on that car. It's been in the wars.
Well, that's not unusual.
So that was a wheel failure on that car, was it? This is the Vortex we're talking about.
Not a hub, but a wheel.
And what, the centre came out of the wheel, or?
Yeah.
Wow.
The wheel part, the tyre parted company with part of the wheel, but the rest of the wheel was still bolted to the hub.
Right, so the centre lock nut
stayed
a
on.
little bit, and some of the spokes stayed on, and it was just. Now that's interesting because that's not a split rim wheel. I've seen that happen where a split rim wheels come apart, and part of. And then, first of all, it deflates the tyre, obviously, because the seal's gone. I've seen that where a split wheel, but they're forged rims. They're a single part forged rims. That is unusual.
And that is why we were talking about rims.
I heard all of it. Yeah.
Hopefully, in a second, Seb should be able to show you said wheel.
Oh, really?
As it is, I'm not sure I can do the full Joe Bradley tyre wear indication, but I can indicate where it is lacking the requisite number of middle bits. It has some spokes. This is where it should be. So that is what's commonly known as a wheel failure. That's my technical assessment of that wheel.
That is nothing to do with the Hankook tyre.
No, Hankook tyre is perfect.
Yeah.
Still inflated.
Still inflated. So that's the whole centre part of the... So was the contact for that happen? Was it sliding sideways? Was there a particular amount of forces, or is it just
can
fatigue?
Can they be lifed? I suppose
your
they're
life. No, your life rims. Yeah, you absolutely life rims. So that's a good one. Was it dropped on its head when it was a child? You know, you know what this. You know, not if you drop your race helmet, you throw it away. You know, has something being placed on it? Is it extremes of heat and cold? Answer is
yeah, it's been stored out in the snow.
Yeah, exactly. Answer is we don't know.
Anyway, the good thing is that if they can get Lionel or Philippe into that car, they should be able to get out and not lose the lead. They have now lost the GT overall. The two GT4 cars have gone ahead of him, but it's now going to be a 702 versus 701.
So.
Oh, they have lost the lead to the 702.
To the team car.
That's just happened, yeah.
Right, okay. So Lucas Sugliano's just gone through in the 702, which remember for a long time was being told to come in and fit a new transponder. Alcamel were having this, sorry, not Alcamel. Timeserver.nl having to time it manually.
It has also faced the wrong direction on a multitude of occasions. Unlike the 701, we've never seen the 701.
Well, that's the first problem, isn't it?
Exactly.
That the 701's had.
Yeah.
And with, you know, an hour and whatever it was, 15, 20 minutes to go, just leave it an awful lot of time to recover. And it was Lionel Amarouche behind the wheel of that 701 when the gremlin struck. I mean, that is unlucky, isn't it? You can't ever...
Well, I'm not sure it can be unlucky. That's the thing.
If it's just a failure.
If it's over-lifed, gosh, look at all those tyres. Unbelievable pile of tyres.
In the paddock next to the Hankook tyre fitting set.
I presume they are used ones. Yeah.
They all go back. All go back to Hankook. And Nick Damon tells us that the 701 has left out. It's Felipe Grau who has left. It's a little more dusty, but still very orange, with the tricolour on the rear view mirrors mounted to the front wings, or actually to the front of the doors.
Where have they come from? They definitely they're off a road car of some kind.
They're from a road car.
Oh yeah, kind of round, aren't they? It looks like a Fiat Multipla or something.
Here comes Nicholas Sturzinger for HRT in the 967. That's 10th in 992. Sergio Nicole not catching Ian James at the moment. Ian's got a bit of a wiggle on, actually. I think Ian wants to make sure that he holds on to that lap lead that he has in GT3 AM. Also possibly put a little bit of pressure on Santalog Junior team. He's lapping a couple of seconds quicker than the second place car, and 3 seconds quicker, or a second quicker rather, than Mathieu Dutré. They don't have to... I'm a bit worried about saying this. Is the...
Was that the Vortex coming back into the pits?
But that's the other one.
That's the other one, okay.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's 702, yeah.
That is, yeah, phew. So this is the leader in GTX coming in. And therefore, the Lucas Sugliano. Now, he eschewed going to the pits there, to the fuel there, rather, and he's coming straight in. Now, there's a pressurised bottle.
Does that mean an issue? No, it's a penalty. Straight to the... No, sorry. He's at the penalty box, but that's where their garage is. Got a loose left rear wheel.
Ah, we've seen them talking these up before, haven't we? Nick, Damon?
Yeah, they use a massive torque bar, a breaker bar. It's about 8 feet. And in fact, you can see it right now. Seb can show you the massive torque bar. It's not 8 feet, it's about 6 foot. But yeah, that was loose when he came in. Now, I don't know. Could be. They're going to give us a grandstand finish, aren't they? They're both going to be.
They can't get the left rear off.
They've got some issues with that. That's not seated properly.
How long is it since that car went out of the pits? The 702.
That's been out for a while. Probably that was in the last Code 60, but I don't think they changed tyres then.
Well, I think that's I think that's a wheel that's not seated properly, and a nut that's cross-threaded.
Yeah, it's both, isn't it?
Worryingly, there's a look at all the nasty swarf where the nut is.
Swarf.
And that tells me that is being stripped as we talk, and it's a nightmare trying to get these things off. They're taking the captive ring now off the inside of the wheel, and they're just trying to manually get it off.
What's that tyre that they're putting on? That looks very dirty.
It does. Come off. I think that's one that's come off the other car.
I'm not sure
during its accident.
Okay.
702 behind you, Nick. Going back out.
Going out.
Back on circuit.
So that's on brand new tyres.
What?
The 720 is
behind you.
I've just seen it. That's amazing.
Paulius Pascavicius, the RD Science car, 3rd position on 266 laps. The 71 Audi's just soaked up a whole load of penalties for Yevgen Solorovsky for Utah Racing, and the pile of used tyres at the back of Hanker competition continues to grow. I dare say we'll throw some more onto that before the end of the race.
They don't get thrown away.
No, negative. They go back
to the factory. They get recycled, don't they?
Yeah, they go back to the factory. They're all looked at as well. They're all examined. Let's get back to to Nick Damon down with this continuing drama.
It's more drama now that the Lamborghini is now back out on circuit.
Yeah, basically at the end, they took out the automatic seating and put in an old-fashioned manual sort of lock pin. So if the nut comes undone, it can't come off.
Right.
So they obviously aren't very confident. I'm going to pass this now to Joe Bradley to take us to the edge of the race.
Thank you, Nick. Well, it used to be in the UK that all of the recurring daily dramas, as they were described by those involved in them, that would be soaps to you and me on television. On a Sunday afternoon, you used to have their omnibus edition, and it would appear that that's what's happening now in GTX, as basically everything that could possibly happen is happening in the last half an hour. Absolutely extraordinary.
The pressure is, yes, they are, what, 15 laps back from the lead in GTX, but the Vortex guys can't park up now. Neither of them.
No.
Now that the Lambo's back out on circuit.
The Lambo has completed 266 laps. The 701, which is back in the lead, is 281. So that's half an hour of running, almost exactly, for these guys. So they've got about another 27, 28 minutes to go before they can feel anywhere near safe. And both of those cars have had problems.
I don't know if you were following the story when you were on your lunch break, but the Hoffa Racing by Bonk had an oil leak.
Yeah.
And so I think Detective Joe decided
the 332 car
was linked.
Was that?
That was the 332 car, which went back out, tested to see if they'd fixed the leak, and came straight back in again, and has been in ever since.
This is the one of the two Hoffa Racing by Bonk TC entries, the BMW M2. And so that means that it'll be the 331 also in the pits at the moment, that wins that little internecine battle.
Yes.
But he's only been in the pits for 3 minutes, whereas the 332 has now been in the pits for 37 minutes and counting. At the front of the field, I'll go back to what I was about to say before it all kicked off. Got final stops for quite a lot of scheduled stops for quite a lot of the teams.
Will be from now on, yeah.
Yeah, with 56 minutes to go. Mathieu Dutré and Haas RT, since they effectively inherited the lead, have done a cracking job. They've had a little bit of good fortune with when Code 60s have fallen, which is exactly the opposite of the Sonderlock. They've fallen very poorly.
Today, they really have.
Yeah, twice they've just done their pit stop and dropped, 4 minutes. And then full course purples have come out. I think it's been a very good run for Harter Racing, who have battled their way up to lead the GT3 AM category, 3rd place overall. Absolutely outstanding run by Wheelie Motorsports, by EB Motors. They have been fluid in their strategy and tactics. Speed, certainly, to get them to the front, but they have used every advantage possible to get them, to keep them there and to extend. And they've, in fact, they're coming in for their last stop right now as we speak about them. This is the 955 multicoloured paint splash car with Sergio Nicolai behind the wheel. They've used every possible advantage they could get so that they did not have to drive ridiculously paced. The chasing pack got back on the lead lap at one stage. They drove away and they came round and they relapped people and they used the cautions to their advantage. The rest of 992 is insanely close, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars within a minute from 2nd down to 6th position.
Although our 2nd place car, our leader in AM, will need a full service.
Yeah.
I think the others probably can get away with a no tyre, but just a splash. So that's going to bring the gap closer, even if it's down to 0.2 of a second between Ebby and Red Ant. Well, it was, actually. I'm not sure it is still.
The Ebby Motors Gianluigi Piccioli, he's done nearly 2 hours in that car, as Red Ant has actually taken that position on track.
That just happened in front of us, I think.
Yeah, and that was Yannick Red Ant, the 903. Gianluigi has to get out of that EB Motors 973 car because he's coming up to his 2 hours. He's on 153 at the moment.
And he's struggling with a car that needs a new set of tyres.
So he's going to hand the lead of AM for the first time in quite a long time over to Porsche Centre Ticino and Max Busnelli in the 912. He's only been out 30 minutes, so he will need a splash before the end of the race, I reckon, because he was only in for 2 minutes and 52 seconds. So he must have pitted at the last.
And Piccioli has tyres that have nearly done 2 hours. Yeah. They have done 48 laps. 48 laps in a GT3 car is one thing. 48 laps in a 992.
In a Cup car, yeah.
So
that's pretty good.
It's no wonder that he can't match Yannick Red Ant's pace at the moment. But tell you, it won't be long before he'll be called in.
Fair play to. We saw that the Hankook used tyre stack in the paddock. Fair play to Hankook. There's a hugely wide and varied selection of cars that they have to produce tyres for here. Front, mid and rear engine cars that are full GT3 spec, that are effectively Carrera Cup spec, one make series spec from the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, GT4s, and then you've got the outliers like the Vortex. Now, all of these cars running on Hankooks, quite remarkable. Joe Bradley has joined us in the pit lane for the last 52 minutes.
Yeah, guys, we've just seen the 720 Lamborghini go back out. The Arding Science team done a fantastic job. I can tell you that Andreas Buttervetsius has gone off to hospital for a check. His teammate Nicola Michelon has gone with him. That leaves one more driver, and guess what? Paulius Pascavicius is in the car. That's left this trusty mechanic who's been really working hard. What's your name first?
Andre. My name is Andre, Andrew in English.
And you guys have really worked hard to repair that car and get it back in.
Yeah, we are professionals. We are master of our own job, you know. We are the best team in the world.
Yeah, you proved that today. What exactly was the damage on the car?
Yeah, it's right rear suspension was damaged. All the body kit was damaged. But we have a part, we have a spare car, so now it's okay.
And you've got everyone in the team glad to see the car back racing?
Yeah.
best team in the world.
I really do feel sorry for the cars that get left out of racing at the start of a 12-hour or 24-hour race, and by the end of it have been
completely abused.
Yeah, they haven't done any race. They haven't done what their purpose was. If they had a heart and a soul, they've sat there and watched and then been pulled apart for bits for their sister car.
Totally cannibalised.
Yeah, but the RD Science guys always have that second chassis sitting in the back. Sometimes they run it, but I noticed it was there and I thought that's not going to be like that at the end of the race.
Have they just brought themselves into contention there for spirit of the race?
Well, that's up to you.
Well, it's not up to me, it's up to all of us. I ask that perhaps as a rhetorical question. Krone Racing, it's the lime green and blue RPM run car. They've had a decent run as well. Nick Johnson still third in 992 AM. And they're just soaking up a penalty there as he goes back out. Now, outstanding penalties.
Lots.
Still lots. And once you get to the last 30 minutes, I think it's just added on to your race time, isn't it? So we're going to have to keep an eye on that.
But most of these guys do owe us one more pit stop, so they can serve it under that pit stop.
It's better to serve it and get it out the way as the Vortex 702. Oh dear, Lucas Sugliano took that car back out. He's a lap off his teammate. Keep an eye on the left rear wheel. That was the one they were worried about. He's certainly going slowly, and it was as if he was just wiggling that around a bit to see if everything's all right. All the way around the far side. He's put his hazard flashes on. He's heading pit lane. He is pit lane bound in that car.
It's difficult to actually see when the car is running whether it's got a loose wheel or not, because the wheels happily sits how
right
it should.
Where it should, yeah. But he'll feel it. Meantime, Sabino De Castro in the Veely Motorsport car. Sabino's done a lot of work in this race and still holding a top 6 position.
And remember, they were celebrating Sabino as Sabino from Arabia, I think it was at the very start of the race, from the victory in the Middle Eastern Championship.
Oh, they were delighted about that. Leader in TCX is the 251, in literally a class of its own. And that BMW, the 450 brake version of the M2. M2 shape is growing on me.
The Ebby Motors 973, having visited the pits and been in the pits for 2 minutes now, has dropped from second in class, the 992 class, all the way down to, at the moment, 6th in class, and will probably descend even further. It's amazing how close all that gap is, that group of cars.
And has lost the lead in the AM category, of course, to Max Bushnelli. Right, it's this left rear wheel again, isn't it, Joe, that they're going to work on. They had a problem with its seating. The nuts come off it much more easily this time. So now we're starting to look at the hub. We're looking at Joe Bradley. Let's go back to that. What's interesting here is they were looking at the studs there, but they're effectively only locating pins now because it's a centre lock rim.
Yeah, it's the issue is the hub that the wheel slides onto, and then the nut that goes onto threads, and it's whether or not there's any threads there to keep the nut on. And remember, this is a completely different issue we saw on the Vortex. Wasn't this one? Was it that lost the wheel?
No, it was
the 701.
Yeah. So different issue altogether. So then, you know, we had a wheel brake on the other car. Now we're completely different with the hub not being able to retain the wheel.
Well, we say that, but if it's a hub problem and the hub's moving around, that would put stress on the spokes of the centre of the wheel rim that you wouldn't expect to have.
Well, it wouldn't really do that. I think that was probably succumb to some sort of force that's cracked the spokes.
Well, unless, Joe, it was rubbing up against something like the caliper or something like that, or something more solid, and it was taking chunks out of the back of the spokes as well.
Dropped it off now. I think the problem might have been the nut not having enough thread on it. Now we seem to have replaced it with a brand new wheel nut. That's just a retaining clip. That's a bit of a safety device there. If the nut comes loose, it keeps the wheel nut in position and doesn't let it fly off. So that wheel is now on, torqued on by the way, so we know it's tight.
They've had this issue before.
Let's have a look at the wheel that they took off. Might be able to see some evidence of what the problem was. Maybe wasn't quite on one of the locator pins or something.
It was at Kuwait Motor Town, wasn't it, where they kept bringing it in every 15 laps or so and torquing it back up towards the end of the race.
We've got no sign on that on any of the wheels. We've got plenty of rubber pickup, which caused an imbalance. I'm wondering if the driver has maybe complained of a vibration. They're wheeling that away. There's no like swarf, aluminium swarf. There's usually a bit of a trick. The wheel or the hub is grinding itself away, but there's no evidence of that whatsoever.
44 minutes to go in the Hankook 24-hour series for 2023. The first European round, the European Championship, finishing up at Barcelona in the middle of September for the twice round the clock Barcelona 24 hours, and it does run straight through that one. Always a fantastic event. Now there is an event where you get a lot of people coming in, a lot of people for the start, and then they sort of drift away and walk around the track. And then bizarrely about 11:30 on the Saturday night, all the locals come in after they've had their dinners, and from about 11:30 till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, it's like a party.
Very Spanish.
Yeah, but
they're all asleep at 8, having their pre-party siesta.
Still a problem for the Vortex, coming back straight back in again after it was released. This is the 702 again. So whatever's going on there,
and I think
Lucas Sugliano's not happy.
He's also taking the cut through at turn 7, so none of these laps are counting even.
That's a good point.
So he's not actually progressing any further than 285 laps, which is going to make them under pressure. All right, not for a good 10, 20 minutes, but under pressure from the lap.
That wheel is so loose. You could see it move when the mechanic went to it. It's moving in and out by 2 or 3. So the wheel nut is not staying fastened, Joe. That's what I would guess.
Lucas Sugliano is the driver who's just got out.
Alia, how do you feel watching your teammate David fighting?
From here, very nervous. He's fighting with a faster car, so it's a bit complicated, but you know, David's a good driver and hopefully.
Anyway, how was your stint? It was very long today?
Yeah, my stint was okay. My tires didn't feel so good. I think I got a lot of, from lapped cars, I went a lot on the bad roads. I think I picked up a lot of tires, but I just tried to stay consistent and not make any mistakes because of the tires not feeling so good. And then also during my stint I got 3 Code 60s, which was
very long ones.
Very long ones. There was one big accident because there was some oil on the track, so I also slipped, but thankfully didn't end up like the 2 cars. So it was an okay stint, and now David's gonna do the last one.
How do you feel on a Code 60 when it's so long and you basically lose the rhythm because you have to slow down to 60 kilometers and then to come back? How difficult it is for the driver such a long break?
It's a little frustrating, especially having 3 in my while I was out. But it's about adapting quickly from slow to fast, and also not get a penalty like I did yesterday because I forgot there was Code 60 and sped. So it's about trying to keep focused in these situations.
Right now, David is on second position with a little gap on the first one. What is the strategy? We were saving the time for the refueling, or?
Well, now I did a long stint, so David then wouldn't have to pit again, hopefully. fighting for first. The other guy maybe is going to have to refuel again, but we're not sure. It's a little bit nerve-wracking.
Okay, thank you.
Are they trying with the windy gun there rather than the...
Well, they put it on with the windy gun, with the air gun, and now they're going to torp it up so that it's right. Oh, now the driver runs away for his helmet. He's quite surprised that he's been asked to get back in, I think. I did not think that he thought this was going to be repaired in such a quick shape. Because they've done this before. This is the second time they've done it. Or is it the third? The third wheel they've offered up there. They've done it up. The wheel's tight. By the time it does a lap, it's loose again.
And we're not talking, you know, they seem to be very sensible about the feeling of it and then and getting the car back to the pits. But if it fails at a high-speed part of this circuit, it's not a small accident you're having. And you know, the driver himself's got to be pretty...
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Which was back in 2012, 2013?
Pre-Code 60?
No, always Code 60.
Always Code 60.
Yeah. It was 2014 actually. The AF course of Ferrari from Stadler Motorsport Porsche by 5.5 seconds. And the Hoffa Racing Mercedes was 2 laps in arrears.
Hoffa Racing is closing down Lands for 4th position right now.
Yeah.
That's about 34 versus 11. Alexander Prince is a lot faster than Tim Vogler at this stage.
And that's also for 2nd in GT3 I think Ian James has been... I thought it was interesting, Ian James was put in the car for both of the starts yesterday and this morning. And Ian James in the car now, having completed 46 minutes, so he can easily go to the end. I think he'll need a quick splash and dash as the Vortex leaves again.
Spirit of race then, John. We've heard from Nick, we've heard from Joe and myself in terms of our opinions. Where are you hedging your bets?
I like VD Motorsports. We don't normally give it to people who've won the class unless they've had some heartache, but I just like the way they've gone about that racing today.
Well, that makes 3 of us.
And I'd also say consideration has to be given to RPM, the Krone car. They've fought back from a little bit of adversity when they ended up in the gravel. Kessel, you have to say that they've done a good job, because they could have easily packed up and gone home
before the race.
Yeah, before the race even started. Yes, good point. Marco Frezza now up into 7th position. They were dead last, and now they're almost halfway up the GT3 field. And whether they come back and we see them for the rest of the season, I'm not sure. Also, it would have been easy, wouldn't it, for CP Racing to pack up yesterday and not bother this morning. They're 7th in AM and 11th overall. They've kept running. And
you could say the same thing about the TCR car. They don't even
absolutely. They don't even have any in the class. Yeah. So there's a few there to consider. Spirit of the race, normally we give to someone who's fought back from adversity, but I also think you should always consider people who have maximised their opportunity in that sense of the spirit of endurance racing.
And approach the race with a good spirit.
Yes, and that's why Vili would be in there. I'd also say Heart of Racing would be in there as well, because potentially not the quickest squad. They've got a very experienced team in SPS who are running that team, Ian James yesterday at the start of the race, starting on the front row, wasn't it? Yeah, second place. Dropped down to 9th position.
Yeah.
Nobody lost their cool. They did end up in the gravel at one point, and they've just gradually built their race.
Well, Roman Drangelis' stint about an hour and a half ago
that was outstanding.
Was the one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was outstanding. There's been a couple of really good individual stints as the leader comes round to put another lap on the Vortex. They are racing for a lot of silverware on the podium in around about 40 minutes' time.
Well, Nick's opinion matches mine of the 955 Brilliant Motorsport by AB Motors. So, as you mentioned that one as well, seems to be...
there's half an hour left. Let's wait until somebody tells us we've got to make a mistake. Make a decision. 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. There was a reason why I asked the question.
All right, okay, we'll have it. I know. We'll find someone. As I say, in this race particularly, the spirit of endurance might not be those who have battled through adversity, but those who have done their jobs well and understood the spirit. We'll find someone. As I say, in this race particularly, the spirit of endurance might not be those who have battled through adversity, but those who have done their jobs well and understood the spirit of endurance. There's a lot to choose from here, a lot to choose from. I think this is one of the more difficult ones we've had to do, if I'm honest. I mean, what about the lead car? What about the lead car?
Well, you know, Haas as a name is very new to the sport, and Sandrine as a motorsport photographer decided to put her name to a team and bring in the Antiguan link as well. I think that's really, really cool. As Joe pointed out, though, there's a huge amount of experience behind that name in the team already, including the drivers. I feel as though it would be nicer to see more of Stefan Perrin. He's done his bit, I understand that, but other than that, it really has been a Verviche and Detre team throughout the whole of this race. They are in, of course, the pro class alongside Evra and Bastard in the Sansalok team. Wouldn't say they're pros, though. Lots of experience, young drivers, but not much experience within the GT3 category. Certainly not in the same level as Detre and Verviche. You know, and then the other GT3 legit, not AM or Pro-Am, is Marco Frezza and the Kessel Racing. I'm surprised that they're even in that category, because there's certainly some inexperience in that team, and they are going to pick up third position in that particular class.
Yeah, lots of very, very worthy, very worthy contenders here in what was a very good field for this. 13 GT3s with half that field in the AM category. 3 all-AM driving partnerships as well in that. 13 992 Cup cars, and again, half of that field as the 992 AM category, which was brought in this season. And that 992 Carrera Cup class has taken off very, very quickly.
We are still owed pit stops from a lot of drivers.
Yeah.
A lot of cars still need to do splash and dash, and I don't think we're quite finished yet, because some had much longer pit stops than others last time through. Some will be able to do a simple splash with no tyres. Others might need to do tyres as well. So whilst it looks like it's settled down now, and we've still got half an hour remaining, I think there's still a bit of jeopardy to come in the last half an hour of this race. I can see the 955 Ebby Motors move up through the general classifications a bit as some of those GTM cars pit for the last time.
Alan Prosser, once again, king of the screen grab. I just want to go back to that broken wheel on the Vortex. He's managed to grab a shot of the back of the wheel, and they've all broken in exactly the same place, almost as if the casting has failed or something was laid over the top of it, and the centre part has pulled away and split right down the middle of the spokes. It's quite extraordinary. Nice job, Alan. Already retweeted. At RSL_studio, spirit of the race comes from the team, the broadcast team here, and we'll announce that in a few moments' time as we come down to the last half hour of the race.
Still Prince closes in on Vogler for that second in class in AM. 28.7 the gap. It's not chunks of time.
No. Paulius Pascavicius is back in the pit lane.
Oh, that's a shame.
Has been for 30 minutes now. It seemed like such a long time since they went in for fuel.
30 seconds.
Yeah, but they were in fuel the last time I was talking about the GTX category. So
that's a problem, isn't it?
I think so.
Because he took fuel last time.
Yeah.
He's missed the fuel station this time and gone straight to the pits.
Straight to the pits, correct. So maybe not. That might take the pressure a little bit off the 701 and 702 volley. Laurent Miesbach has been given the keys to the 702, and he is still circulating. So he's been out for 8 minutes now after a couple of issues with the left rear wheel. But that seems now, knock on wood, they seem to have cured that.
If they don't need to change it again,
yeah, they don't. Just leave it.
Just leave it.
But
weld it on.
It was coming. It was coming undone. That was the problem, wasn't it? Top 5 are all GT3s, and there are 3 GT3 AMs in there. The interesting battle is Alexander Prince versus Tim Vogler. Only half a minute between those two for second and third. Alex not closing them down last time around. A bit of traffic maybe playing its part there. So as we head into the last half an hour of the race, we spoke with Fabrizio Brogi earlier on in the week to find out all about his thoughts coming into Mugello and the 12 hours.
The 992 version this year. 2017 we were a full Romanian team
coming into
I
the last 27 minutes of the race.
And the race director of Creventic, there was the gentleman with the beard. And finally, once you get to know each other, you talk, it's like, we didn't know what to expect from you. The first Romanian team we ever had. We didn't know if you're going to go out clockwise or anti-clockwise. And then to get to a race winner right away, the first outing was absolutely great. Today we evolved. We are a mixture between a Romanian team, Willy Motorsport, and EB Motors, an Italian team. A team that managed to get together because of Creventic, because we stayed a couple of times in the pits together in the same box. We liked each other, and we discovered we could evolve to better things together, and we are still here. Creventic it has been the same experience I had when I was younger racing. It's like a big family, all together, partying all together, celebrating after, of course, testing. And then you have a lot of track time, and it's great. All the atmosphere. It's like it used to be when I used to race years ago when I was a lot younger. And it's the same atmosphere. Then it became more professional. Still with Creventic it's more family-like, despite anyway keeping the professional level on the track.
It's that time of the race where we think about the very essence of the spirit of the race, and we have our spirit of the race award to award. This event, the Mugello 12 Hours, the Spirit of the Race Award has gone to the number 955, the Willie Motorsports by AB Motors. This man here, Fabrizio Broggi, one of the drivers, only one of the drivers, one of the cogs for all of his team. This man is on his honeymoon. He has his wife here with him, who they were recently married. But I think also, Fabrizio, the reason why we've got this award for you, the 992 class car has been at the very front of this race, pretty much the whole of this race. And I think that's been a massive, massive effort. Before you say anything, I'm going to bring in Peter Fry from Gravendic, who has the very trophy. And we will get a chat with Fabrizio. We've just heard from him, but I think a lot of water has gone under the bridge. Fabrizio, well done. Willie Motors with EB Motorsport. It's a fantastic team effort. You've clearly got a fantastic wife when you said, let's go racing on our honeymoon. She said, okay.
She actually joined me on the race field coming to the Graventic races, and she loved it. From that moment onwards, she kept on coming back, and she looks forward to it. So for her, it's a holiday as well. When we decided to do it, the wedding here with the race, it was amazing. Everybody has been amazing from the Graventic side, the track side, the people from Mugello. It has been an experience, an entire week of partying.
Is this Mrs. Broggi? Hello, congratulations. What is your name, Mrs. Broggi? Speaking.
Michela.
Michela. Michela, it's a pleasure and an honour to give you this award. Well done, you guys. And the very best of luck.
Thanks a lot. We're going to be around all this year, and next year we will see if we can make a move and bigger boys. We are training for that, actually. This is
a pretty good job right now, my friend.
We are working to prepare ourselves. It's a team effort, you know. Endurance races, they're not won just by a single person.
Let you go off and share that Spirit of the Race trophy with your team. Well done. Not quite over yet. Let's fingers crossed for Fabrizio.
Well done to the whole team of Willie Motorsport by EB Motors. Third, Ben, I think, at one stage.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, maybe a quick spot in second during the pit stop cycles.
And they don't need to pit again. They've done their pit stop. Sabino is finishing the race for them. I'm sure we're going to see cars ahead of them come into the pits again, and I'm sure we're going to see that car in
top 5
overall top 5. Yeah, it's only 6th now, so easily top 5. Not that really matters to them.
No.
As we see the Vortex back out on circuit after its last pit stop. That is the leader in GTX, especially now that the Lamborghini's gone back into the pits. The Lamborghini's still in the pits.
No, it's out again.
Oh, Michelin's gone back from hospital because he was there in support of the driver that was in hospital.
Andreas, yeah.
And so he's now taking the car to the flag. Busy afternoon.
Tim Vogler, 4th position in the blue and white number 34 Land Motorsport, the Kirchhoffer car. And that is second in AM to Ian James, who is pacing himself perfectly. 143.4 last time around. Check that, 153.4. Doing very well at 143.4. 153.4 against 153.7 for the second place car. And at the front of the field, 53, 52 actually for Paul Everard. Last time around, they can't catch on pace. They're still almost exactly 3 laps behind, actually. They just went across the line just behind the Haas RT car. 992 category, it'll be Red Ant Racing in seconds. They've got an 8.1 second lead to Max Busnelli for Century Porsche Ticino. They're the best of the AMP cars as well, by the way. So Red Camel Jordan just off the podium in 4th. Not sure they'll be happy with that. Second in AM, by the way, is going to be the Gianluca Giorgi driven EB Motors car. They have led that AM class for so much of the race, but just got caught on the wrong side of a couple of Cord 60s, and have dropped all the way down. What else happened to the 973? That had a problem, didn't it? It was sitting second at one stage in 992 and had a good hold on the AM category.
No, it's just that it's pitted, and all the guys ahead haven't pitted since the code 60.
Oh, right.
It didn't pit under the last code 60, whereas everybody else did. And so it had to pit under green flag more recently and drop from, as you say, I think it was third in 992 generally, down to where they are now, which is 6th. But how many of those guys above still need to do a splash and dash? 20 minutes remaining. We've not seen most of them for an hour. So it's going to be tight.
Yeah. Carrera Cup cars, a Carrera Cup race, and these are Carrera Cup cars. Now, there is an endurance kit for these cars, but the longest Carrera Cup races in the world are in the US, and they've just come down this year from 50 to 45 and 40 at some circuits. Now, I dare say there's more room in the tank than that, obviously, but much more than an hour, I think. That's what sort of stint lengths were they doing in full group?
We saw an hour and 20 at least from the 992s.
Yeah. So they've got the endurance kit on it.
The GT3s are more questionable.
Right.
They'd have to really start saving fuel.
Well, the thing is, you don't start saving fuel in the last one.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Racing's got the semi-pro in, has it?
Well, it's registered as an AM.
Yes, but in AM...
Is there a subclass? Well, it's a Pro-Am. There's AM, Pro-Am and normal.
Yeah. In AM, you can have a semi-pro. The dispensation for full fuel is in the AM class and is for anyone who does not have a semi-pro. So that's what's being trialled here. 18 minutes to go. 4:03, the silver Atlas car leading GT4 by 1 minute and 17 seconds. Kim Yong-kyum, or JK Kim. That was the car that had the big bite out of it. Veely leading 992. Sabino De Castro's done a lot of work in that car, and he's been very impressive.
We've just seen a pit stop from the 416. I think we just...
And that was David Vrasecki for the BUGGYRA Racing. So they've just given... Have they just given up the lead by doing that?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I agree.
But it doesn't seem so. He's been out there for an hour now.
That's his combined stint time, so he could have been into the pits.
He was in the pits under the last code 60.
Right.
Actually, the end of the code 60, after the code 60. So no, they're going to the flag with that combination. But the question is, does our Korean car need a stop? 403.
Was that last in the pits?
That was in the pits earlier and in under code 60.
Right.
So that would have only got half a tank of fuel.
Yeah.
An hour and 6 minutes ago. Yes, they also were under code 60 only 25 minutes before that, and also got a tank, half a tank of fuel. I would say they need another stop. But we're getting...
leaders in.
I keep
the
thinking
leaders
that.
in.
Right, here we go.
Here we go. 333 laps. 3:49 is the distance record. I think we're going to get to that, are we? So, Mathieu Dutré goes to fuel. 14 seconds in the fuel at the moment. A full tank is 4 minutes. They don't need that. A half tank is 2 minutes. They don't need that either.
Not really, no.
So maybe a minute's worth of fuel just to be on the safe side. And Joe Bradley, presumably, they'll just go straight through and back out again. They're not going to bother putting a new set of handcooks on for 14, 13 minutes, are they?
Well, attention to detail down here at Haas, isn't it? 4 brand new unscrubbed set of tyres, I should say, ready to receive that car. So yeah, they are going to stop. They've got plenty of time to do it, and it's all belt and braces, isn't it?
Oh, there's a yellow flag out at turn 4.
No.
So they'll add 20 seconds to their pit stop by putting on those tyres if they do it quickly. Now, what's happened at the top of the hill? That's the second chicane on the back straight. Still the yellow flag. 15 minutes and 10, 9, 8 seconds to go. And there's a car off at the side of the road. It's the 416. That is the BUGGYRA ZM racing car. Not long since out of the pits for David Vosecki. Long-time leader in GT4. He's getting out of the car. He's getting out of the car. Wow. Simpson Motorsport, I think, are too far back to catch them. So second place for this car, but it's going to need to be removed from there, isn't it?
It's in the grass, not the gravel.
He's driven it there, so that's a failure.
Yeah, no, he just made a signal to the marshal that it's not going any further. He's not going to be driving that back. But if you're going to put a recovery vehicle on the circuit, then you're going to have to do under code 60. Vogler comes into the pits for Land Motorsport.
They're second in GT3 Arm and just 1 minute ahead of Hoffa Racing and Alex Prince. When were Hoffa Racing last in? Are Hoffa going to have to come back in that number 11?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
I think there's many that need a splash and dash.
Ian James comes in from the lead of GT3 Arm and third overall. The leader then to Joe Bradley for a set of tyres for Mathieu Dutré.
Yeah, brand new set getting ready, and that's all he's going to take on here. Mathieu is going to stay in the car. We always knew that. And it really is belt and braces here with only, 12 minutes of this race remaining? I think it's even, 13 minutes of this race remaining. But they're not taking any chances at Haas. And Christa Donker, the man at the front of that car, he gives them the nod to get back out there. Car to the flag.
Tell you what, they put the better part of 2 minutes worth of fuel. Paul Everard will come round this time and be one back.
Looks like they might be, they've retired the yellow flags around that area.
Right.
Looks like they might be leaving the Mercedes GT4 car there, presumably deeming it safe enough.
Covered until after the finish of the race. All the teams have seen that message too, so they'll tell their drivers. So I think Ian James is back out without losing the lead in GT3 Arm. He's completed 3:31. Alex Prince goes through to complete 3:29 and has 40 seconds on Tim Vogler. Been a really good race by Heart of Racing. Third overall, GT3 Arm winners. That's another American team, albeit run by SPS, who are very, very good. But we've seen CP Racing for so long being right at the sharp end of the GT3 Arm. And as they have faltered, it's been another set of North Americans who have stepped into the breach. Can Alex Prince go to the end? He has been in that car for 1 hour and 33 minutes, so he's got time. It's only 11 minutes to go. It's a question of fuel. These fuelish things. Vogler on his outlap at the moment. has dropped off the second place in lap. So we've now got a lap between first and second in GT3 Arm, a lap between second and third in GT3 Arm. And in fact, Sabino De Castro now only 3.3 seconds behind Tim Vogler in the battle for overall third place. Oh, and we've got a left rear puncture on an Audi. Oh, it's the 34 car. That's Vogler. That's Vogler, the Lando Audi. And that's just out of the pits. That's just out of the pits, that car. And he's straight back in again. This will be left rear tyre only.
He didn't take tyres.
No, he did not take tyres last time. It was fuel only. And the left rear has gone on his outlap. Well, it could have been much worse than that, but that is handing, surely that's handing second place to Hoffa Racing in the GT3 Arm battle, and Sabino De Castro will be 5th overall. Jean-Luc Bubliek goes through for the GT3, so that's 2 spots lost by Vogler, and that's 2 Arm spots lost. He came into the pits in 2nd in GT3 Arm, and he's going to go out in 4th after this one. And he's...
Je dobrá, ale Mercedes nás zklamal.
Můžeme? Chceš taky něco říkat? Tak já vemu Adama. Adame, 10 minut před koncem najednou naše auto na trati. Co se stalo?
No, David zahlásil, že v tom něco zarachtalo a zastavilo to. A říkal, že asi spojka. Takže bohužel jsme museli zastavit. Strategie byla výborná, protože jsme počítali, že ještě ten stříbrný Mercedes, co teď byl před náma, bude muset zastavit. A přesně jak my jsme to odstavili, tak on musel zastavit kvůli tankování, protože by mu to nevyšlo. A když jsme to propočetli, co on projel pitlaneou, tak bychom měli asi 30 vteřin náskok, takže bychom vyhráli. Takže bohužel, ale takový je motorsport. Prostě to, co jsem říkal, to dlouhý závod, zajít se počne až po honu, takže to vypadá na druhé místo. No.
Jako 10 minut před koncem 12-hodinového závodu,
to si nevymyslíš, no. To prostě, tak jak oni včera měli smůlu, že jim upadlo v posledním kole kolo celé, tak nám 10 minut před koncem se stalo tohle, no. To je prostě, to k těm dlouhým závodům patří, do té techniky nevidíš, vždycky se modlíš, ať to vydrží. Tentokrát to nevydrželo, tým odvedl skvělou práci, teď poslední zastávka, kluci to skoro dali pod minutu, takže super, zlepšujeme se, ale říkám, do toho nevidíme.
Napadá tě teď jako něco, co by se dalo udělat jinak, nebo prostě to takhle?
Já si myslím, že nám všechno klapalo tak, jak jsme chtěli. I ta strategie, což je tady velmi důležitá, vypadá, že by nám asi dopadla to, co jsme spočítali. Pak bychom vyhráli s půlminutovým náskokem, ale to je kdyby byli.
Díky, Adame.
Kirchhoff Group sponsored car. We've seen that car under another entrant before. Very, very well known blue and white, light blue and white colour scheme. And they were in the battle for a podium in GT3 Am, and now they're going to drop down. Now the good news is they've dropped down to 6th in GT3 and 4th in GT3 Am, but there's a whole host of Porsches between them and the next GT3s. It's Kessel Racing is the next GT3, and they've only got to make up 4 laps, but I don't think they can do it in the time.
They're looking at the rear end of the car, but remember what we heard from the E2B guys, that the flapping tyre caused a transmission issue when they had a puncture. That car was going so fast at the end of the lap with that puncture. Have they done a drive shaft or something like that, or damaged the clutch because of the puncture?
Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I've got a team member. What's your name, sir?
Christian Land.
Christian, oh, you're Mr. Land, name above the door. Christian, I can't believe this. This is tragic.
Yeah, that's true. We can't believe it by our own. Yeah, but we came in with the flat tire right rear. We want to go out, and the car was not moving anymore. The RPM's going up, and we was wondering what's happened. And yeah, then we have a broken drive shaft, and that's why the car cannot go out again. It's very bad and unlucky for all the hard work, especially first race with the Vogler and Kirchhoff guys. They did an amazing job. Yeah, podium was there for us, but yeah, now lost the race 8 minutes before the checkered flag is very bad, and we will come back.
Christian, I'm not going to say anything because I have nothing to say, my friend, that can make that better. That is so... This is what this sport is like, though, isn't it? It has highs, and these are the lows.
Yeah, sometimes you have the lows, but we will hope that the highs come back soon, and then we will fight back for sure.
Christian Lantz and the Hirschkopf group. Well, that is utterly heartbreaking. You don't like to see that. All the hard work done. In with a shout of an AM podium. Not the overall podium. I think Ian James and Harter Racing are too far up the road for that. So, Akkodis ASP will be on the AM podium. And half an hour ago, they wouldn't have believed that. Now, everybody else is moving up, but I think Lant will hold on to 4th in AM and 6th in GT3. Will they? No, they won't. 2 laps to go. Yo, this could be Kessel Racing moving up to 6th. And it's going to be tight as whether Jutta Racing and the 71 red and white Audi can overhaul them as well. It's going to depend where the leader is when the time expires.
Last lap for Alexander Prince, a 2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Massive fuel save.
He is massively fuel saving. We saw this 2 years ago, or a year ago with CP Racing here. They were able to save a huge amount, but had to go so slowly. And in a very similar Mercedes AMG, Hofer Racing are trying to do the same thing. They're now not under pressure from behind. Oh no, they are under pressure. There's only 50 seconds between
5-0, yeah.
Between themselves and Bobelik, although Bobelik is running 10 seconds a lap faster. They've got 4 minutes left, but Prince is this is going to be squeaky bum time for Hofer Racing.
And the Vili Motors by EB Motors Porsche.
Yeah, they're going up.
They're going to get up into 4th overall. Yeah. 4th overall for that Porsche. Spirit of endurance and spirit of race winners. And that's going to happen within a couple of laps.
And we've just seen a change also for 3rd on the 992 podium, with Yannick Redon getting ahead of Century Porsche Ticino, Max Businelli, who had that puncture as well. There's only 2 seconds between them, but I don't think Businelli's got the pace to match Redon.
No, he was 4 seconds slower, but they're the AM leader. Businelli is now getting this car to the end to win AM, and he's got a bit of breathing space between himself and Martin Ragginger, who's just got across the line. He's got about 40 seconds on Ragginger.
We could have 3 laps still here, 3 minutes remaining.
Again, depends where the leader is. Detre's gone through.
Detre's in the middle part of that.
Right. Okie dokie. There goes Paul Everard. He pitted as well the lap before the one he's just completed. Sabina De Castro 9 seconds away from a top 4 finish for a Cup car.
He's just taken 10 seconds out of Alexander Prince on that last lap alone. But he's going to do the same thing here.
53-2. Yeah, and Jean-Luc Boubeli will be getting the hurry up from his team. Took 9 seconds out of that 2nd place in AM. So 2nd place in AM undoubtedly up for grabs right now. There goes Sabina De Castro. Boubeli was right behind. Sabina De Castro rather was right behind under 10 seconds. Boubeli and Rick Breukers went through together, but there's laps between those two. In 6th and 7th, different categories. So Red Camel Jordan, a few moments ago I said they're 4th, and they will not be happy with that. And yet other people have had to pit or have had problems, and they're now 2nd in the Porsche class.
And Redon just need another couple of laps, and they might be able to have taken that 2nd place off them. Last lap is being called by race control as Mathieu Detré goes on to that last lap.
Yeah. 140, about 143 when he crossed the line on 148 laps, so that's reasonable. It's not the time plus 1 lap. My goodness, 2 6-hour races comes down to the last 5 and a bit kilometres, 3 and a bit miles for important places up and down the grid. Can Sabina De Castro catch?
We've also got loads of penalties still that are outstanding.
Good point.
So that's going to change everything again. Alexander Prince is going to go up. if he doesn't lose too much. There's no penalties on Prince's number 11 car, but most of the other guys have got penalties to serve.
Yeah, nothing for Harter Racing, nothing for Hoffa. The Wheelie Motors car has got 0.86 of a second for Wheelie Motorsport. As they went through, they surely can't pull out 10 seconds in this last lap. Well, Sabina De Castro is going to try. There's no doubt. Bubalik, 20 seconds. Rick Breukers, 10 seconds. And he is only 14 seconds ahead, and he's saving fuel. Oh, my goodness.
Red Ant are going to lose that third position to Busanelli because they've got 20-second penalty. Busanelli's only got 10. As long as he doesn't lose another 2 seconds.
This is the victory lap for Haas RT, Antigua and Barbuda. Not being represented in international motorsports since the early 1970s, the Ensign F3 that we told you about. And the driver, not related to Ken Tyrrell. Here's the checkered flag. Haas RT take the Hankook 12 hours at Mugello and take it with laps in hand. Busanelli's gone through because he's been passed. Kessel have got up into 6th. Kessel did get up into 6th position. In the end there, Fuminelli 14th from the back of the field. That's extraordinary for that team.
There's still so many questions unanswered. We might have the checkered flag out for the leader, but things are changing. Atlas BX take the victory in GT4, but remember that BUGGYRA have parked on the side of the track and Simpson too many laps down. Let's go down to pits with Joe Bradley, who's got Stefan Perrin. We didn't see too much of Stefan. We saw a lot of Frederick Vavish.
Stefan, what a great decision to move from TCR to GT3. Congratulations.
It's incredible. Yes, it's fantastic. It's I don't know if I can think about this for my second race. We won directly. It's our teammate. Was very fantastic. And like you say, it's a good idea. Yes.
It was. If I could bring Fred Vavish in, congratulations, Fred. This is a great team you're with here.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. It's their first win. It's their third race in GT3, so the whole team is new. So yeah, I think it's very emotional for them, and I think Mathieu did a great job as well, Stefan. So yeah, happy to be part of it, and hopefully many to follow.
Fred, you guys look strong all race. Were you pushing all of the race?
At some points, but here it's more about managing traffic and fuel, and being a bit lucky as well with code 60s. But we definitely had good pace if it would have been necessary. So.
Congratulations, the first of many, eh?
For sure. Thank you.
Well, are you not entertained? I seem to have been saying that quite a lot lately. Okay. I'm going to give you some results that are very provisional. Through goes Primus Racing. They've won their class. They were the only car in it.
Well, they won the TCE overall.
Yes,
yeah.
Indeed. That's what's happened recently because of everything else that has gone on. They've done a cracking job. And despite the fact they've had no competition in their own class, that car has pounded round and round and round.
We haven't seen it, have we?
No. We've not called its number to say they've got a problem. GT4, Atlas have won that, and Vortex have won GTX. In fact, they're first and second in GTX after all their trials and tribulations. TCX, Primus we mentioned, and the battle of the two Hoffa Racing BMWs went to the 331 crew, and TCR, fair play to Aco Racing, with no one to race there. They've put up a good fight against the potential reliability issues on that Audi. And Ligier got to the checkered flag as well, and they could have packed in a long time ago. I like to see that. I really like to see that. Now, there are, in the top 10, in fact, the top 12, I think there are 9 cars that have penalties to be applied, ranging from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. And that might just affect 1 or 2 of those gaps. But here's how it is now as the checkered flag fell, and I don't think the winner is going to change. I do not think the winner is going to change. That's Haas RT and they had 2 laps in hand over Sandlock Junior team. They've got a 20-second penalty, but they are a lap ahead of the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes, which will be 3rd overall and will win GT3 AM. They've got 10-second penalty, but that's not going to affect them. Sabina Di Castro brought the Vili Motorsports by EB Motors Porsche through to 4th position overall and winning the 992 class. Their penalties won't affect them, and they will stay
4th overall.
Yes, they will
by
1.7 seconds.
Yeah.
Correct. Now, the other positions in GT3 AM, 4th is Alexander Prince, no penalties. 5th, Jean-Luc Bublik got into 3rd in GT3 AM and has 20 seconds, but that is going to be okay. So after that, in 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, we're looking at the 992 class. Rick Breukers, 2nd with a 9.4 second gap, but has 10 seconds to add on for Red Camel Jordan. However, Red Ant Racing, 3rd, have 20 seconds to add on. Now, how far back, though, is the gap between Red Ant and Porsche Sentra Ticino? Because that's gaps to the leader. It looks like the 912 will win in 992 AM. Yes, they will. Ahead of in 2nd, EB Motors with 20 seconds to add. Yes, they're okay. And it is RPM, which is the Tracy Cron Racing green car, in 3rd in AM. Pro-Am won by the Land Motorsport GT3 number 55 after a drive back from them. They were the only car in that class. Provisional, all of that until I'm absolutely certain that all the penalties, I've read them right, and they are there.
So many penalties, but actually I'm not sure any of them have an effect because everyone else has penalties as well.
26 Sontalok junior team. What a great race for them. Joe Bradley has Paul Everard, who brought the car to the flag.
He's sneaking away from me. Come here, you. I know English. Where's Erwin? Stay there. I'll bring your teammate who can translate. Congratulations, guys. You guys really had a tough time. You almost, you were almost got onto the tail of the Haas car ahead of you, and you had really bad luck, Erwin, with those Code 60s. That was what took you out.
Yeah, it happened 2 times to us. 2 times we came out of pit lane and there is a Code 60 right after. So, yeah, unlucky. It cost us maybe 2 or 3 laps. So, yeah, we would have been right behind them. So, but really happy about the job we did. Your pace was good. So, yeah, this is what was important for us, to train and to get as much mileage as possible. So, yeah, all good for us.
Paul looks very disappointed with 2nd. Is he always like this?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's normal. It's your first race, so we want to do a good result. But we have plenty of time in the rest of the season, so yeah.
Best of luck next time. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Joe. Wow. Oh, brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Right to the end of the 6 hours and slightly beyond. Didn't we say the same yesterday at the break? Primus Racing, Johan Rosen bringing the 450 horsepower version of the BMW M2 Club Sport home. And Joe Bradley will have a word once he's got out. Nice matching overalls to the car with that orange, black and white. The all Nordic team.
This is very American, John, isn't it? We're waiting to, the driver gets out the car when we tell him. Johan Rosen just stepping out. He will take the overall, I'll let you get your helmet off, Johan. Taking the overall Touring Car Endurance Series win in this beautiful BMW, the number 251, part of the TC class as well. And Johan just, of course, having to take off all of his safety equipment before we talk to him. And the hands device there, being a bit tricky as ever. Johan, you have actually the... Oh, and his radio doesn't work. Is that your radio that doesn't work?
Yeah.
Oh, so no communication with the pits?
No communication. Probably, yeah, fell off or something.
Well, you are going to be on the very top step of the TCE podium. Not just a class win, a Touring Car Endurance Series win for you and your team.
Thank you so much. It's been an amazing journey. 12 hours of being in the little car. It's not that easy. Everyone is driving past you like, you know.
You have to be very busy in the mirrors?
Oh, all the time. All the time. But it's fun. You get a couple of laps here and there, you know, just run, but it's tough.
Only a small field, but you still have to do everything right for 12 hours.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We've been doing almost everything right, I think, in our team, and it's been amazing with the boys.
Are we going to see you and the team back for Spa and the rest of the European season?
We don't know. We drive at the Nürburgring NLS, and that's our main event. But hopefully some more tournament this year.
Well, we would like to see you back. Well done, Johan. Johan Rosen, congratulations. Let you get your gloves there. So TCE winners there.
All Swedish crew. Right, after the end of 2 just over 6 hour segments, then provisional results with 1 or 2 penalties still to be, well, actually quite a lot of penalties still to be applied, but I'm not sure that it changes any of the major positions for trophies. Let's quickly run this down for you. Haas win overall with their Audi by a couple of laps from Sonterlock junior team, unlucky with the code 60s falling. That's 21 from 26. In third overall and winning the GT3 AM category, the Heart of Racing SPS AMG Mercedes. Well done to Ian James Grenier and Roman De Angelis. Then it's the winning Porsche Cup class car in 4th position overall. Wheelie Motorsport by EB Motors. Sabino De Castro, Sergio Nicolai and Fabrizio Brogi winning that one. Hoffa Racing next up in 5th position, are 2nd in GT3 AM, and just behind them in 5th position overall are the 3rd place finishing team in GT3 AM. Just about 20 seconds between those two, actually a bit less than that. And that was Akkodis ASP team. Red Camel Jordans from off the podium in the last hour to 2nd in 992 and 3rd in 992, Red Ant Racing. Penalties for both of those, but that will not affect the finishing order. In 9th position and winning the AM category for GT3 Cup 992, the Swiss, Hop Swiss, Centri Porsche Ticino, Prezeki Buzelli, Ivan Giacomo and Francesco Finici. So 2 Italians and 2 Swiss in that car. That's a class winner. Then Neuhofer Motorsport, they're 5th in 992. EB Motors must feel very, very aggrieved. They just fell unluckily at the pit stops for the code 60s. Led that AM category in 992 for such a long time. They'll finish 2nd. Then Fulgenzi Racing. Then the 3rd place 992 of RPM. That's the Krone Racing car in 8th in their class and 13th overall, but they'll stand on the podium. Then the Kessel Racing. Is that the comeback drive of the race? It's got to be. Up to 14th position and sneaked through to 6th in their class at the end of the race. Great points for Kessel in that car that was made up of the best bits of 2 cars that they had problems with or had crashes with throughout the week. Then Jutta Racing in 15th. Land Motorsport in 16th. Heartbreak for them after they had been battling for a AM category victory. In 17th position, HRT Performance, the 930 car, one of a couple of cars that only had 2 drivers. They'll finish 9th in class. The 55 Land Motorsport with a water leak cost them 10 laps, and they never really recovered from that after that this morning. HRT Performance in 19th, 20th Porsche Baltic number 992. Then Jutta Racing's 72 car, Red Ant Racing's 904 in 12th in their class. The winner in GT4, Atlas BX Motorsport, battling all the way through, and that went backwards and forwards, didn't it? Then the winner in 20...
So it is the end of the race weekend. Unfortunately, 10 minutes before the end, we had a technical problem, even though we had an amazing strategy and the team did an amazing job throughout the whole weekend. We just didn't make it to the finish, but it's only the first race. In a month and a half, we have the next one in Belgium, Spa, which is going to be a very exciting race. So thank you all for watching this weekend, and we'll all see you in the next one.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.